Hello and welcome to day 2 of America Continentals here at Cascadia. My name is Andre from the Matchball Grid, and we are about to start our top cut. If you're just tuning in, we're just about to start, and we have 8 players left today after a grueling 66 players showing up for 10 rounds of single-sided Swiss. We're going to have an American Continental champion by the end of this evening. My name is Andre, and of course, I'm joined by some people. Firstly, I want to introduce PSK or Mar. How's it going?
Hello. Hi. How?
Thanks.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. It's worth noting right now, everyone who is casting, we're all joining in remotely, so none of us are there at the event. So we're also kind of looking from the outside in. It's been really exciting so far, but also we're joined by Neuropantser. How's it going, Pants?
I'm honestly doing fantastic. I like this remote casting. I woke up early this morning, made some bread pudding. It's been a great day already.
Not too bad of a start at all. And returning from yesterday as well, SimplyTheOnion. How's it going?
Doing well. I believe we have a very non-American casting couch here right now. Except, I believe Neuropantser, you're from America, right?
I am. I'm coming at you from the Boston area.
Oh, so we do have one at least.
There always has to be one, yeah. Otherwise, it doesn't count. So this is American Continentals. We had 66 players yesterday. This is at the Mox Boarding House in Bellevue, Washington. This originally was an event organized by a bunch of very endearing players on the West Coast. And since then, Null Signal has kindly sponsored the event and has made it officially Continental. So there's extra prize support, the stream like this. There's a lot of really great stuff happening. But we had 66 players, a very a difficult top cut straight to 8 players. We're left with 8 players, and we're going to start to see round 1 just starting here. On the left, we have Solomir. He was the first seed. In fact, I don't think we saw Solomir once on camera yesterday. He quietly snuck in there. I think he ID'd a couple of his rounds against Sokka at the end, but he is the highest ranking player going into this top cut. I believe he's playing the new Analytica, Epiphany Analytica, and an Arasana deck. So really excited to see what he's playing there. And currently, across from him is Abraham, Man of the Moon, who came in just in 8th place. So the first always plays against the 8th seed, and Abraham there is on the outfit and Hoshiko. We did get to see Abraham on stream yesterday. Now what's happening here is both players get a look at their deck list of their opponents. Top 8 cut is open deck list, and the seed here, the top seed Solomir, can decide which side he wants to play to start. I don't know if y'all have any opinions. If you've seen the outfit decks, they're really fast. If you've seen Epiphany, you know maybe how that holds up against Hoshiko. Pretty good at dealing with assets Hoshiko in general. Is there any side you think you'd be more excited to pick?
I'd definitely be a lot more excited to pick Solomir's side with either deck, just because I want to play with the new stuff. And we do have very much 2 new decks, or at least new IDs, against 2 of the old decks, which have already been very much seasoned and played a lot and figured out in the old meta.
Yeah, I think that the outfit has a very this fast outcome reveal, right? Like either they go fast and they score, and the runner doesn't get to set up before they can do anything to avoid it, or the runner starts trashing key components, and then it makes impossible for the outfit to get that last agenda out. So I would really love to see Epiphany live.
I think that might be what we're getting. I think Joe there just swept aside his runner deck, just leaving the Epiphany on the table, and now he's really reviewing the Hoshiko deck list. I'm not sure if we have the deck list available soon, whether we can share with people. They're on physical paper, so it's just going to take a while before they're digitized, and maybe we can share them. But understanding how Hoshiko is going to deal with the assets, we also don't even know what Solomir's game plan is. And I think there was a bit of a narrative yesterday that some of these NBN asset decks are really good at sticking things on the table, that really good at getting that sort of a retribution type effect, where you trash my stuff, I'm going to come in with you with a reprisal, with the Oppo research, the new hard-hitting news, if you want to call it. But we've sometimes seen these NBN decks struggle to actually close the game. It's worth knowing that this is still a timed round. There's still 40 minutes in this round, so if at least it comes to a draw, which I'd be very surprised if that's the case, Solomir will take the win, being the top seed. So, Epiphany Analytica, Panzer, have you had time to play this new set? It's worth noting that we're playing with cards that have been barely out for 2 weeks.
I have not had a chance to really play the new set yet, but I made a joke about CTM being back in our review of new cards, and I have to say, looking at Epiphany, looking at the way that it's played, looking at the cards in these lists, and kind of some of the game plans that I saw yesterday, CTM is kind of back. You get that similar feeling of strong punishment for interaction, but you can run into situations where you have trouble closing out the game if the runner plays smart against you. And I love that deck, so I am excited to play something like this in the future.
Yeah, that ability, it says the first time a turn that the runner trashes an installed card, or it's not even an installed card, excuse me, but steals an agenda otherwise, you get this power counter. And you can spend that power counter to look at the top 3 cards of your deck and install one of those onto the table. Now, that means it doesn't exactly work with operations, as much as operations are going to be some of the most important cards in this deck, specifically Oppo Research, and then we'll see if it's Shipment from Vladisibirsk or what exactly the tag punishment is. But that ability has been kind of quiet. It's like hard to tell what exactly it's doing because as the observer, as the runner, you don't actually see what it's doing. But obviously, forward tempo is a very powerful thing for an acid based deck.
Yeah, very much so. Although I am kind of surprised actually that Solomir chose to play the Corp in this matchup. As you were mentioning, I believe they probably just believe very much into their NBN deck, but as you were mentioning, they do have kind of a problem sometimes actually closing out the game. And I have looked at their Arisana deck, and in general, I think this deck would have had a very, very nice matchup into the outfit with playing 3 Simmel chips with Clot, as well as playing 3 Slap Vandals, which can be very, very effective in dealing with a lot of the very big ice that outfit can present, as most of the subroutines aren't actually that relevant on the new illicit ice, which features a few subroutines that do gain the court money and make the runner lose money, but really only one end the run. Same goes for border control and similar ice.
Maybe he's doing this like looking into the future in the next match. Maybe like
Exactly.
he thinks he'll be more favored playing runner against other corps on the top cut, and this one he rather like throw the coin.
That's also
Yeah.
very possible. I haven't looked at like his future path.
Yeah, that future
also-
path that's scrying is really interesting. Some players say, okay, I'm going to take a round that I think is maybe not the best it can be, but that will ensure my second matchup, we're going to play against one of these 2 players. I'll more likely end up into a matchup that's even better against those. And it's a hard thing to tell from a distance. Mind you, we'll have a bracket we'll also be able to share. We have 8 players here. This is the top table, but all that sort of stuff will be distributed relatively shortly if you're watching on Twitch. So just give us a moment while we just spit up this event.
Yeah, I think part of the logic for picking Epiphany could possibly be Hoshiko often very good at dealing with assets. This is about as good as you're going to get if you're playing a Hoshiko in terms of built-in ways to just wipe things off the board. Looking at the deck, like there are a couple Dream Nets, and then there's Fencer Fueno, and that's about it when it comes to dedicated things to actually take assets off the board. A lot of the money is tied up in Fermenter, which if you're on things like Sansan, you could potentially rush Fermenter out. A lot of influence is being spent on Simmel chips so that you can get Clot back from the bin, which yeah, it does interact with your Sansan, but you can win without Sansan if you're a deck like this.
So we see Solomir's deck list, and it's a really interesting NBN deck. In terms of like very obvious win conditions, we're on 1 copy of End the Line, that's 4 meat damage to remove a tag, and 1 copy of Mindscaping. So as long as you're floating 2 tags, that's a potentially lethal 6 damage. And now the Anarch can hold Steelskin Scarrings in hand to play around that, so there's a lot of interesting ways. But I think the one big thing I want to shout here is that we have 2 copies of the new unique neutral tag punishment Byroid B1001. That Enforcer, if he's hidden on the table, you can't run through a funhouse. You have to deal with that card. And that's probably how you're going to end up getting Oppo Research unless you're contesting the economic resources. And this deck is not running hedge fund. All the money is going to be from those assets. You have to deal with those assets. And it's also only on 2 Oppos. So without a Gaslight, we'll see how consistent you can deliver the punishment.
I love
Well,
the
you do have
B1001.
Sorry.
I love the B1001. Another little trick in this deck. So there are already 2 B1001. So you take down 1, you haven't ended the problem. But there's in addition ablative barrier to get it back from the bin in the late game. If they say I'm just going to wipe the B1001s off the board, that's not going to do it long term. They're going to have to trash it so many times.
Sorry to interrupt you, but it seems like they just started.
Yeah, 40 minutes of the round has started. I think we're probably 2 minutes in. We're taking our shuffles and our mulligans. It looks like Solomir is able there to keep a hand. So We see some small agendas in there. Again, we're going to see just assets on the table. You generally want to ice up Centrals to some extent against Hoshiko, who would love to get that access and get the flip. But if you put things onto the table, that generally is going to control the narrative a bit more. When it comes to controlling the narrative, we talked about Fencer Fueno. Funny enough, that actually does a lot of work in this matchup. And I think a really important card here is also Baya Bans, which is the only on-tempo way that you can, let's say, clicklessly clear a tag, which sometimes is the most important thing you can do against a B1001 Oppo Research install an agenda fork play. So we'll see if those cards are held for a later play or they're going to be used for tempo.
Yeah, I think I can see a Beal in hand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, in hand, I definitely saw a Beal as well as an Ares, which is the agenda I really want to score as early as possible. We do see the runners running server 2, however, and I believe they saw a Maryland campaign there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So can we assume that the Ares is in the ice remote?
I think that's what it looks like, and that's such an impactful agenda. That 3-1 says now for the rest of the game, the first time a turn a card is trashed, that's a tag. So you suddenly become as controlling the message type ability with more influence with another piece of text. So we might just see triple advance, and that is, I think, the perfect start you could ask for.
There we
1
go.
point,
Beautiful.
but more importantly than that point, that ability is going to control the rest of the game.
Yes.
One of the strongest 3-1s ever, I think.
We do also have a good bit of info now on what potentially could be that ice. There isn't a lot you can only res while also still being able to score out that Ares. So most likely it's either the one ablative barrier or one of the 2 pings that is also in the NBN deck.
Yeah, we see some really interesting face checks. Like, it's actually kind of hard. Ooh, Maw coming down, mind you, that can do some
Very
damage.
early.
Very important to understand when Maw
Wow.
fires, it says after you access a card and you don't steal a trash and not in archives, the corporation has to discard a random card from HQ. And importantly, the corp is trashing that card, not you. So you're actually totally safe to Oppo Research. This can be the most destruction, and you don't get hit by AR Enhance, you don't get hit by Oppo. So that's a really nice way to keep those combo cards out of the deck. So how it works here, we're going to access a Starlit Knight, and then we have to randomize the discard because you actually can discard the card that you're currently accessing. It's a really strange interaction.
Yes, and in that case, and only in that case, that card actually does go face up into archives.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Otherwise, it would go face down, but yeah.
You see a lot of players show up to these tables with dice to randomize accesses and damage and stuff like that, but this is the only Netrunner card that actually demands you to use dice, as much as the card doesn't say dice on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
An interesting interaction. So you brought up the Maw going down early. That's fantastic for early pressure, especially against a deck like this where even if the centrals get iced up, you have all of these remotes. You're going to get the free Maw access if you want it in a turn. However, there is one copy of Amani Sinai in this Epiphany Analytica. So that could be a 6-credit investment very early that doesn't pay off if the right things happen. If the right things
see a good amount of trigger managing here from the runner,
right
having to both move money off the daily gas and onto the paladin, and also flip over there onto the paladin. This is pretty much Hoshiko right now with the NX. This is pretty much Hoshiko right now with the NX. This is you run an R&D and access on some sort of operation. I believe that was an Oppo Research. This time, no need to randomize the discard for more since there was only 1 card in hand of the corp.
Yeah, and I think that was the only copy of End of the Line.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh, true, yeah.
So that is the one piece of big meat damage tag punishment. In terms of tag punishment, that's the only tag punishment besides 1 copy of Market Forces and 1 Mindscaping. But 1 Mindscaping one will almost never do enough on its own. So B1001 behind some fun houses, some virtual service assistants, and even Starlit Knight, a new card that we haven't seen a lot of, is an absolute monster to deal with, especially if we're looking at a breaker like Carmen will deal with it relatively well, but that thing can scale with a lot of end their own subroutines.
Yep.
There is one other piece that's shipment from Vladimирsk. So obviously that's weak to the Clot plan in the Hoshiko deck, but there is one other piece that can try to get you some bonus off the table.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry, I was looking at a crop deck list. Right, there's a pivot in here as well, so there's a bit more flexibility to find the list.
So,
fantastic.
Beal has just gotten scored. Runner is on 0 credits. Just popped the gachapon. So
yeah,
I think, Sorry, I think Solomir has decided that we're going for the score route, and we're not looking back.
There's two big reasons here, right? One thing is you just want to get the points out of hand because otherwise you're going to get mod. But the second thing is now we've hit that threat 3 threshold. So now Oppo research, as long as you have the credits to deliver, you can give 4 tags. The difference between 4 tags and 2 tags is obviously monumentous because barring Abaya bans, that's the runner's entire turn unless they want to float a single tag, which floating a single tag into this matchup is actually not that big of a problem, especially with the end of line out. Not that the runner knows that just yet.
Well, floating a single tag means that you can lose your twinning, that you can lose your paladin, that you can lose your fencer.
Yeah, there will be that baked in. We'll see if the corporation can afford that. And I think there's a big chance that Abraham here on the right is just not going to trash any cards. Going to get all the work done by just getting multi-access and getting the Moz to fire. Those Marylands, they can trigger. Maybe once a federal fundraising comes up, that tune will chain a bit. But maybe we can just lock the top of R&D and see a bunch of cards. It's worth noting that the multi-access from twinning potentially down the line is one of the few ways that you can break through the sort of R&D safety of a federal fundraising. An immensely powerful card.
Also very important to know in this case, usually Epiphany actually does have a very, very nice way of breaking through an R&D lock with their ability. However, if the runner just isn't trashing anything, it's very hard to actually get those counters to look at the top 3 and break through the R&D lock that way.
So Solomir
especially because, crucially, as Andre said, Maw is the corp trashing.
Yeah, exactly.
Not the runner. So you don't get Epiphany off of that too.
Joe here definitely needs to get a Bologna on the table, install advance behind ice, kind of force the issue where, yeah, maybe you can't deal with my ping, maybe I can score at the Bologna. And at that point, on game point, with just a 3-1 sneaking on the table, a San surviving, that's where Abraham has to start considering trashing stuff. Because once you're on game point, a San and 8 credits, that's a 3-2 off the top of the deck, that can close it out. So we'll see how aggressively Joe wants to draw in here. I think he has an Oppo research in hand, and he understands that he's just going to... Oh, that's not, excuse me, that's the balance coverage.
Yeah, otherwise that would be a very illegal install.
Get rid of your operation, somehow save him from mob. Yeah. So just as it's on the table, one Maryland, mind you, did go back. It gets shuffled into the deck. That's a really interesting thing to track when the corporation wants to shuffle Maryland back in. We haven't seen Daily Business Show, or we haven't looked at the top 3 cards of the deck, but shuffling is actually a very impactful thing the corp can do.
Technically, they were able to break R&D lock here this way.
Now
so the runner doesn't know what, since the runner did look at R&D at first, but then before draw Maryland got shuffled back, they do not know what this ice on R&D could possibly be at this point.
Now Abraham is set up well. The Paladin's going to get charges on the twinning. We're checking their mode server. That is a Lady Liberty, another card that you have to consider trashing. Now, this card says once it's rezzed, every turn it gets a power counter, and you can spend your entire turn 3 clicks to add an agenda from your hand to the Scoria based on its points and how many power counters on the Liberty. So this turn it could be a 1-pointer, next turn a 2, and then finally a 3-pointer. But the risk here is if there's a burst draw card on the table, like a Spin Doctor, you top deck another AR Enhanced Security. That's going to put Solomir also on game point. Now, it is pretty expensive to trash. Is it 4 to trash, maybe?
It's 4 to trash and 5 to res.
And that will come with that 1 tag.
This is about as bad as Lady Liberty can be currently with 0 cards in HQ, because you don't want to just res it speculatively. So I can understand the decision to let it sit here, but this is not a card you can let sit forever. You're going to have to take care of this eventually.
Yeah, the nightmare is that there's a federal fundraising because, well, you have to still commit to rezzing both of them before you can fire either of them. So you still just have to pay 5 and hope it lands, but maybe it'll land with the Beal the following turn. There's always a chance of that. But yeah, not trashing that there is obviously a bit of a measured decision. No Maw trigger, mind you, no cards in hand. Joe just has to play what he draws. And so getting a Daily Business Show, which I don't actually think this deck has, is going to be really important to kind of keep that hand in control.
Yeah, instead of the Daily Business Show, this deck list does opt for the new federal research federal fundraising, which is 0 to res and trash cost of 2. And it allows you to look at the top 3 cards at the start of your turn and arrange them in any order you want. In addition to that, they also have the extra text of being able to draw 1 card if the server is not iced. Do you see them running into ping here though? Yeah.
It's going to give the runner a
Then-
tag. This is just a real low strength, low cost barrier. The deck has 3 cleavers to deal with this, so it's only going to be a matter of time before that's just a speed bump. But the tag is definitely a bit of an issue. Oh, he did draw an AR enhanced security. So if he had the Lady Liberty res there, that could have been another point. So understanding what he does with this, if he just jams onto the table, but install draw is the play. There is a 1-pointer behind what we're assuming to be another ping.
Yeah, I believe I saw on turn 1 that is a ping that they installed here. We do see them also raising the balance coverage here, which is another new card. 1 credit to res, and at the start of your turn, you can just go for a guess on what might be at the top of your deck. If you do guess correctly, you just gain 2 credits like that. Very, very synergistic with the other new card that I just was talking about, or just the ability of Epiphany Analytica, allowing you to know your top 3 cards.
It's very
We
fun,
just-
the order that you choose with federal fundraising, because in some cases you want to make sure you get the 2 credits, so you kind of stack with federal fundraising first, versus sometimes you're going to want to basically protect it. So you want to do the federal, you want to guess with balance coverage first, and then hide it with federal fundraising or something like that.
HQ run accessing the Maryland, but mawing the other cards. So we have full information on what's in the hand. Again, you might have even more information soon because of the balance coverage. But that's going to be a Carmen coming down. So now we can safely check into Starlit Knight. Mind you, Starlit Knight is a disgusting face check if you don't have your killer.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. 2 tags immediately. We're not on threat 4 yet, but 2 tags immediately on face check is awful.
It doesn't end the run, but that's 4 credits and 2 clicks if you want to get rid of them. There's not a lot of good ways to clear tags on Tempo Positive. Let's see, this has to be a ping, and it is.
Ping.
That is the one breaker we don't have access to. That Simul chip, I don't think has many targets, so we're going to clear that tag for the last click down to 5 credits, but AR Enhanced Security can be scored for your last credits. You will make 2 off the Maryland and shuffle it back, and we'll see the order that we want to do things here. In theory, you can put the Maryland back before or after. I think we missed on the call. So you're probably calling acid there, and even if you succeed, you don't have to reveal it, but we're not shuffling the Maryland back. It looks like we want the card on top. It was a Mavirus.
That makes perfect sense. You know about the clot threat, so you know that you need to have this Mavirus for the late game once Hochiko is set up and trying to prevent you from using things like your shipment from Vladimирsk or your Sansan City grid.
Yeah. Now anything sitting on the table seems reasonably safe, because anything that gets trashed is going to get immediately 2 tags.
So I think now Joe has to leverage that that Lady Liberty, into a win condition, because that thing is very expensive to go down. And while I think Abraham's been doing a good job controlling the hand, he knows that a non-acid was drawn. So if you run HQ, you have a half chance of accessing, half chance of trashing it. But moshing, they're going to get the claw in the bin. Super important with a Gachapon and a Hippo as well to draw 3, gain 3.
Do you want Hippo?
It's hard because you get the AR enhanced security tags, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you probably don't want Hippo here anymore, especially since the only ice you've seen so far is Ping, which once you do find your cleaver is, basically free to break. Just 1 credit every time.
I think the only
thing
ice.
to note.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
All right, I'll go. An interesting thing to note with this Simul chip. Obviously, what else are you going to trash? You've got all of these breakers. You don't want to trash your breakers. Already playing around that, there are 2 copies of Carmen, 2 copies of Unity, and 3 copies of Cleaver in this deck. So already playing around the fact that you might have to trash some of your breakers, even though they're out of faction.
So Mavirus, even 0 to trash. We're just going to maw it. The other card, we're going to go back and access it, knowing that's the Maryland. I think we had 100% information. Oh, we used a twinning on that, excuse me. So we just wanted to see the whole hand. You have to decide that before you see the first card. So that was just a way to flush the hand after that very kind of suspicious balanced coverage. But even 0 to trash on the Mavirus, you can't afford to do it because you're going to end up taking 2 tags. That's an immense amount of economy. Cleaver, though, coming down, that is the world's alt art. So all of those, that R&D and that remote server, just 1 credit to go through.
Yeah, Cleaver coming down is huge here because now you can start, as we talked about, Epiphany Analytica has some game against R&D lock, but if you're not actually trashing things, it's going to be hard for, like, you're going to have uncontrolled draws into HQ if you actually want to break R&D lock.
Now, I'm guessing Joe there named Asset on the coverage and top deck is Starlit Knight. So this is the second turn in the row that he's not gaining what could have been 4 credits by now. That Asset gives you a lot of money, and Joe needs money. He cannot threaten to res the Lady Liberty. He can't res the Sansan. He, in fact, can't even res much of the other ice in his deck. And all the Icebreakers are up. So the only taxing things we're going to see here are now Funhouse. And yeah, just Funhouse.
Did the runner ever run archives? Do they know that the one end of the line is gone?
No, they have no idea.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a common play pattern with mod. There's always the question, when do you actually cash in on archives? And the consensus seems to be very late in the game, but in this case, knowing that the end of the line is gone might actually be worth that click, even if you get no other value from it.
So Starlet on the table and the Maryland, so we have no cards in hand, click for credit. Yeah, checking archives is hard, right? Because you don't want to steal a Bologna. You know there's no Spin Doctor on the table so far, but if you steal some agendas, you know Opera Research could hit you. So you have to watch out when you want to do it. You might not be too into a rush. Liberated accounts, though, coming down. Cheaper with the Paladin Puemo. That's the big money we need. We're on 0 credits. We're going to have to liberate a lot of money this turn.
I believe there was a trigger missed. There should be a second count on the twinning.
I think he emptied it last turn, maybe.
Ah,
Oh, there
there
you
we
go.
go.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, they did empty it last turn and then installed the cleaver, paying with Paladin Puemo.
Oh, right on. Okay. So that's 2 counters there. That's something that he's going to go out of his way to do every single turn. Get the daily cast down. So we didn't access a card. Hoshiko's going to flip back to non-digital. But we probably have a fair bit more time in the round. But just remember there, 4 points up. There's a lot of work. Abraham has to find and steal a Bologna and then probably something else as well. Maryland coming up. I think we need a really good balanced coverage hit here. We're not at the point where we can consider rezzing, and it's going to be so interesting to figure out when you res. Rashida off the top, finally for 2 credits.
Got one.
This is
now,
almost side campaign levels of efficiency.
So here, drawing, it's a Mavirus. I think you can put 2 cards on the table, and this is the turn where you might see Rashida resed, and at the same time to res the Lady Liberty, because there's a big chance you're going to see 4 cards. That Rashida, again, you have to go through a piece of ice, and you have to trash it and take 2 tags. That's pretty safe. You didn't even have to exactly ice it up. But a second ice on the server, sorry, second card installed in another remote server, puts a lot of threat here. Whether, again, Sansan is, we're a few credits away, but in theory, if the Maryland fires, if the balanced coverage fires either, we'll have the 8 credits to score out, at least a 2-pointer. This is tomorrow's headline in the list, and 2 more Beals.
Do you know
Yes.
how long it's left in the round? Sorry?
I think we can maybe backwards engineer this a bit, but
Like maybe 10 minutes?
I think we're halfway through.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I do
seems
believe we
about
have
right.
more than enough time still to play this out. The question is, like, the Rashida is kind of a threat here. You're afraid that Epiphany does get actually going, but you do have all of the time, or like you do have enough clicks to check both cards, as well as remove 2 tags if necessary. So I don't really see a reason not to do this here. The Corp doesn't really have the ability to actually threaten a win here. Obviously, they don't have Opera Research to end up heavily tagging you. As well as they still need 3 points to win, so just a Beal on the table, or potentially a tomorrow's headline or something similar, does still not really threaten you in this spot.
I'd love that play. I think there's an assumption that Rashida would be behind the unres dice, behind the mystery door, but that's where the Mavirus went. Rashida's behind the ping, the one thing you knew you could deal with. But there's a chance now he just doesn't have enough clicks in the turns to not go tag me unless he has a Baya bans. Even then, it's not possible.
Yeah, I believe they spent their first turn doing something else, which is kind of surprising to me, to be honest. I think I would have just ran.
This is a Rashida trigger. We'll see if he reses the Lady Liberty. In theory, he'd have to do it now. Not resing the Rashida, there's the Rashida. Okay. So the order here is super important. He shouldn't have the credits off the Maryland yet, but it's not going to matter here. Revealing a Spin Doctor off the top. That's a Cat-Chen alter. So that's finally 2 credits here, and that is going to be drawn alongside other cards. But now it's too late to res the Lady Liberty. So I think here Solomir is going to need a Sansan City Grid, but this is where the Maw can do some real work this upcoming turn. He has the credits, though, to threaten Opera Research. He has the credits to res Funhouses, to res the Sansans. The money is now finally good.
Yeah, I think Funhouse and
We have
B1001
here.
might be one of the few ways to really try to gain an edge here, because just all of these breakers are down. The ice just is paper thin. Even Scarlet Knight, that's a 5 res. That's a 2 break currently. It's just not good.
So it looks like the Funhouse is going out there. We see 2 Spin Doctors and an Oppo. It's hard to hold your tag punishment when you can just get mod. So Spin Doctor, and we'll see if the second one hits the table or whether you want to hold that as a 50-50 protection. But you can also, before the Axis, you can res the Spin Doctor to hopefully dilute them all as much as you might just feed them an agenda. So a bit of a hard call to make.
Definitely never happened to me.
Ashiko firing again. We did Axis, so that trades a card for a credit. A very, very fair trade in modern competitive Netrunner. Card draw is definitely worth more than credits.
I mean, cards can turn into credits. Usually, a checkmate better than 1-1. So, yeah, pretty much
Usually.
always worth it. If your card does trade 1-for-1 for a credit, I'm not sure if you're supposed to put that in your deck.
Now, there's some note taking here.
When do you start cashing in on the twinning? I think is the real question here, because that's got to be your end game in this matchup. There are 2 areas in the score area you absolutely don't want to be closing the game out with Stargate. But just when do you start actually cashing in on deep dives, on deep digs, on centrals? Because you need to start it at some point, but you also might want to let the game run longer so that agendas really pool up in areas where you're pretty sure they are.
I think you're going to wait to the point that you have to be worried about Sansan or have to be worried about Lady Liberty so you can lock the top of the deck. Barring a Spin Doctor shuffle, that might be an option. But that's also a really big thing. Epiphany hasn't gone a trigger yet so far. And so you can see a lot of turns where runners will either batch trash or go batch steal as well. It's not going to be a downside to steal an agenda if you already trashed something. So there's a chance that we're going to build up to a big turn and then capitalize and do a lot of little things at the same time. So we'll see how that goes. There's also a threat here where you have to just check the table for B1001s before you go through Funhouses. So we'll see how well respected that is. So that's a Spin Doctor we know in the server, and the outermost is 5 credits to res something that I think Abraham will probably just end the run. I do not see a world where he goes to the Funhouse here. Well, mind you can get through it for 2 credits and a tag. The Unity is fully powered.
It is important to know what we just missed on commentary. They did already run the Spin Doctor that is face down on the table and not protected by ice.
Yeah.
And Solomir actually chose not to res it so that the mod trigger is guaranteed to hit whatever the Oppo research in their hand.
Oh, so they remember the
potentially an ice.
So now he goes through and now he can res with the Spin Doctor, drawing into a B1000. So if you want to swing HQ, like this is where you could consider using the twinning because you know the cards in hand are not safe. And unfortunately, I don't think there's an agenda in there. It's an ablative and an enforcer.
B1, yep.
I'm not sure if they actually can trash this here since they are already tagged by the Funhouse. So
even trashing
3 tags.
Trashing a Spin Doctor when there's a Spin Doctor on the table already feels really bad. This is the sort of, Spin Doctor the Corp is going to over-install in, just a minute. But now with the B1001, those are really good, right? Like the B1001 is going to hit the table next turn. How do you deal with the Funhouse? You can't. You can just install an agenda. You can put the B1001 in, and now there's a lot of work that has to be done, including the AR enhanced security tags. This is where you set up the lock.
I think very crucially, huge draws on a turn where they can't be mod because mod already went.
Yep.
So here's a twinning. We're going to see both of them. The other's an ablative barrier. We've also hit threat 4. So you put that on a remote server and you res to get a B1001 when and if you need it. So even if they trash it and they rerun your Funhouse server, it's coming back.
Last click is just removing the tag here. And I believe there's some more horse king to be doing, but we do get to see now what the court will do with the rest of his turn.
Again, you could always crack the Spin Doctor here to shuffle some cards back into the deck. Oppo Research won't be online, but it looks like that's not going to be the case. I think we need to find an agenda here. I think you want to find a Beal. Tomorrow's headline would be even, I think, more brilliant. And you just get the B1001 on the table and you get something behind it you can threaten to score out. Also with 10 credits, will we see the Lady Liberty res? I'm not sure just yet. Top of the deck, it's a Bologna.
That's a Bologna, yeah.
Oh.
Toop, 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 toop. What are you doing with the Bologna, though?
I think you have to put it behind the Funhouse.
Well, you don't have to yet.
I think, you don't want it to get mod, right? I think you put it behind and you don't advance it.
Well,
Yeah,
you,
getting
it
you
mod
don't
is the
care
worst
if it gets
option.
mod. You have 2 spin doctors on the table. It
Exactly.
can easily be just
Sure.
like
But it's the winning
reshuffle.
points, right? Like, he has to deal with it. He still has to steal it. He has to risk oppo. And if not, you're winning in 2 turns.
Well, either
Yeah.
way, you cannot threaten a win with it yet this turn, so I think I just let it cook in hand for a turn.
Yeah, we'll
I
see.
can see an argument for that. I think the main reason is because you would have to trash a spin doctor to throw it behind ice anyway. So you can't even argue that you're preserving spin doctors by keeping by keeping it in hand, basically.
Okay.
So we got a piece of ice on HQ.
Yep.
But okay.
And now it's on the table. And we know this deck, it doesn't have imp, so it's going to have to actually steal the Bologna. That's 5 credits. And that means going through a funhouse, going through the ping is whatever, dealing with the B1001, and then still ping 5 credits. And of course, Solomir can't score it out this turn unless there's some massive tag somehow and you can ship him from Vladislavsk off the top. But the idea is that the game is on the table in 2 turns.
Yeah, and this is a really tough position to be the runner in because these Aries mean that this B1001 is awful to actually get off the table. Awful.
It's very tricky here.
With a sorry, is that someone in the back with a octopus hat?
Oh, that's Cephalopod, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
he has a cool octopus hat for the name.
Very, very fitting.
Thank you. I thought I was going. Great, thanks.
Wait a second. Yeah. No, he's one of the organizers of the event. So he's
Okay.
we saw him on stream yesterday doing some gunslinging. Great hat.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. Okay, sorry for the interruption. I was just like really gobsmacked for a second.
Abraham's thinking here.
Okay.
We're checking
Running
archives.
Check archives.
The end of the line
CT
was shuffled back.
That's a mindscaping as well, I believe, in the bin.
That's it. Yeah. Lady Liberty, we're gonna have some credits here. So there's no trigger from all. Not that I would fire on archives, but we did access the card. We haven't seen a DreamNet yet, and we're gonna go see a couple cards here on R&D. This can be important.
Yeah.
We do see the top 3. This seems to
think
be an Oppo research.
Or a capture. That's a Maryland campaign.
Yeah.
Oh, I love playing guess the card with you guys.
You're way better at this.
Yeah.
I think the first one's a red cap.
So I think it has to trigger on the maw, is what we're saying.
Yeah, there's just nothing in HQ, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah.
No idea.
Oh, come on. Yeah, no, that's gonna be a surprise for everyone involved.
But
That
not a
was
Bologna.
very unsportsmanlike to not show us.
Not an agenda.
Come on,
They're
show the
playing to
camera.
win. They're not playing for the stream.
Rude.
So now Solomir just does advance, and here's where you might not want to shuffle the Maryland in because you know the top of the deck is entirely safe. This is where things get really interesting. So we'll see if he does go for the shuffle. Yeah, he's considering it. You see there.
But why would you go for the shuffle? What are you looking for? Your mindscaping is out. Your end of the line is also out. I think he didn't shuffle it back.
Goes for the shuffle.
shuffled it, okay.
Is. Yeah.
Wow.
Hello.
So that
What
means that
is he
is
looking
something that
for?
he is looking for. Maybe an Oppo research, understanding that there's a chance. Maybe a second B1001 will really lock the board state down. There are definitely some cards here that are useful. And for those, again, we might have missed it. There's a B1001 in the iced server on top of a virus. So it is already on the table, kind of lurking in the streets of Rio, Sao Paulo. Top
Maybe
deck.
you want the Samson or the Sheepman from
Yeah.
Vladislavsk. Sorry, I don't want.
So I think Joe's regretting the shuffle there because he just top decked a Bologna. That is the worst top deck possible, and he knew that the top of the deck was non-agendas. So now he has to double advance. If he puts the other agenda on the table, maybe it'll be safer there. He has a spin doctor, so if it does get discarded to Ma, it'll be okay. But advance kind of forces the narrative into the remote server. It might be safe in HQ. The runner has 12 credits drawing once more.
We do see a draw.
Amani Sanai, correct?
Yes,
Yeah,
that was Amani.
Do you want to like put the money down just in case that Bologna gets? Okay, no, you
yeah,
don't.
no, you go for the win here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
you don't have enough clicks if you want to double advance.
So let's talk about what Abraham has to do here. You have to go through the funhouse, but first you have to deal with the B1001. So you'll have 2 tags, then you have to go through the funhouse, then you have to clear 3 tags this turn, and then still pay 5 for the Bologna. So yeah, I think you do need some amount of tag punishment here. You're not clearing all of them.
Yeah, you have to end the turn with at least one tag, and you're probably going to spend a lot of money.
Moshing for 3, throwing out some
moshing, so that's
extra
even
cards?
you have even fewer clicks.
Yeah. I
so
think he might be
actually,
drawing for a hush here and just hoping there's not a B1000, but he knows there's a B1001.
This could potentially, Yeah, this potentially, like, now that 2 clicks have been spent, if you install the hush, then if you end the turn on 2 tags, that opens up shipping from Vlad lines with the Bologna in HQ. So
Yes.
that's pretty interesting.
Yeah. There were ways also to get rid of the Bologna from hand if you really didn't want it, but this does give Solomir some options where Mom might not fire this turn, considering all the stuff that Abram has to do involves trashing and stealing.
Yeah.
But yeah, if that doesn't work, he can just jam the next Bologna next turn.
I mean, for B10 to end the run, you need to remove a tag.
So he'll have 2 tags, you're right.
Yes.
It's not 3 tags. Yeah, that's important.
It's just
Oh,
one
true.
tag, right?
Yeah, it removes 1 tag, but if he trashes the B1001, oh yeah, he'll still have 3 tags. So
Yeah.
It's just going to be one tag because Solomir is the one that will trash B1.
no, B doesn't trash. It's permanent.
Oh, then
It's not a trash effect. Yeah, it's just remove attack, end the run.
Yeah, it's weird. It looks like it would trash itself, but no, he's just there.
Okay, so this is definitely looks like not playing around B1001.
I think that's a raindrops.
Yeah.
Is it?
Oh no, that's a hush.
Okay, hush.
That entirely beats the B1001 line.
Yeah.
Solomir probably feeling
That's
really rough there. We drew into that with the moshing, but that eats the funhouse. So there's not going to be tags here. So that means the B1001 has no... It does nothing. You're going to need a second funhouse on that server.
Loses all abilities except its printed subroutines. What a strong effect against this deck.
Every single ice that is being printed has text that's hushable in this set. Baya bans. So that you break for 2 credits with the Unity, if I'm not mistaken. Ping is another credit. Bologna for 5. Baya bans. We're going to draw 2, and here we can install a card or have 4 credits. Mind you, 4 credits is only for trashing cards. You can't use those 4 credits to steal a Bologna on the Baya bans.
Is that so?
Yeah, it's surprisingly restrictive.
Oh, it is to pay trash costs. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. So we'll see here again. This will be our first. So just getting Fermenter down. Mind you, there is on table, there is we know there is a amavirus, but that's still, free. And a Bologna, you have to steal that for 5 credits. So here, we might see an Oppo if there is one in hand, and I'm not sure. I don't think there is.
No, it's a Bologna and the Amani Sanai.
That's 3 points for Hoshiko right there.
Mm-hmm.
First points now. Threat is still online on 3, so we could see an Oppo research here. There's only 2 of them in the deck and a pivot, so we need to top deck something really good here. We have a Spin Doctor to draw even deeper, but there is no tags here, and 2 clicks left. We're going R&D. You could win in this turn, in theory.
Yeah, that's gigantic.
We know one bonus in hand, though.
There is, you could still maul away the Bologna here.
Yeah.
True.
If you're lucky, you have a 50-50. And Solomir is considering raising the Spin Doctor to reduce that to a 1 in 4 chance, actually, here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, very important, by the way, to notice, this is the first time in this game we ever see Epiphany Analytica gain a counter.
Yep. Now we've been dodging it. We've not been running. We've tried once to get some agendas, but otherwise it's just been Maw. So the Maw should still fire here because we accessed the card, but we stole it.
Mm-hmm. So
this will work on our idea of at least one of the cards you don't steal. So Spin Doctor will be res. That'll be draw 2. So now there's 4 cards in hand. One of them is a Market Forces. One's an Ice. So no Oppo there. And we're going to look at, I think, 3 cards here. Unfortunately, we didn't get a counter off of installing off the top. Kind of looks like an Amani. It's not Amani, though.
Amani's in hand.
Yeah, right?
I believe that was another Maryland.
Okay.
Yeah,
losing a card from Maw. We're going to see 2 more, if I'm not mistaken.
Complete poker face. No idea what that card is.
That's a Beal.
Oh, a Beal. That's
5
huge.
points already.
Yeah, because we are now close to the end of the round. I believe there are under 5 minutes left.
Yes,
so.
that's huge.
And they did get the Bologna with the Maw trigger.
Yeah, Spin Doctor can save it, but I'm not even sure that's
Oh.
what you want to be jamming next turn because you can't jam it with Oppo even if you top deck the Oppo. We also know we're not top decking the Oppo. So whether you want to shuffle with Spin Doctor to find new cards here, you still get the Epiphany Analytica to be able to dig a bit, but you know that the next couple cards, maybe they could be an operation. The corporation doesn't know what they are. But an Oppo here is so important because it turns on B1001, so the runner literally cannot run next turn. So here you need a top deck, a Beal, put in the remote server, and land an Oppo. And then you can maybe win on 6 points.
You don't necessarily need to top deck the Beal. You still have your Epiphany Analytica counter.
Oh,
so you
true.
could just draw the shipment, for example. We do see the Liberty rest here with one counter on it.
That's one of your outs, right? That's one of your few outs.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Joe seems like he's
At
shrugging.
least to get to a tie.
Naming Acid there, revealing the Maryland that was known quantity again. Acid was a safe bet here. And so now with a couple cards in hand, there is a Bologna in Archives. The Spin Doctor will save it. But now here you would love an Oppo Research. Unfortunately, it's an Amani, a Market Research. Another Funhouse is really important.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, time, I think Solomir just has to get through this turn, so there's a chance he has one more, and he can maybe win off of the Lady Liberty. Getting the Funhouse on R&D seems very reasonable.
Ooh.
Using his ability, there's a Beal
Let's go.
3 cards
Let's
down.
go.
Oh.
But he doesn't have the punishment to turn B1001 on.
So now they know where the Beal is.
Yeah.
Now it's just a matter of like, where do you put it?
Or if you put it anywhere at all, or if you spin it away, maybe. So you can't really engineer a situation where you top deck it without it being vulnerable on the top of R&D, unless you do have research fundraising somewhere, but we know that they don't.
Was that the Maryland they installed or the Beal?
Was that the Beal?
I think it's the Beal.
I think
Oh,
this
that's
is
very
just
ballsy.
going for you won't as the play.
A U-Won't is a good play. You just have to put something in the
Ooh.
remote server, though.
You don't even need to put something in the remote server, as they do know that there is a Maryland up top.
You have to tell them which card you installed, though.
I
So as-
believe you don't.
You do. You don't have to tell them if they know what the card is, but you have to say I installed the first card or I installed the third card.
Oh, is that so? Okay,
Yeah,
that's a ruling I was
Fascinating.
unfamiliar with.
So shutting off R&D unless the hush gets moved manually.
And not only move manually, you can simul-chip that thing around.
Oh,
Mhm.
true. Yeah.
So like
That's
actually the
very
double
good.
Funhouse play is not bulletproof as long as the runner sees the line.
Right, they need to click first so that you can simul chip it mid-run.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
yeah.
Or you can also like I know I forget. Hush you can just move as a click, right?
Yeah. So you'd have to move it to outermost and then use simul chip during the run to get it to the inner.
Or two
think.
simul-chips, right? Not. Why not?
Well, you
You have to,
trash
yeah.
the second one.
Oh, you can't trash the second one. Yeah, you're totally right. Yeah, you'd have to move it first. You have to see it coming, which is like a really cool line. Also, pings make this interesting. Ablative barriers make it interesting. I think the Ablative's on HQ, so there's a whole bunch of weird lines here that you have to watch out for.
Yeah, the ablative barriers. That's I mean,
It's such a
HQ
card.
looks a little bit juicy, right? So that there's a reasonable chance that actually goes off.
Yeah. And if I'm not mistaken, there is a potentially winning for both players, Beal on the table, and Joe is playing it as cool as you could be.
Cool as a cucumber.
So many things to, just presenting so many things to do for the runner that who's going to spend a click checking a face down? There's no way it's a Beal.
We're sure it's a Beal, right? Because otherwise he could set up for the like. No, it's hard. You could,
There was
yeah.
a
It's,
Maryland.
there was.
Some uninstallable, like it was Ice, I think, and then
Yeah.
there was Beal. And the
Time
Maryland
was called.
Maryland is
Whose
still
turn is it?
on top.
It's Abraham's.
Yeah,
Okay.
Abrams.
Okay.
He's 0 clicks in, so he has only 4 more clicks again. We're not sure if the Beal's on the table. It might be. But there is a B1001. There's an ablative barrier. Deal with. There's a funhouse on R&D, and then once you can just always move that around and get your thing down. So we're moving that. I think we're dealing with the B1001 here. We're pretty sure we know what's in this remote server. So moving the hush, I think that is a Starlit Night. We
That's
have not
big.
a big incentive to res
Not
that.
a good res right now.
So that remote server is a virus will purge out the fermenter, and then there is a Biroid in there that will give you 2 tags. Now, this is where you can get some wild lines where if you trash that, take 2 tags, run HQ, a Blade of Reses, Byroid is back. That's where things get a bit interesting.
Yeah. That would be very, very problematic. Although, that. Do you really ever want to run HQ? Since you are going to be trashing a B1001 and likely not trashing the virus, you will get a Maw trigger.
Mm.
So you get something else fished out of HQ, and then you're much more likely to be interested in actually running archives, forcing the spin likely, then maybe installing something, and then looking at the top 2 cards of R&D with twinning.
Yeah, we need to install a card for the twinning, which is easy enough to do with Simulchip as long as you have an expensive card. I don't actually think this deck has a card that it can install with Simulchip that will give it counters. B1001 is the card. No res there. It is 3 to trash, unique.
Technically, they do have Carmen, which is 5 to install, but not after this run.
Yeah, now they ran, right?
Yeah.
That's a weird interaction. So that's being trashed for 3 credits. That's going to be 2 tags with the AR enhanced security. The first time it's fired this entire game.
Yep.
The players remember that, right?
Yeah, they are, I believe, fishing for
Oh,
tags.
there
right
you go.
now.
Yeah, on the
There we
ID
go, 2
ability.
tags.
Yeah.
Oh, Mavirus sitting the bin since you've already trashed, instead of getting the Maw trigger.
Interesting.
Yeah. So this is really hard. I think you just have to check the table here. You have Clot, right?
For our sake, check
You
the
do,
table.
and it is in the bin, and you do have Simulchip
Yeah.
up, so yeah. You're
So I don't know what
completely
else you
safe.
have to do. Yeah.
You want to check the bin, probably. I don't
So
know.
I think the big thing there was like trashing the virus. That was the important thing. It wasn't so much the B1001, but getting the virus down is important because without the virus, you can't clot the Lady Liberty.
Mm-hmm. Well, Lady Liberty doesn't score. It just throws it into the score area.
Yep.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
So it doesn't
You can't
interact
clot
with
Lady
Clot.
Liberty.
Mm-hmm.
It shuts down a potential Sansan line, but Lady Liberty does that too. So
Yeah. And for Sansan, we need to also hit the I think we're short on credits, so we would need to hit the appropriate coverage, which that might work. But maybe you can take down the Lady Liberty here. Buy a bands, yes. We're clearing a tag.
Okay.
Lady Liberty, 4 credits. So
Lady
now
Liberty.
I really hope there's a Beal on the
What?
table. That is
Please
such a
fire.
wild way to win. And he might just clear the tag last click. There's no single tag punishment that wins the game. He's clearing the tag?
Clearing
Is
the
there
tag?
a Beal on the
That's
table?
Deal. That is
Is it?
genius.
Please tell me. please trash your
If
event.
that is the
I need
Beal.
to take my turn.
Does he have 1 click left? Checking what's on this table?
Oh, I don't know. This is the rudest slow roll ever, or this is a Maryland campaign.
I think he's trying to figure out what to do with the spin doctor. I don't know how he wins here. Did the runner end their turn?
Yeah, they must
Yeah.
have.
Is he just regretting
He's
his
not
life
just slow
choices?
rolling out.
Regretting
It
not
has to be a
slamming the Beal.
Maryland.
I think he's trying
Oh
to figure out if he's
no!
not. It's a
No.
Maryland. He didn't put the Beal on the table.
No.
Oh,
We
he's
bruised
just
ourselves.
regretting life choices, isn't he? Oh,
Look,
Yeah,
that's not a
that
play.
is
I
the
would.
look skyward of someone who knows they could have just snuck a Beal off the table.
Yeah,
That is
I
the
am-
ceiling
such a-
can't
I'm
help
genuinely so
anymore.
sad for him.
Oh no!
man.
Oh.
Well played to get to the
He
point.
saw
where
it!
you
There
have
it
to line-
is.
Yeah.
There it is. I could have done it. Oh no! What a wild
Man.
play. So that was a Maryland on the table. We all thought it was a Beal, but time has been called. So
Yeah.
Man of the Moon will take it with 1 more point, 5-4. Solomir with a fantastic start, but trying to build that sort of B1001 prison, there's so many angles at which it can be foiled, including, the very common hush now. So you have to do there's a couple more pieces in this. It's like a game of rat trap you're building, right? There's so much that has to line up.
Also, that's turn 3 more, turn 2 more install was just wrecking.
So early. Yeah.
And like
Usually I'm like runner favorite. I want runners to win. I am genuinely for this play that never happened.
It's
So,
the
like-
most stylish way to win a game of Netrunner, right? Just you didn't check.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if you're worried about time, that's a play you make anyways, because I don't think you win regardless. So yeah, but that's such a hard play to make. One thing I wanted to shout out, right? Like we have a new big rotation here. Oppo Research we didn't see, but both players are playing around it for sure. But the difference between Oppo Research and Hard Hitting News means you can drop a Maw that soon, right? You're not punished the exact same way that you would for Hard Hitting, and that actually is a very big difference potentially.
Mhm.
Well played to both players. So that is going to be only the first loss for our top of Swiss round Solomir. So this is double elimination. I believe I should be able to show the bracket. Give me 1 second.
Yeah,
But
here we go.
That should be the bracket there on stream, if I'm not mistaken. Which means we're going to see this bracket populate real quickly. We'll see the results in. I don't think any of the results have been worked in so far, but we'll see this get updated in just a second. But Solomir is going to go to the lower bracket. Still, this is double elimination. So any player to be eliminated, they have to lose 2 games throughout this day. So no player will be eliminated in this round. But of course, half the players will be bouncing down to the lower brackets where they're on their final life. So still, somebody from the lower brackets will obviously make it to the finals, and they have to win 2 games in a row. It's possible. We did see it, I think, recently at, I'm not sure if APAC Continentals had happened. I know at East Coast Nationals, we had a lower bracket upset, but it's definitely something that can happen, and it's a more exciting road as much as the player there has more work cut out for them.
Yeah, we will have to see who was able to keep going here. I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We do already have things updated on ASAP's table, so I can report that Ian rongydoge as well as Cody and Jeff Prune did win their games, which
Okay.
is 3 court wins and 1 runner win actually. No, actually 2-2.
Okay.
We have 2
Okay.
court wins, 2 runner wins. Very, very balanced here.
We're going to watch Radiant update this in real time. So Man the Moon, we know, is moving on.
There we go.
rongydoge, unfortunately, besting Santa. Mind you, Santa and Man of the Moon are brothers. There's a chance that 2 brothers might pair out in this round in the lower brackets. Ysengrin, that's Jeff, and enkoder. So Sokka, the world champion, also going down to the lower brackets. This is a really stacked top 8.
Wow.
Excited to see what next round brings us. Yeah, Man of the Moon, Santa, sorry, in upper brackets, they're facing off. Those are 2 brothers in the top 8 cut playing against each other round 2. That's really fun. The older brother just wins? How does it work? I forget.
The older brother wins until mommy comes out of the kitchen.
Oh, okay. No. This is different. Okay.
Okay.
I think
this looks like
rongydoge did get the win. Okay. Huge.
So they are
Okay.
separated here and will meet again in grand finals.
It certainly could happen.
Yes, for sure. So we're going to see again, we are going to figure out what IDs each player are playing. From this point forward, the IDs are not chosen by the higher seed. It comes down to what side that you have played less. So for instance, Man the Moon just played Runner. It is very likely that they will play Corp. Now, if Rongy's in the same situation, the OP team will flip a coin. So at worst, it's full random. Otherwise, you're going to be playing whatever side you just haven't played right now.
Ooh, and we do see Soccer as well as I believe that's CTZ sitting down.
I really
Ooh,
want to
excellent.
see
We get
this
Sokka versus CPZ.
is he playing Asa? Oh no,
I
he's
don't know.
playing
So
419.
Solomir, yeah, Sokka is on CTZ is on 419, and Sokka is on a fast advance, kind of a hybrid Atea, which has been very exciting. It's one of the new archetypes that is coming into.
Oh, he beat me with it round 2 or 3 or Vabak. It was not fun.
Okay, give me 1 second. I just need to update the tracker as we go. Do you want to talk a bit about the Atea deck? Did you all get to see it yesterday?
I did get to see a bit of it round 1, but not too much of it. It looks, I'm looking at it right now, it looks fairly standard in that it's somewhat rushy, playing a lot of 3-2s and then looking to finish off the game with an Audacity.
Yeah, it's like a mix of rushy and mid-rangey, I would say. You've got like Vampira Nasa, very mid-rangey ice, and you've obviously got Seamless Launch, which works behind ice if you have to play, you have to turtle up a tiny bit in the earlier mid-game. And it's obviously got the Adrian Sice, which you can just win games off of that if you are good at Psy games.
Just
So this
need to win those Psy games.
The Atea ability, this is one of the new Jinteki identity from this set that just, again, came out 2 weeks ago. You can find it online on the Null Signal Games website. But this ability says, whenever you install a card into one of the only 2 remote servers, you can install another card in or in front of the other remote server, ignoring all costs. Now, the second card, if it is an agenda, you can't score it out this turn, but it still means if you install an agenda for click 1, clicklessly you can install a fast advance piece. So things like Moonpool, you can get on the table, Bastchiraboga abstractly. I don't think it's in this deck. And the idea is that you can get the clickless install of both your agenda and the fast advance piece as well. We're also seeing public timely release, which is the second Dandargenia World Champ card, a neutral 4/2 agenda that when scored gets an agenda counter. You can use that instant speed to install an ice from, I think, Archives, maybe also HQ. Not a card I've ever seen hit the table, but with that card, you actually can use it to instant speed, just install an agenda, even on the runner's turn to play around Clot. Not that we're expecting to see a Clot in this 419 list.
Am I correct in seeing 0 Moonpool in this list? So really timely public release is the fast advance option. And obviously it isn't actually fast advance. You get to seamless with it.
Correct.
Yeah, you can seamless it. You're right. So this is not full fast advance. It's on a single Audacity. So interesting to see whether the testing of last week into now, and I know Sock was playing a new deck, that was full Moonpool, full fast advance, multiple Audacities, but this is scoring more in a remote server and then closing the game off. That version also was on, bacterial reprogramming, so a 5/3 that works really well with the deck. And so this is just all 4/2 agendas. Actually, there is a couple hybrid releases, but the runner's gonna have to steal a lot of agendas. Are we on Hermes? We're on Hermes. That actually is a pretty reasonable matchup. Yeah.
419 with Hermes.
So 419, Criminal right now. We didn't see a lot of it. It was the most represented runner in APAC and had a very bad conversion rate to top cut. And CTZ's 419 deck wasn't doing so well yesterday. I think it's the Corp deck that really brought CTZ to the top cut. So we saw CTZ on camera yesterday for a round or so, but you're seeing that the Criminal decks have there's a lot of things I feel like they're struggling compared to some of the other runners. So this deck, in terms of multi-axis, it's a Maker's Eye, a Legwork. That's all you got. And then you got a Hermes. You have Katurga breakouts for 6 influence to recur some of those cards. So playing diversion of funds after you Hermes open a server to diversion them a couple times, that's powerful. But also one of the very important things to watch out for Hermes, it's the new console that says when an agenda scored or stolen, you can bounce an unresed ice back to HQ, is seeing how aggressive you want to be early game. Because as soon as you let the corporation res, we saw it in Anansi on HQ, it's really difficult to get in there cheaply to make a diversion of funds. So you might see the Criminal actually sit back for the first couple turns.
Something that's important to note with, as you point out, like the multi-axis count, it's quite low. You have ways to recur it, but it's naturally quite a small amount of multi-axis. If you've never watched CTZ play, I like to joke that he has the power of rips on his side. He just rips agendas from wherever they are. He seems to have this preternatural power to get them, but it isn't because he's manipulated the quantum space or anything like that. Like he's just very good at knowing when and where to run and being aggressive to punish you for misplaying. So he rips agendas, but it's because he's in the right places to rip them. So I think a card like Hermes just works so well with his playstyle. Really giving him the ability to snowball off of a good early aggressive play.
I do have to say, I love his Breaker Suite. Just saying, I don't need anything out of faction. I'm fine with what I have here. I just need 3 turtles and 1x of each of Decoder, Barrier Breaker, and a Sentry Breaker, and then I'm fine.
And
Rig
those
shooters,
breakers.
never heard of it.
Yeah, the new breakers that came out in the Tomlin initiative for Criminal, you got a very playable Decoder, you got a pretty playable Fracture, so I think you can spend your influence anywhere else. Obviously, with the rotation, IP block is gone, so Amakua seems like it was in a really good spot. That could be the only breaker you need to rely on, but I do think one of the unfortunate things is just about every Corp deck I think we're going to see today is running at a minimum 1 Mavirus, oftentimes 2. So sometimes if you're counting on the Mavirus, we'll see you face check into a Vampire Anasa, into a Nancy, heaven forbid a Sights and Ton in the early game. That can actually just cost you the game if you can't find your 1-of copy of Carmen, which we don't even have a mutual favor. You just have to find that card.
Or you just have to find an agenda, bounce it, and never
Exactly.
actually face it.
Yeah, we'll see if that catches up.
Yeah.
419's ability that does power up that Amakua, and in terms of Kurapira in this list, all you have to get through is that Tattoo Bola. It's only 1 strength, so you're not going to bypass anything, but that's a very reasonable kill. Fractor, for only 1 credit. Not too bad whatsoever.
I believe Kurapira is 3 credits to install.
Oh yeah, but it's you don't
it's
sweat a lot of
1
credits
credit.
through.
Yeah, it's a strictly worse corroder with a very, very fat asterisk next to that, because effectively every 4th break is free.
In this case, obviously that doesn't mean much, but in some matchups it would mean a lot more.
It does help a lot if you break through like 3 ablative barriers and then jump over like a Bran against like an Asa deck. It makes it feel very, very good.
So we'll see here. You're definitely going to see from Sokka, there's going to be an early ice on HQ for sure. You want to make sure you don't get diversioned early. We'll see how much respect there is into Saisentan. Mind you, with 22 events in the deck, it's pretty easy just to call event and do on average 5 net damage. So if you're going to be a bit risky, there's some really early blowouts potentially. I'm pretty scared of Saisentan as a runner. It comes in at 2 strength though, so Amaku only has to do a little bit of work, and maybe Boomerang makes that a bit of a safer face check.
Yeah, we will have to see. It would be a very, very funny round. We just see a turn 1 face check into Saisentan.
Yeah. Install Hermes, run, game over, right? Like that can happen. I don't think we're going to see it, but oh man, if we do.
Oh. I do remember back in it happened to me in Eternal as well, but it also happened a few times in old Netrunner where I just went, I'm Crim and I'm playing against Ninteki. Let me just install my Desperado and face check something, and then a simple 2 credit Cortes Logins rest on you, and you get to go to your corp game.
How the times have changed. You have to pay 5 credits to instantly flatline the runner now.
It's still like the thing with Isoton that gets me, you're generally checking, okay, they don't have 8 credits. I'm okay into that big old spider. And then suddenly on 6 credits, oh, things are really bad really quickly. That being said,
actually.
Oh yeah, sure. But as long as they're below it, you look, do they have less than 8? I'm good to go. And then suddenly after install advanced credit, right? Or install ice credit, whatever, it gets bad really fast. Now, this deck doesn't have snare. It doesn't have the new Fuji asset retrieval, so you can access with low cards in hand. That's not going to punish you. You do just have to watch out. And still, while you can always go through a non-C, the amount of power it gives the corporation on R&D is immense. So not a good way to get accesses on R&D at least, but on the remote server, you can fire through it if you really think you need to.
I believe we are just waiting for time in the round to start. We do see CTZ already shuffling those chips around. Looking like a very seasoned poker player here.
Yeah, it's worth knowing both players, they're reviewing the deck list now, but as soon as the round starts, they cannot look at the deck list anymore. So you have to kind of commit this to memory. A lot of players will just cut corners and do, what sort of ice do I have to watch around. They don't always count every single number. Maybe these players have really good memories, but there's a lot of shortcutting that gets done of the things that are important to keep track of.
I do have to say, CTZ's deck list with like 22 events, with like about 30 of those being one-offs is going to be hell to memorize.
Yeah, that's why you have the Katurga breakout, right? Run, yeah. I don't know what you're running. Get a card back. It's okay. All the cards are equally good events.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, should we talk about a few of those just one-ofs? We've got 2 inside jobs, we've got 1 legwork, we've got 1 networking not super relevant in this matchup, couple pinhole threading, 1 Maker's Eye. There's a lot of very situational cards that can be game-breaking in the right matchup. In this one, I'm thinking Maker's Eye and Legwork are probably the big winners in terms of what you would want to get back.
Yeah, that's the only multi-axis here. Those, if they are well-timed with Hermes, can absolutely cascade. That's the sort of thing, right? It's 419 is different than Mercury, but the early game, as long as you can get into one on-ice server, you find that mulligan for that Hermes, you can have really, really wild openings. Install Hermes, you run R&D, you bounce the ice on HQ, you diversion of funds. Suddenly the corp is left at a worse spot than potentially turn 1. And that's, how hard do you high roll, or do you try and mulligan into your Hermes? That's always the question. But with 11 agendas, that's probably not a great matchup for the corporation who's worried about Hermes.
It's a very interesting question. Where do you put the Anansis in this matchup if you're Sokka? Because I think the natural place to put them against criminals and against decks that have some of that strong multi-axis, like these strong multi-axis events, is throw them on your centrals. But Inside Job is one of the best early ways to crack the remote for CTZ. And Inside Job reacts so unfavorably with Anansi that it's a potential good remote ice.
Yeah, it's tricky, right? Because the thing is, if you go through the Anansi on the remote server, you still steal the agenda. Again, maybe Adrian Seitz will have something different to say about that. But from what we saw in Osaka on stream so far, I think like just against a criminal, and we did see this against specifically the Mark running Sable, where 2 Anansis on R&D and HQ is like a really good spot to be. But we're going to keep here. Only 1 agenda in hand. We got some cheap ice there. Yeah, one off-world office with the seamless. But we have a very easy to res Tattoo Bola, a fantastically powerful new barrier from the set. And we also have a Thimble Rig, which once the Amakua gets down, let alone the Shibboleth, that's not a real tax as much as it is an early road bump and allows you to reposition your ice.
I do have to say, I love how on CTZ's side, Serene is wonderfully taking care of his credits right now.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
One of
we
the
do
wonderful
also-
things about this style of deck with CTZ playing it is you just get to see so much of the Akshara Serene playmat because very few cards end up actually getting installed over the course of a game.
Criminals
True.
wins games with just their console installed, nothing else. It's pretty wild sometimes.
Also, I love how all the assets are like huge. Dice is huge. Credits are huge. Boomerang, it's huge. You can't see the ID. It's like ID is transparent. Like,
Yeah. That's a 419, mind you. That's one of my favorite acrylics. That's a
Nice.
Yakuza one. It's a really
Yeah,
nice
it's
one,
so
but
good.
yeah, it's hard to see on stream as visible as all the other stuff is. All right, we see in his hand CTZ has an Amakua there. We'll see how quickly that comes down. That does punish the non-exposed, and there is the turtle, a bit glared out, but an AI breaker breaks all subtypes and gets 1 strength
Bravado.
for every access. Bravado into the remote server is pretty reasonable. You don't really want to res the Thimble Rig there. And that still gets you an Amakua counter, even if you access nothing, because you enter the access step. Mind you, the Null Signal Games text is, I think, a bit more intuitive than the way it was written originally.
Yeah, you will breach the server. Notably, we did not see an Atea trigger on the first turn. Which...
Yeah. And hey, we can have some blowouts already. There's a Mavirus in hand. We'll see actually where this Bravado goes down. It could be on HQ. This is where like a Saisentan potentially is game winning. There's some risks here, but it might be on the remote server. And Saga still has some interest in potentially resing the Thimble Rig and gives you that flexibility to move it around.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks like this is on HQ. Whoa. There could have been a Saisentan
Right.
play there if I'm not mistaken, but we're going to access 1 card here. There's 1 agenda, 1 Mavirus.
It's a very
How sick
CTZ
are the
play.
rips?
You won't.
Oh,
You won't.
sick as
Oh,
rips.
There's the rip. Does not
Finding
have the
it.
down, doesn't also get the bounce, but the early agenda rip, that is just so on brand for CTZ.
That was a 1 in 5 there. You're definitely taking that away, and an agenda that's tempo positive. Top of the deck as well. We're going in. So that's our first Amakua counter. Bravado got the money back to you. Saga feeling a bit rough about that.
Finger guns are sending it over to Sokka. I do see a Vampironessa drawn. Another big ice. Really not what Sokka is looking for here. And another ice.
Oh, he had a Saisentan in hand. If that ended up on HQ, that could have been a really short game.
I believe that was just drawn.
Did he not draw the Vampy?
CTZ pointing to
He
the
did
camera.
draw another card.
Okay.
He mandatory draw was the Vampironessa and then spent a click to draw another card.
So we'll see if
Um,
there's going to be, again, Saisentan into Mavirus can be a play. Even if you have the virus counters, if you have 8 credits, that can be a disastrous run. So we'll see how much we're going to focus on that. Again, open R&D is, as much as a liability as it can be with only 1 Maker's Eye. Soccer's thinking that through. Again, Atea says, the first time in turn you install something, we'll see we're going to pay a credit to expose. We are, and we're just going to click for credit. So Amaku's not going to get countered. That might be the Saisentan. I can't tell.
Might have been, I also didn't quite catch that. CTZ is spending their first 2 clicks drawing up. They did draw some installables, but have demonstrated that they really aren't big on installing something. Actually, we do see a daily cast coming down.
It won't
Just
stick
sitting
around
back
forever.
here.
It's fine.
That's true. I did watch a CTZ game yesterday where I believe the max cards on table ever was 4 for them. And most of the game they played with 2.
That sounds about right. That's really the sweet spot for an aggressive criminal deck, I think. You don't want to be spending a ton of time getting your rig down early. Mostly you want to be challenging the corp and forcing them to act in ways that you can then punish.
Yes, you're effectively playing basic card beatdown. Basic action card beatdown.
And it turns out basic action card
yeah,
beatdown
now
is strong.
Soccer is just
Yeah.
forcing
So we
them to-
are
On a deck
playing
with 3
the very slow
Mavirus.
game here. Yeah.
Just icing up everything again. Understanding the face checks can be really bad on 1 virus counter. We'll see again if you can afford all that. Just a Tattoo Bola. So 1 strength to go through that, but that lets you return it to hand. You gain 4 credits, but you install card. The horrible thing here, though, is that install triggers 419. So unless you want to bleed more Amakua counters, you have to pay for that. As much as you still gain money off the Tattoo Bullet, it is always slightly more annoying than you think it'll be. But now
And it
Sokka
doesn't
can
even
bet the
trigger
best dice
Atea for
there.
you.
Exactly, yeah. So paying 1 for that Tattoo back in hand, if you access that, it feels a bit bad. But I think we know the hand has a Mavirus and 2 Seamless Launch. And of course, the Tattoo Bullet is back there.
Oh, CTZ seems hyped for this access. I believe they feel another agenda. I know that Soccer didn't have any in hand, but I don't. Yeah. Oh, and we do
Virus?
find them
That's
a
a
virus.
huge hit. Sokka
That's
upset about that
great for
too.
them.
That was his only line to be able to blow out the Amakua. While it does purge the Amakua, now Archives is poisoned, but I think Sokka was working on a line there to force a purge into Saisantan. So that was another sick 1 in 5 there.
It's the power of rips, I told you.
Those
Being
are
aggressive
rips.
and being aggressive just gives you the ability to make the right play so often. We do see a class act go down, so continuing to draw up. Needs to get through
Timely.
the deck and find tools to continue being aggressive.
Timely public release in hand. Sokka needs some money to feel comfortable here. Again, diversion of funds is always the fear. Now, the ice that goes back on HQ, it won't be that Tattoo Bola. It could be a Tattoo Bola. But now with no counters, you might just want to click for 3 credits here to force... Again, you have to be able to res ice on all servers, otherwise the Amakua will spin out of control. But the deck has NGO fronts, it has hedge funds, it has Rashidas, and just 1 Nico campaign. But Sokka has drawn no economy whatsoever.
The
Just
deck
click
is light on
very
economy,
small.
so that's not super surprising.
Yeah, often you can go fast enough, right? Like you don't have to ice up everything, but Criminal, Amakua specifically too, it's a different beast. So we'll see. In hand, I think we see some boomerangs. We see a Katurga. No, that's a liberated accounts, which if we just need money here, that can just do it. Career fair and get out too feels even better. So 16 credits, mind you. CTZ is tracking that with dice as uses. A lot of players do that just to shortcut it. So each use is worth 4 credits. And there's the Hermes coming down this soon before Sokka has scored an agenda. That's going to do some damage, especially with 1 ice on every server. As much as Archives, probably not that necessary. You're icing up with a virus in there. HQ and R&D is a problem if you want to just score out a really simple 2-1 agenda.
Yeah, so this probably forces an extra ice install on quite a few servers. Either that or Sokka just has to say, all right, I'm going to have to give you an opening.
Now, I don't know if we mentioned that this is the lower brackets. So either player here, whoever takes a loss, this is their end of their Continentals run. So this is a very important game. They've played a lot yesterday, throwing out another Amakua there. You generally don't need doubles. And we drew into a Nico campaign, so I think that's Nico campaign. Looks like it.
Yeah, there is a one
Yeah,
of
it
Nico
is.
campaign in this list.
And it was drawn just now.
Yeah.
Now that Nico will be going on the table behind a Thimble Rig, so CTZ knows that he can contest that. Mind you, while Amaku is purged out, he knows he can spend a credit to run the remote server. The Thimble Rig will be rezzed. Maybe that lets you move around ice, but that's just 1 credit. It's a 0 strength code gate. So anything that goes on the remote server is going to need a second piece of ice to be fully safe.
You could go for some interesting Atea lines here of installing the Nico campaign in the uniced remote to put a second ice on your already iced remote to then use your other 2 clicks to ice up said Nico campaign with possibly the Tatubola as well as jam the timely public release in the same turn.
I don't know if we've seen Sokka build a permanent second remote server, and as soon as you do, it becomes another angle that you can like build up the Amakua counter. So yeah, it saves you the install costs. It's still really difficult though, because so much of this game with 3 Amakua is going to be defined by the Amakuas. Because the other breakers, right? Like once we hit threat 4, Shibboleth doesn't deal with Vampire Nasa at all in a way that makes sense.
And we're halfway there.
Yeah, very true. Hope you don't have to see that break happening.
Yeah, it's really expensive. I think you boomerang it and let some parts of it fire if you really need to. But Sokka has such an uphill trail here. Very, very good early rips. But just 419 slowing him down, paying the credit here. Again, that is an optional. You have to remember it. So that actually is not going to be, again, we haven't seen a Teo fire once, but I do think that's a Nico campaign hitting the table. Sokka needs that to stabilize, hopefully to weather down the storm.
We're really seeing old style criminal here. We have Leela and we also have employee strike.
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah.
But those are the days, huh?
Very strong together, that's for sure. But this does represent, I mean, Did we see? Is this the Nico? Is this the time of the public release? Do we know?
It could be. I'm not sure it's a Nico, but we're going to boomerang
Okay,
HQ.
Boomerang is being tossed on HQ.
We might see a diversion here again. Draw second click. I think we got an Earthrise there again. The first draw turn, you get to see an extra with Class Act. You get a bottom one of them, so it allows you to carve through your deck faster, find the right tools for the time, which is kind of a criminal thing, and it's just a legwork. So the TPR is in hand.
Okay.
It's a Nico on the remote server. So you have this, you hit this agenda you missed it 1 in 4 times. So 3 and 4, you hit it. It's an Anansi though.
Ooh.
So you will have to tank one of these subs, and you will have to tank 3 net damage.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to cost you the game. Now, which sub you break is interesting. You can allow Sokka to draw a card, potentially. That might mean that our HQ gets worse, might mean HQ gets better, but the Nancy at least is res. That's not going to get Hermes, so that does buy you a bit of safety.
It's quite important, I think, to know
He
that
can draw.
you can't hit a snare. So, like, we're going to see this legwork go through. This doesn't also end the run on legwork.
Yeah, no Obacadas, so you can access here safely. So we're going to take 3 net damage. Again, if you lose a breaker, that I think is only the only important thing that you could lose, as much as Katurga could get it back. So the damage happens first. He's holding a lot of cards in hand there. That was the turn after Class Act, right?
It wasn't
I think there's one
the turn after
between them.
Class Act, but we did see them draw, and they also chose to draw off the Anansi themselves by paying 2.
Okay. So this is going to be 3 damage. It happens all at once.
2, 4. Okay, so we do have 3 trashed.
So
What are we
does
losing
he
here?
lose?
Pinhole,
Pinhole.
inside job,
Inside job?
and an Earthrise.
And the Earthrise. Okay, that's not too bad.
Not bad, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen way worse than Nazi hits in my day.
So now we're seeing 3 cards here. We know there's 1 agenda and 5. Again, legwork, well timed is good. TBR, the first hit.
There
now,
you go, the rips.
Hermes bounces here. It is not optional. So now if you return the Nico to hand, you're going to shuffle that back up, but you can also take down the Nico. Leaving Sokka with nothing but ice.
Still got 2 cards left to see on this legwork, so good chances of it.
Seamless into seamless.
And seamless.
Okay.
Are we sure one of them is not Nico? Because
yeah, I think he would have trashed it if he saw it. They do look similar, but I think those are both seamless.
They looked both. I'm pretty sure they were both seamless.
Yeah.
I'm certain there were.
Sokka not having a great time here. You can tell that he's
yeah,
trying to make light of it. But those have been some really, really good hits, some good pressure. And again, while he has nothing to show for it, that sort of HQ pressure, that central pressure from 419 gets even stronger as time goes on. If you can't feel comfortable moving the agendas into a remote server now, the big thing here is you do need to get the Amaku up to strength. We did lose another inside job, or an inside job, so if you want to get real accesses, you're going to have to work a bit. But Boomerang gets shuffled back straight into Maker's Eye. He has 1 credit. This is going to go through. This could be it.
CTZ special.
Tattoo.
Card that we can't see.
I think a Spin Doctor, yeah, for 2.
Oh, okay.
And that is Adrian Seiss going down for 2 more. So
those are
cleaned up the top of the deck.
Though.
Yeah, losing the pinhole, right? The Adrian seems a lot more powerful, but just Tattoo off the top. Sokka does not have a play here that doesn't involve clicking for credits.
Yeah, down at 1
very,
credit
very
now.
low on money here too.
Yep, sure. Back up to 4 now.
Top of R&D is unknown.
Threatening reses on some ice, but not the stuff that's really going to hurt you.
Yeah, you can face check into R&D here. They can res an Enigma, he can res a Tattoo Bola, a Thimble Rig, but all that sort of stuff, you can let it fire. Admittedly, if you want to be able to rely on Hermes, sometimes, again, being a bit too aggressive hurts, but we're just drawing up here. Again, 4-0, and Sokka has 4 credits. A diversion of funds, even through the Anansi, can have a huge impact on the game, even if you tank the Anansi.
Fully tanking Anansi to land diversion is the most criminal play I can think of. I think so getting up to 5 credits, that's an extremely important threshold with Saisentan.
You try and avoid it when they can get into R&D. We'll see if we just see the diversion come in here. If you have it, you might just want to send it. Now, Carmen is a 1-up, and if Carmen comes down, you do break Anansi for 5 credits. It's surprisingly good, considering how little Carmen we saw before the meta. Not that there was a big reason to do it. But that's a 1-up in the deck with no mutual favor and not a lot of card draw. Earthrise Hotel might help there. Now, in the table, that Nico did return. So that is going to be tempo positive on the turn it comes down. So That is something nice for Sokka for sure. And we are drawing unknown cards again. R&D lock was just the tattoo, so he already has now 2 unknowns in hand. Or sorry, this will be the first. And that was a
slowly
Yagi
starting to
Uda.
make that money back.
So that
Yagi
is
Uda,
something
okay.
you might be looking at scoring. Does the Yagi Uda text actually do something in Atea?
Yes, it's a swamp. So it does fire Atea, but the corporation,
but it's attacked
the runner,
server.
yes, it's attacked server.
Okay.
That being said, you can always install something in the server and then install an agenda in the other server. Like if they run last click, there's some really interesting text on it. But the runner can always jack out with Yagi Uda. I think that it's been a while since the text on Yagi Uda has been relevant, but swaps
That is
have
correct.
been ruled to be installs.
Yeah, swaps that are swapping cards from hand with stuff on board, unlike a Tau swap, for example.
Yeah.
Wraith Rise Hotel?
In this case, I don't think there is any reason a runner would really be interested in jacking out in those kinds of situations, since the only thing that actually they could put down a virus potentially, which could
True.
break
You-
their
you-
neck in some spots.
Yeah, you still want to trash it, but yeah, that's the big thing. Open deck lists. You know you're not going to eat a snare. You're not going to eat anything you don't want. So we're just sitting back again, being up 4 points with the Hermes on the table, saying, "Okay, fast events out. I'm going to bounce R&D, maybe Katurga breakout back, charge my Amakua, Maker's Eye again." So this is a hard spot for Sokka, but if anyone can do it, it's Sokka. He's holding 2 agendas in hand though. TPR, which he has to score on the table without any big tricks here, and a Yagi Uda, which you could Audacity out. It's a 1 of Audacity, but with 1 Spin Doctor out and another agenda in hand, that is still a tall order.
Yeah, at the moment, it's as good as this Nico campaign is, it is really jamming up the server that you want to try to potentially push agendas out of, which is kind of tough.
Yeah, we also still didn't see them build a second remote, which usually is something that Atea wants to do. The pressure from the Crim just has been too strong from the start of the game to actually give them the breathing room to do this.
I don't know if we've ever saw Sokka actually build a second remote. Maybe he's doing it right now.
Yep.
Okay. Well, almost.
You heard
almost.
Yeah, right?
You heard you? Nah.
You don't think I can? Watch me. But it's really hard into Amakua, right? Like it's another angle of attack to get those counters. You have to be able to res everything. And currently not even finding a hedge fund. At least the Nico campaign next turn will draw 2 cards and finish up. That is probably where CTZ is going to strike. So here we probably need to rip a Carmen off the top. Earthrise Hotel is saying 3 cards a turn. Get a Carmen, get some sort of run on HQ. There's a chance again. The longer this goes, the more agendas will be in HQ, especially with 1 Spin Doctor down. The only way this deck can fix that problem.
Yeah, and Carmen isn't exactly cheap to get through Anansi, but it's about as cheap as anything is. It's 5 credits.
Yeah, that ain't bad. That ain't too bad. Now Sokka thinking this out. Sokka, mind you, as a player, is very, very aware of the sort of body language he puts off when he's playing.
Man, that's 2 credits just to deny the install, having to click him right back.
Yeah.
419 puts so much economic pressure on the corp.
We got a Bravado in hand, another class act. I can't tell what the innermost is, but that Carmen's still a 1 of in this deck.
Those are not quite in hand yet. Now they are.
Oh, excuse me, yeah.
I believe also that wasn't a class thing. I believe that was a networking. Which, you definitely want to put at the bottom here.
Yeah. And not a great card in this matchup, but against some of these NDN decks, can probably win you the game outright in some of them.
Now, there's a big difference here. Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry, it was just an anecdote.
Yeah, he's clearly drawing for something. He needs to find that piece. He needs to find his breakers. He hasn't found any actual breakers outside of Amakua. And with, again, another Mavirus in the list, as much as you're going to see it coming, you probably want to find your Shibboleth as much as it is 1 strength. You probably do want to, you definitely need to find your Carmen here. And this is not Obokata Protocol anymore. Like, you don't have to be as precious with your cards. You can just install the cards that might be value. Hey, there's the Kurapira, the Fractor hitting the table for 3 credits. This one will deal with all the Tattoo Bolas.
Exactly. The Tattoo Bola at strength 1 does get around Amakua until 1 successful run's made.
Did he just draw 2 agendas?
Just gets through it.
He just drew 2 agendas, an Off-World Office and the 2-1, the hybrid release. He's holding 4 agendas and 7 cards.
At least there is an open remote server now that helps, but we know that the remote
Mm.
server is not very strong based on what we've
Yeah,
seen.
what's the makeup of that server again? It's like Thimblerig and a Tatabola, right?
Yeah, Thimblerig's the
If I saw
innermost.
correctly, that's what it is.
Oh, that's okay. We are jamming.
All right.
I-
Well, you got to jam. You got to jam to, and that's 2+1 if you want to. Oh no, 419 already went off, but
You're just hoping here there's some amount of respect, but you could always fire it through the nuns if you want to. Let's see if we see a Carmen off the top. I think that might be diversion. It's hard to tell from this angle, but if you just
diversion
run
would be
HQ
pretty good.
here, you know, every 1 in 5 cards the corporation draws, it's 11 in 49. It's more than 1 in 5 as an agenda, so it's been many turns. While there might be an agenda in the remote server, going HQ here, you have so many good reasons, so we might just see Boomerang on HQ. Oh, Archives.
The Torga breakout to potentially get legwork back seems
Yeah.
pretty
Oh
hot to me.
yeah.
Oh, this is just a bravado. Mind you, there's a virus in Archives, so the Boomerang here is definitely going to get you in. We'll see if you discard an agenda. Maybe that's the call here.
What a call that would be by CTZ if that's actually the case.
Yeah, due to ordering of access as well as the Armakua trigger, which happens after the access or like the breach is finished, the Armakua does still get a single virus counter even if there is a virus in Archives.
Yeah, you get
Nice.
one when the run ends, so that's nice. But it is just a seamless and a Thimblerig. So
And a
throwing out a seamless
Thimblerig.
might give you a bit of a read what's in hand, because that's a very valuable card.
Yeah, you know that the 4/2s are so crucial to the game plan for this Atea, so throwing those out is just definitely a sign of something.
Now, not resing there does strand the Boomerang. You can always install the second. The first one will be trash, but if he doesn't res, there's no way to get that one shuffled back into the deck. So we'll see how that comes into play. Drawing their second Boomerang off the top. Now, the respect on the Boomerang in Archives was largely to deal with, I think, Saisentan. I think that's the only thing that blows you out here. And just
Starting
taking more
misbones,
money. Okay,
not
so I
very
think
useful
here
in this matchup.
we might see Seamless advance, score an off-roll, then just let one of the ice on R&D go back to hand. Some virus off the top. So he's thinking through this again. When he does score out this agenda, which I think it has to be in the remote server, maybe a timely public release, maybe you prioritize that over the off-roll office, but we haven't seen a single diversion. So I think money will be still a problem going forward.
We do see both players sitting with quite a bit of money
There we
here.
go.
And
Seamless
it's probably going to turn it
advance.
to even more here.
And it is
It is the timely public release.
All right,
So Corp is on, I believe, 10 credits and runner on 22. Do get a Hermes trigger here, though. Let's see what goes back to hand.
This is very quickly 4-4.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, but this is the hard
Thanks to
thing,
the
is like,
Yagi Uda.
because you don't have the Seamless in hand anymore, you have to score the Yagi Uda there, right? And you're scoring that out without giving a click left so they can bounce R&D ice, right? Like if you keep the
Wait, is
Seamless...
that there's another Seamless in hand.
He has another. Okay, there's 3 in the deck. Okay, so that makes sense. Because now next turn he can score the off-world office clicklessly. Well, he can fast advance it with Seamless Launch, as weird as that sentence is. He just needs an ice in hand, if
Now,
I'm not
that
mistaken.
doesn't chain though. That does leave Saka without a timely public release counter on exactly 4 on exactly 4. So
Mhm.
I mean, you can't just let these sit in hand forever though, because there is the threat of getting that legwork back.
You know how we had the Astro chain many years ago? Is this a TPR chain?
I think that's
Oh,
the
it's true,
ideal
actually.
game plan.
Katurga? We're running HQ. I think it's hard to tell what server we're running here. We'll find out. But that says that the run successful, you got to return a card from Archives to hand. It doesn't replace the access. It's not a replacement effect. So you still get an access on HQ here. And now Sokka can, in theory, get an agenda out of his hand with TPRs, but it also will get an ice out of hand. So that makes the access even better. I think this is on Archives.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
You have the Boomerang there. You know that you're going to stay at the same the same number of turtle counters.
Yeah, the Corp is very heavily incentivized not to res that ice, both to strand the Armakua as well as sitting on 10 credits, and then resing in Archives ice is generally just not a good idea.
So pointing out the Mavirus, sees the second Mavirus, knows that there are 2 Seamless in the bin.
And Maker's Eye return to hand. So this is the threat of Sokka. If you
Okay.
do want to fast advance out from hand now, I'll bounce R&D and I will see 3 cards. Now, that actually might not be that bad. I think the density on R&D is not as bad as, obviously, the agenda density in HQ.
Yeah.
But again, one Carmen is such a different game. Diversion of funds bringing you down. You can actually contest the remote server on 5 credits. So this off-world office seamless has to connect here. I wonder if you just send it. You're weak to Saisentan. No, okay. Second boomerang.
Oh yeah,
Boomerang's
okay. Now
over.
you're not weak to Saisentan.
Okay, now you're just sending
Okay.
it. Again, Anansi could be a problem, but that will be all of Sokka's credits. Maker's
go.
Eye, Run
Makers.
R&D, C3 cards.
And this could be it.
Sokka thinking here. Again, only one strengthening on Makua, but a Kurapira there. So we deal with almost everything. Enigma gets eaten by the boomerang. The only hard ones are Vampire Nasa and Anansi, and those aren't game losing if they fire.
And they're not fun to res right now either for Sokka if you're trying to score an off-world office next turn.
He's holding 3 dupes, 3 diversions in hand. Just needs that Carmen. That's all he needs.
Oh my god.
Sokka
Definitely some
very much.
bad things in the future for Sokka.
No res.
Okay.
Okay.
First card.
Here's a card.
Oh, I can't tell in the player camera what that is.
No.
It's an
Oh.
NGO
That up too
front.
close.
Okay.
Okay, so that's trashed.
2 more?
Yeah.
Soccer seems to be very much complaining about their money situation and then losing in Geofront.
That's
Size
Doesn't
and
look
time?
nice.
And
that-
longevity
oh.
serum.
Longevity serum, okay. That's gonna be another trigger. Outermost on the remote.
Bouncing Ice, again, knowing the Thimble Rig's innermost. So now we know the next card in Saisentan, and then R&D is still fresh. So even if you want to score out here, and he didn't use the TPR trigger before start of turn. So he can't seamless this turn, unless he wants to just score out a Yagi Uda. Maybe he's doing that intentionally because he needs to ice up R&D, but the window there would be at the end of the runner's turn. So it looks like he has different plans in mind. Can't tell if Sokka's that still or the camera is. I think he is that still.
Yeah, very much
He's
so.
thinking it. Yeah, thinking it over. I see movement in the background. This is I understand it though. This is a very tough position to be in.
Yeah,
This is
it's
exactly
possible.
where an aggressive Crim wants to be. You want to be up something like 6-2 with, something resembling a rig in place. Okay, we see.
4-9.
I think the first Atea trigger.
I think in theory you're meant to install both your cards before, but it's not going to matter.
Yeah.
Again, he's thinking about it.
Maybe the first Atea trigger.
Yeah, I think you're right. So if he scores out here, R&D Ice gets returned. Archives Ice getting returned is not as impactful. This deck doesn't have Sneak Door Beta, and there's 2 viruses in there, so the Yamakua won't get out of control. But he's going to pay 1 for that. Get an Ice on there. That is free. That is a really nice way to use Atea. So here, we could maybe do advance.
Showing the, See, I trust you. It must be.
Did he
more
holding
low
up the 2 cards, like shaking the head, pointing to Atea?
That's a longevity. So no trigger besides points and a Hermes, unfortunately.
Well, yeah. There's nothing face down, so you're not getting anything from the bin here.
Yeah. So we'll see again. That's a 2-1. Always nice to score those out, but Sokka can win now in 2 scores. It's a possibility here. He has to get a bit lucky, but bouncing a card will be the outermost ice, and we're discarding something here. It was the outermost. Sorry, I looked away, right?
It was
I
the
believe
outermost,
so,
yes.
yeah. That Nancy has been up and down quite a bit already.
Drawing in, looking for the Karma, hitting a Katurga there, and another blue card. Not sure if that's a Carmen. It might have been. Because the Katurga seems really nice here.
Yeah, Katurga would be fantastic. Either just to dig deeper into R&D, or if you smell weakness in HQ right now.
It was
There
a Carmen.
we go.
Paying
Carmen.
5, not an issue. So we could see a
That's huge.
diversion, dropping him down. Now, if CTC does diversion here, I think that will be the end of his turn. So Sokka can actually still sneak out Seamless Launch into an off-world office and recover, as much as it might be 2 diversion of funds the following turn, if it makes sense. Just discarding. Just playing control again. R&D, you could rebrand this turn. You have all the breakers you're going to need in this matchup.
Okay,
and
we
on
see
his
this on
turn,
the public release counter.
he's doing it. So Tatubola install. Has to go to a new remote server, which is a bit ugly. In theory, you could install to put on the first server, but you'd have to pay more credits. Paying to protect it. Don't install an agenda in the other server with Atea. And now his turn starts. And that card was installed on the corporation's turn. Or sorry, on the runner's turn. So that means seamless launch can be used.
Mhm.
Seamless.
And what do you know? There's a seamless launch.
Advance.
And there are 2 more advancements.
Off-rolled
Now
off is
there's 7
5
credits.
points.
That's big. So 5 to 6. Next agenda is, well, next agenda except hybrid release on Sokka's side is winning.
CTZ has to be scared here of only Audacity. Audacity
Yes.
into Yagi Uda, and there is a Yagi Uda in HQ. At any point can be the game. So now he has all the breakers that
How
matters.
many credits is Sokka on? Is Sokka on 11 right now or 12?
I think 12.
That's enough. Double diversion of funds does not make you safe here.
Bouncing the ice, though. Now we could see potentially Katurga, but I think the Katurga is bottomed. So it's only single axes now. The only legwork, the only Maker's Eye was played, the only Katurga's on the bottom of the deck. Now Boomerang's the only shuffle, but now both Boomerangs have been entirely stranded. So that card is going to be out of the game. Now single axes on R&D could easily win any agenda. But Sokka just needs to find the one of Audacity, and he could win next turn. Top of R&D. We're making a run. That's it. Timely public release.
Oh, there we go.
Power of Rips. What did I tell you?
Oh, 11 agendas in the deck.
Incredibly
Those
well played. Incredibly well played by both,
Every
I
single
think. That
time.
was a tough position to be in if you're Sokka, but really battled back and almost had that.
Yeah, he needs the Audacity really bad. I don't know how fast he's
Yeah.
drawing into it. Otherwise, it's still kind of an uphill fight because he doesn't have any other fast events tricks besides the Audacity, and the remote server won't hold on. So it's a really narrow margin. I think he's drawing until he finds the Audacity, which is going to be a lot of work. Adrian Seiss maybe does something, but I
Right,
don't
but
know.
That could easily just
Oh.
be. I mean, if
I
Audacity
didn't
is the
know.
top card instead of an agenda, then like CTZ has to 1 out of. I think is it 2 out of 5 an agenda out of HQ, or
I think
is
it's
it only
just
1 out of
one.
5 now?
I think
It
it
was
might
just
just
one out of
be one.
5.
Can run twice and then take some damage, but definitely not a guarantee to win there if Audacity is the top card. It's a very close game.
And
Yeah,
that
Sokka
Oh, go
looking
ahead.
for their Audacity there. I believe they're the third most off the bottom. So very, very deep in. Looking like he was resolving a power shutdown over there.
That's one of the That's one of the troubles with running these high impact 4 influence cards. It is tough to have 2, and like
Yeah.
to get a second Audacity, you have to cut Nico campaign, and are you cutting a seamless? No. Are you cutting 2 spin doctors? I don't think so. It's really tough to get a second.
I'm super interested to see if Sokka, after this event, was happier with last weekend's fast events, full fast events, or this hybrid. Obviously, that was really bad beats. The early game kind of snowballed out of control, and CTZ's hands, they can't miss. But it's really interesting. And unfortunately for our world champion, the reigning world champion, coming down from just across the border, that is going to be the end of his Continentals run. Really well played, coming in the top 4 of Swiss, if I'm not mistaken. So doing really well from the day, but unfortunately one of the first to leave the top cut. Coming in, yeah, he came in third out of 66. So can't be too upset about that. Well played to both players.
Definitely tough to be upset with that finish. Just this is one of the most ridiculously stacked top 8s I've seen in a long time. And, played that second game very, very close, despite a tough draw.
So looking at the brackets, we only have some results in so far. We know rongydoge still has gone undefeated. Will be in the top cut semifinals, facing off between Ysengrin and enkoder, who are still playing their game right now. We also now know that Solomir, unfortunately, it looks like it's going to also be leaving after round 1. So top of Swiss and third of Swiss are gone already. So shout out to Solomir. We only got to see him once on stream so far, but Santa is still in it. And same with his brother. Maninthemoon will be facing off against CTZ, who are continuing on in the lower round brackets. Oh, wow. What are we left with in terms of like an ID spread?
Hold on. So if Ysengrin wins, then we have an all Boston top bracket finals.
Nice.
There we go.
I love the fact that so many players traveled in from the East Coast. Again, traveling for these events it's so fun for those who haven't spent the time, and maybe it's not as accessible for everyone, but spending time with friends, going across to a new place, new food, meeting new people. I miss so much traveling for Netrunner, and I'm super excited that live events are now back in swing.
Agreed.
All right, we have a bit more time left in the round. I think we're going to throw to a quick break. It can't be that long, but we're just going to leave the stream on. We're going to mute our microphones, stretch our legs, get a drink, get a sandwich, whatever we need. Again, we have still a fair few more rounds left before we are crowning an American Continentals champion, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We're just about to start round 3 of the top cut here, American Continentals at Cascadia. We have 8 players who entered today. Already 2 have unfortunately left. We're left with 6 players. This is the top cut, the top bracket. So these players, both of them, have not lost a game yet. We have rongydoge on the right playing a Near Earth Hub combo kill deck. We did get to see this in the later rounds yesterday. A real treat of the deck where he accidentally flipped over that Reaper function on the table. That deck can kill. We'll talk about the pieces, but we have End of the Lines, we have Mindscaping to do some surprise damage, and then we have on the table, I think, 1 or 2 Reaper functions you can sneak by, so that's some additional damage as well. And on the left, that's Ysengrin SC. You might know him from YouTube and from streaming, but he's been doing fantastic today. His Arasana deck went nearly undefeated yesterday. We got to see it just for a minute. And as one of the new Shaper IDs, I am so excited to see Arasana do well. And I think we have a big chance to see a very, very finely tuned deck today. Have you all been playing Arasana at all from the new set? Because I think she's the coolest ID.
No, I've been waiting for exactly this, for someone else to build the deck for me and perform well, so I could take it and completely butcher it on JNet and say, nah, it's bad, Arasana is bad.
There's too many options, right? That's exactly the problem.
Yeah, way
Yes.
too many.
And I think this is what you're expected to see. While Arasana has text, so she says when you're running once per turn, you can pay 0 credits to install a program from your hand, paying all costs. Now, that program, if it's not a Trojan, and Trojan is a subtype of programs that are installed on top of ice, largely, that program will be destroyed. And so what we're going to see here is we're seeing a breaker suite that's actually just a fixed strength breaker suite, largely, or a more conventional breaker suite. So we have a Buzzsaw, a Gauss, and an Ika. Ika, mind you, is a Trojan. And then we have 2 Slap Vandals. But in terms of the Trojans in this deck, it's just 2 copies of Hush. We got Cubans, Pichachon, a very powerful card I'm excited to see today, and Slap Vandals. So it's a mixture of using those on-tempo installs to get the Urban Art Vernissages to fire, to get the Lily Pads to fire, and we're going to be cheating those out at instant speed with things like Gachapon on the Corporation's turn, the Trigger Lily Pad, which draws a card the first time a turn program's installed, and even a Prognostic Q Loop, which has 15, even plus more than 15 triggers to fire, which is a very potent card as well, as much as is a bit less consistent. So multi-axis that Jeff is having here on the left, it's just Conduit, which is a bit of a harder card to play in the world of Mavirus, as much as there are no Mavirus on the Near Earth Hub list. And that card, if left unchecked, a Pichachon and a Conduit can see 7 to 8 cards all in a single turn. While you're clicklessly getting those clicks backs, you're installing it clicklessly at the beginning of the corpse turn. There's some really wild stuff you can do with Pichachon.
And if you get some Q1 installs, then you're doing it basically for free.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you might even end up gaining money during those runs. And if that's the case, the Corp is, in quite the tough spot. It's not like you can just purge away the conduit counters and hope that they don't do it next turn again.
But also, like, the sad part here, though, is that we have literally 6 pieces of ice in that.
True.
So, it's not a lot of ice.
Early conduit. No, it's not. And an early conduit can be really, really painful for rongydoge. Rongydoge.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think it's a big thing is that Jeff's deck doesn't have Prisha. It doesn't have a lot of ways to deal with assets on tempo. So at least with 6 ice, one of the cool things that you have is you have Ika, which is a Trojan you can install over and over again clicklessly to draw cards to get Urban Art Vernissage credits, regardless of board state. So that's at least good. But I want to see if Jeff actually has to deal with the board state. He has 1 copy of No Free Lunch to be able to clear a tag. So if you're worried about that SIU, which is a 3 up in the list, you saw Jeff just looking up the text there on his phone. That is the one way you can cheat around that if you're not trashing cards. But if you're not trashing cards, the Near Earth Hub deck has 7 agendas. 6 of them are 5/3s, and it's actually very difficult to score out if you can steal tomorrow's headline. You have to score 9 points of agendas, which is a bit difficult. And with even the ability to draw clicklessly on the corpse turn, and I guess some click compression for drawing on your turn, it's kind of tricky to die to combo damage. Reaper function into End the Line is 6 damage. If you can trigger your Mindscaping, if you can trigger your Lily Pad, you're going to have 6 cards in hand.
Yeah, I do have to say in this matchup, I think the board state will be very interesting to look at, both because Near Earth Hub is very much able to build out a lot of servers, as well as Ysengrin's Trojans might have to huddle up real close together to find space on the few eyes that are around.
Yeah, so we'll see how.
An important card we haven't mentioned, though, just given that we have this plan of I'm going to deep dig you with Conduit, there are not 1, but 2 copies of Behold in this Near Earth Hub. you could end up with a sudden stack of tags very early that you don't know how to deal with.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of Behold. I think this is the first deck we saw Behold on camera, and it is a very annoying card. Also, when you see it on R&D, you're not incentivized to trash it as long as you haven't stolen or trashed another card, because then Oppo Research is online. So at least if you're doing a deep dig, you're going to be okay trashing that. You've probably stolen something else, but understanding too, Decree Mill and Bologna, those are defensible agendas. You might not be well equipped to steal them that early in the game, and as soon as you steal one of them, Threat 3 is online. That's potentially 4 tags from the Oppo Research.
Yeah, it will be very interesting to see how Ysengrin will be able to maneuver around those situations.
So early start here, Jeff wants to draw a lily pad, a vernissage, hopefully an easy to install, I assume, Trojan. Ika is probably one of the best here. Otherwise, the burst economy of the deck is very minimal. It's just creative commission and 2 daily casts. If the environmental testings can't fire, and those are really interesting cards, it requires a lot of installs and a lot of click compression. Gachapons definitely do help a heck of a lot there. The economy can be a bit stodgy. I think he has at least one copy of creative commission in his hand, which is going to be the biggest burst economy. This deck is also not even on Sure Gamble.
Oh, we start with the classic first click install new remote server draw card from NEH.
Yeah, that is Nearth Hub.
The triple install. That is exactly what you want if you're a Nearth Hub deck.
We're checking one of these. That's what the dice roll is for. So the first one, the one that draws a card, that is going to be a balanced coverage. 3 to trash, an econ card that gives you some information. We'll roll even or odds here. Second most federal fundraising, that's 2 to trash, risking an Oppo Research, just 3 in the deck. And finally, we're checking all of them as Rashida, the most likely one you want to trash
that
here.
Goes away.
We'll see the creative last click there. A click for 4 credits, and it ends your turn largely. It costs 2 clicks. You play a last click if you can. And we're going to start there with that's the Automata Initiative Asset Special.
Oh, yeah.
All new cards all the way. Yeah, this is effectively a build your own pad campaign, but you only have to res it for 1 credit.
And that is more card draws. Federal fundraising, giving you full control over R&D. It also means you won't flood an HQ. It has a bit of the mixture of, the free card draw that you want to get from it, but also the sort of daily business show sort of control. And we haven't mentioned in Nearth Hub, 17 influence, that's the acrylic ID there. It says the first time you build a new server, you draw a card. So you're going to be burning through those top 3 cards of the deck almost every turn. 1 a mandatory draw, 1 that you get a draw when building a new server, 1 you draw from the fundraising, and your digital life, a really nice combination with those. We're going to name event and reveal that one.
Yeah, what an amazing call. How did he know?
Yeah. So we'll see here. Oppo Research is technically online as much as it would be 2 tags. Jeff can deal with it, but his hand doesn't have any of his engine pieces. No testings, no lily pads, and no vernissages. So he's going to have to spend some clicks to draw here. And once your engine is set up, you are drawing clicklessly. But here the draw cards are 2 Earthrise Hotels. You're hoping to install cheaply with the vernissages and just 3 diesels. So click to draw, we're going to see a fair bit of that. We'll see how he can marry that with checking the board.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of drawing, another click 1 install, new remote, draw a card.
Even more
and
cards
continue to draw up.
Yeah, we'll see your digital life here with this many cards in hand. That's the biggest burst you can get. Again, we talked about no sure gamble, no hedge fund in this list too. All the money comes from your digital life, the 2 copies, and all the stuff on the table. So that is cards in hand -2 for credits, which 4, 5, 6, 7, 5 credit econ card.
There you go.
That's your government subsidy for 2 credits, effectively.
I love this card. I think it's so flexible and so fun. And we see a Behold there in hand, the Scott Minga art hanging out by his right thumb. Running HQ is not the priority here, considering a lot of filtering, but we'll see again. You have to set up, you have to deal with the board. What does Jeff need to trash? Rashida seems like the best case by a mile, but otherwise you need to disassemble the SIUs and the Reaper functions, and maybe you're worried about Amalia.
I'm not
If
even
you're
sure if
able,
you
I think
to...
you really want to get the federal fundraisings off the board. They're not exactly Sensi Actors Union, but they're not as far from it as you would ideally like for a card you have to leave ticking.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure if you need to hunt them down that badly, since once you have the conduit set up, you can probably see all those cards, and just rearranging the top 3 is not going to be very relevant.
Oh, Behold!
Oh, we do hit it.
4 credits.
There we go.
You don't really have an incentive to trash that. They're not going to do anything else with it. And then if they want to overinstall it, they lose the free draw on a server if they want to spend Dr. That end. But that's 2 tags. In terms of the tag punishment here, End of the Line could be alive and well. That's 4 damage. Mindscaping, it could be lethal here. If If you have just everything in hand here, potentially with the federal fundraising, you just need a 2-card combo to kill Jeff on turn 3.
Jeff did have a click left over, so they were able to purge one of the tags.
Yeah,
but
still
not
though,
both,
right?
Very
Oh.
crucially. And Oppo Research is
I don't see
gonna,
anything.
or federal fundraising is gonna dig pretty deep.
I think we see a daily
I
business
think
show
that
here.
the BS,
Yeah.
the first one, yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's a
And
Rashida
I-
potentially there on the innermost.
You think so? I think
No
it's
end
an
of the line, as
NGO.
far as we can tell.
I
Yeah,
think
and this
it's an
deck
NGO.
This deck doesn't have pivot, so if you want to find that one of copy of end of line, you have to either find it with Gaslight, which isn't on the table. So we're going to reveal. There's a daily business show. We can rearrange those 3 cards that go back. So that's 2 more credits, and an Oppo Research will be alive here. Ysengrin in a really ugly spot here. No engine pieces, just trying to deal with the board. We haven't seen Arasana trigger once, but again, if it's only the ECUB, they don't install ice. It's a blank ability. Besides ECUB being a Trojan that doesn't go straight onto ice. Now, barring the kill, this is important to understand. Different than a bunch of the other NBN lists, rongydoge has almost no way to score out easily. Wage Workers is the only trick here. There's no the Lady Liberty. There's no San City Grid. So maybe Wage Workers install Advance is the only line here. But otherwise, just surviving is technically a game plan.
Yeah, they do have to amass a critical amount of assets on the board to win. There are like a lot of combinations of some amount of Reaper functions and SIUs.
Yeah.
Wage Worker can also help in the kill sometimes with just like playing a bunch of operations to get an extra click, to play an extra mindscaping or something like that.
And there's a Wage Workers with the triple install to gain a click over installing the Behold. And we're going to ice out that outermost. So still Jeff has a tag. I think the Mindscaping might already be in hand, so that's at a minimum 1 damage. And Jeff just drawing up daily casts. Not something you can really easily install here with the tag.
Yeah, and it does not feel good to have to clear that tag, but you have to.
There you go, down to 0 credits. An SIU can land here. If you have an SIU into the public trail, or sorry, into the end of line, but there's just the Rashida there, so draw 3.
Ooh.
If there's an SIU on the table, you'd have to resin now. You can still fire it after the Rashida credits. That is, what is it, trace 3 to give a tag, regardless of what the runner's done on their turn. Just a really interesting card.
Yeah, for a while it completely fell out because there was no real incentive to get exactly 1 tag. But end of the line is a pretty strong incentive to get exactly 1 tag.
Mm.
So we're drawing up there. I think there's an SIU closest into the right side of the hand, and ice in the middle. I think it's a virtual service agent.
Yeah, and I believe the rightmost is maybe a degree mill. It's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah, that might be right.
I can't tell.
I cannot tell these at all.
How much Gordian Blade do you play? I can see just a splotch of colors, and I'll tell you what card it is.
Not as much as you do, apparently.
I grind it, yeah.
We are kind of sitting here in the upper rows with like the monoculars out, watching the scene from afar.
So order of
All
triggers
right,
here is
balance.
so important to
Look at
get this
that.
right.
So
SIU is super
Ysengrin
balanced.
does know about the SIU now. That's important. It's a cheap trash, right? SIU, I believe, is only 1.
Just
to
1,
trash.
yeah. 3 to res, trace 3. So it is a bit expensive, but if the runner has no money and no link, it's not going to be that pricey. Now, end the line does cost only 3 credits. Mindscaping is 2 credits. So altogether, if Jeff doesn't have a lot of money, that's a 8 credit combo kill. And he hasn't set up his lily pad. He hasn't set up that way to clicklessly draw a card if he can rip off of a gachapon or a self-modifying code. That is one way to get to 6 cards in hand, but even a Reaper function can disrupt that. Install to draw. We'd probably see a triple install every turn now. Wage Workers just getting to work. And there is a huge incentive here for rongydoge to at least score up to 3 points to turn on the big threat number on Oppo. So we might see an install advance on a Bologna in the near future because Jeff can't even contest that financially.
Yeah, continuing to install 4, Rashida continuing to power this draw. This is already a tough board state. I think Ysengrin really wishes that there were a lot more on the board. Just the early tags from Behold, so impactful this game, slowing down Arasana.
So we're checking. Clickless cube on. And that is the SIU 1 to trash. That's going to come down. So we are risking the Oppo Research. There's still 3 in the deck, 2 Gaslight potentially somewhere waiting in the wings. But that's it for the turn. Again, environmental testing in hand is going to look really ugly. That cube onto, you got it clicklessly out, but you don't have a vernissage to gain like forward tempo off of it. So it's nice to get out of your hand, but you might not do anything for a minute. We're rezzing a daily business show. Oh man, start of turn triggers for this NBN deck are like Hoshiko levels of difficult. Okay,
I believe
this is huge too. This is res on the runner's turn.
Or on the runner's turn, sorry.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
You get an extra DVS trigger.
So that is draw 3, bottom 1, and then start a turn will happen, so you can draw potentially 2 cards here, get 2 credits guaranteed. A lot of control with these cards. Again, the sort of balanced coverage, the Analytica controlling the message as much as that doesn't exist anymore. This is doing it narratively, functionally, even more than CTM ever could.
Yeah, I believe this NEH is spending more time resolving all of their start of turn triggers than actually like playing their turn.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I have to resolve this and this. This triggers that, so I gain 2 credits here. And then I have to take my clicks, which is, I don't know, I guess I install the 4 best looking assets in my hand. And then it's your turn. Go ahead and guess which is which.
There was an oppo there, mind you. So if the punishment lands, it would only be 2 tags. There's a chance that Rongi is going to hold on to it until it lands a bit harder, but it is available now, and Jeff's economy is going to struggle to keep up with that.
Yeah, very true.
That is beautiful, though.
You can even decide, I'm going to show you the regolith, but I'm going to draw a different card, thanks to this DVS.
Such a cool interaction.
Also, with the Fundraiser, you just want the one DVS out.
Yeah, it gets weird. Unless you're like really digging for combo pieces, there is, like diminishing returns, and at least R&D will be blank. That's a BSA off the top, drawing into a new server. Virtual Services Agent also just a really good card into the aggression potentially of Arsana. If you slap Vandal that, you're getting a tag. You just need to find the 1-up copy of the Buzzsaw that's in the deck. Unless you hush it, I guess.
See this Oppo research for just 2 tags here.
You trashed, you interacted, you're going to have the 2 tags. You're going to have the ability to clean those. You're going to be paying for those. There is 1 copy of No Free Lunch in the deck, but I don't know if you want to use it here. You probably want to use that to deal with the potential SIU. Drawing 3 again, just more combo pieces, but we don't have the time to make it work. Clearing the 2 tags, a lot of cards in hand. So we have a lot of stuff we can discard here. There's some Slap Vandals. There's a Vernissage, which you're 1 credit short. Prognostic Q-Loop, mind you, such a cool criminal card for influence, but unfortunately these are the cards that are hitting the heap.
Is that an environmental testing?
Discarded. There's definitely environmental testing being discarded, and I believe they are picking currently between the Earthrise and no, it does end up being a Slap Vandal. I did see them still having another Cuban in hand, which they are probably looking to continually bounce with the Urban Vernissage soon. But they do still need to get to the point where they have that set up.
There's third Rashida. And there's something iced up in a remote server, so that has to be something like potentially the Reaper function, right? Something really important, maybe an SIU waiting. But just
it has to be either of those.
Gaslight on the bottom.
Yeah, I believe they. I mean, with all of those draws, you probably have what you want. You don't need to like start using search effects as well.
So this is the problem. If there's an SIU on the table, you have the Mindscaping in hand, and if you can Gaslight just for the end of line, Jeff is dead on any of these turns. That is just, 5 damage? So you're going to also need, a Reaper function. But Jeff is aware again.
Did NEH just look at 3 ice in a 6 ice deck? How likely is that to happen?
When you name ice off of the, off of the balance coverage. So we might be taking that remote server.
It's about to go down.
Yeah, if you're feeling really hateful, you can always trash that ice to get rid of the Cuban, which turns off the Vernissage recovery a bit, as much as it is probably going to turn on next turn. But just having access to return, and Jeff does not look happy with how things are going. This is not the engine start you wanted. Whether you needed to contest the board early, or whether you can just say, I know what I'm doing is also efficient, I can set up sooner. That is the question here, but unfortunately going in, trashing a couple key cards, getting punished for it. Install and draw. Again, in terms of the face checks.
Ice.
Yeah, F2P, I think.
Looked like it. So we do have end of the line. We do have second ice coming down over there.
Choosing not to trash.
Mm-hmm.
Third
A
ice.
third. Oh wow.
Half of the ice is on that
Yeah.
server right now.
New remote server. Over installing that. That might have been a behold in the
Overinstalling.
remote server. I don't know what else you'd be trashing there.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a second wage workers or something that you put there to pay it.
Yeah, maybe. 3 credits. Looking like a lot again. The economy in this deck is just creative commission and engine pieces. So if you can't run with get cube on value, you're gonna be clicking for credits. We'll see credit vernissage here, I reckon. Or Earthrise. We're digging deeper. Whether we just need the conduit. I think he had it in his opening hand, maybe. As a Reaper.
Oh,
This is probably game.
Uh-oh.
That's a
Okay.
handshake.
Offering the handshake. Yep. Okay.
Oh my God.
That's a very creative line to the
I'm gonna
win.
show it.
Advance on a tomorrow's headline to give a tag. You get the wage workers. That's 6 damage across. What a wild combo as well.
that's
Another
a
way to do it.
beautiful
Amazing.
combo, yes.
Well played for rongydoge, who's going into, if I'm not mistaken, now straight into the finals?
Straight into the grand finals, yeah.
I think so,
So
yeah.
Rongy will
Really
be
sad.
undefeated.
Jeff really didn't get a chance to do anything against anything.
Yeah, we've seen 2 games on stream where it's unfortunately not pulled together. And of course, every other game this Arasana has won to date. So we've just been tuning in at the wrong times. Now, neither of these players are out. Well, Rongy will go on to the finals. Jeff will advance to the losers finals, if not, or the lower bracket finals, excuse me. So he has a chance
Rongy
still.
is showing that it was another behold.
Yeah. Yeah, that tracks.
The ruse.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, that NEH doing the thing it's doing. And it's it can get going. It has some combos. It's hard to interact with that for sure. There's you need to deal with the board very quickly.
Yeah. So, folks, that's gonna be a goodbye for me. It's almost 11, and I'm gonna find my bed. Thank you for having me. This has been very fun.
Mart,
it's been
thanks.
a while since I commentated anything, so thank you for having me.
It's been a while. I was going to say, it's so great to share a microphone with you, to hear your voice. Real quick, do you want to shout out Worlds? Is that a thing we can do here?
I guess we can do it. This is a Null Signal Games sponsored Continentals. I want to shout out Worlds. We're going to be releasing some information about it soon. And we are sold out.
It's sold out officially.
It is sold out officially. We released 230 tickets into the wild that had sold out 4 days ago.
Wow,
and
congrats.
now, yes, soon an article, if it hasn't landed today, will land tomorrow, about how to claim tickets for national and continental and intercontinental winner. And those that are not claimed will be released in a second wave.
Okay.
So we have a waiting list and on Eventbrite. So that's something that's going to happen. We're going to be also taking steps to have some kind of like a hub of communication for some unofficial space to like meetups and requests for information or restaurants or recommendations or what to do in while you're in the city. Since it seems that a lot of people are gonna take the chance to have a little bit of a vacation. And yeah, like everything is very well on track. We're very happy about everything that's happening, and we're absolutely buzzing for the time to arrive and see all your faces. It's been too long.
It's been a while. Super exciting again. World's now returning to Europe. It's been a couple of years. So for all the folks who can travel in there, I know I'll be there. I'm excited to see everyone. And being sold out this soon early on is absolutely fantastic news. So huge reasons to come out and play.
It is actually already the biggest Null Signal Games in real life event ever.
Heck yeah.
And
whoa.
Yes, and the second biggest event in the history of Netrunner.
Wow.
That is rad. Congrats on that.
Incredible.
That's absolutely fantastic.
We are super excited about it. We're very, very happy. It's quite a feat. So
And
yeah,
again,
thank you.
for those who can't make it into sunny Barcelona in October, I believe, I can't confirm this, but it likely will be on a stream as well. So if you want to hit that subscribe to this channel, you want to hit that notification button, you'll be told when it goes live. Mind you, it's going to be a couple months from now, but at least you also have
I
APAC
think
Continentals.
Yeah, you can check your mail. I think like we send it today, the mails confirming the volunteers. So if you applied for your volunteer position, please check your emails and confirm that you are indeed still going to Wolves and you still want that position. And we're very happy with the response that we've gotten. So thank you everyone that has applied for the volunteer. To all artists on the community, we are still have the form open if you want to submit your art for the gallery, and we are very excited to see all of you. And I'm gonna leave you because the game has started. I'm so sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all
Don't
good.
worry.
Thank you so
It's
much,
just
Mar.
gunslinging.
Have a lovely one.
Yeah,
Cheers.
Hey, thanks
Bye.
for joining us.
Have a good night.
All right, real quick. This is Gunslinging. This is a show match. So on the right, we have Radiant, who is the person behind the stream right now, one of the organizers of this event. And between rounds, while we have some downtime, if you can beat one of the organizers in a for-fun game, you get access to some prize support. So this has no relevance to the top cut, but hey, when in Rome, we have a stream. Why not show you all what it looks like? So we have an Atea. We don't have deck lists. We have no idea what's going on, but we'll see what this is. Freedom getting an early. That's a Lago Paranois shelter. And a buffer drive. Yeah, we're rocking on, trashing a card.
Interesting.
Yes, so Lago, one of the new cards, says, first time a turn the corporation installs a card in a server, you can trash the top of your deck to draw a card. Now, the idea with buffer drive is you won't run out of cards. I genuinely don't know if that ever is going to come to it. The game is usually over before that, but at least you're going to get more value from your maybe your strike fund. So we'll see. We rock out, you trash a hippo, bottom of the deck it goes, and you get a free card draw. So let's see how powerful this draw engine is. We haven't seen a lot of people embracing this. And Atea is moon pulling out. This is the fast advance Atea list.
Yeah, I have to be honest, as an avowed hater of buffer drive, I don't love seeing this. You should just throw your cards in the trash, is my opinion about being an Anarch. It is the strongest thing to do. And I think that this is a clear punish by Atea. But you shouldn't, don't install buffer drive. Get the agendas. Come on now.
Yeah, I don't think it's a card that's been showing at competitive tables, but I understand why people enjoy it. It's very expensive. We'll see if it matters in this matchup, but Atea is going to go fast. That was a moon pool, revealing 2 agendas trash from HQ to get those free advancements, and Freedom here now has to go in. 5 credits still can res. In fact, 7 credits can res some Scary Ice, but Yusuf is going to come down. Let's see if we can go trash those Audacities for free from HQ, because HQ pressure is really important when you're relying on a moon pool or Audacities. Running Archives.
Yusuf comes down. That's very important.
That's a Tattoo Bola. 1 virus
you're
counter.
Able to get right through that, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Radiant
didn't see the swap coming through.
Card on the table. We'll see the top of the deck. That's another Yusuf counter. Off the top, I think that's a Yagiuda. 2 points for Freedom.
2 for 2 straight away.
That's exactly my point. Just get the agendas.
Couldn't be easier than that. This is Mindscaping. There's some really interesting operations for this deck. Even what's the one called where you barbecue all the birds? Like, that card is immensely powerful in this deck because you can use it to draw into mass amount of cards suddenly and just fast advance from what you've gotten.
You're talking about simulation reset, I believe.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the funniest way I've ever heard that card described.
It's a bird barbecue. It's unfortunate, but it's if you just need to find cards in hand, like we see on Audacity, that Yagiuda might have just been scored out this turn if it wasn't ripped off the top.
Yeah, I do love the lines that Atea opens up for fast advancing. The moon pool line is just super, super cool.
Yeah, we saw this list. Sokka was playing this sort of list last weekend at APAC, and I think barely missed the cut, but then he transitioned to something slightly different today. So we'll see here. I don't know if Lago Paranois is a big reason enough to not be firing Atea every single turn, but it looks like Radiant there does not have what he needs. So just drawing up, no Lago for you.
Well, let's see what the Rana can do with this, though.
That's an Audrey in hand.
If the Corp is just sitting back, I don't think Freedom is too mad about it. They are very much also happy as the slower of the Anarchs that usually get played to just sit back and set up as well.
Yeah, we didn't see a lot of Freedom on stream, but there is some Freedom here today and yesterday. And Freedom got a lot of support cards in the last set. I think Solidarity Badge makes a lot of sense. Audrey is a very interesting AI that cares about trashing cards. We do see one in Sodia's hand. So we'll see if that hits the table here. It does deal with every single ice for just a couple cards, a couple virus counters. which is credits. We'll see if
I'm
we're
not
brave
too
enough for a face
convinced.
check. Running
Okay, we
archives
do
there.
get another
Archives,
counter of
fair counter.
archives. I'm not
Bacterial
too
reprogramming.
convinced on Audrey's
Ooh,
strength
bacterial
yet.
reprogramming.
Oh, and
Yeah,
that's I believe
bacterial,
that's
one
an
of those
old
interesting.
art Anansi.
Yeah, that is
Oh, that's so cool.
the NSG Anansi. Now there is a virus in hand too. Super impactful here if you were like relying on trying to face check in with an Audrey or even using a Yusuf. As much as the
Mhm.
barriers are not going to hurt you.
Mhm.
So again, this is just gunslinging. This is for fun. Radiant is one of the organizers of the event, and so Sodia is just trying to get some extra prize support by taking down one of the organizers. We saw one on stream, but currently there are still top cut rounds going on. So this game will be ending fast, and it shouldn't be holding up the event anyways if it does, come to time.
Okay, taking back the install. Thinking better of it.
You were saying about Audrey yourself. You're not also not very convinced by it.
I think Audrey has the chance to be cool. I think with so much, Mavirus going around across all decks, it's like abstractly really good. If the ASA group is, seeing play, I think a Freedom has really good legs into that Near Earth Hub deck we just saw. There's a chance there's a meta for it. And in theory, if it is rolling, right, like you kind of, you go past the need for credits. It's like a really interesting board state, but there's the Mavirus and Archive. So unfortunately, the Yusuf gets a counter on successful run. So your purge deck to 0. It's not exactly like Amakua.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the issue too, though, is with, in theory, you want to play with Freedom, but Freedom doesn't have the sort of card draw Hashiko does, and there's a chance Hashiko would support Audrey better in some ways, but that's the kind of the hard thing, is that the amount of slots you need in Freedom decks, it can get pretty constraining.
And that's a buzzsaw coming down. So answers to code gates now.
So maybe you'll see a Thimble Rig. I think Vampire Nasa is still about 5 credits. It's not too bad for Vampire Nasa. But still very expensive. So we'll see again if the decoder is better than just like installing, potentially the Audrey, which might be, as much as it takes up all your MU, that might be the only breaker you need.
What is that on the rightmost in Radiant's hand? Are those
Audacity.
just
The rightmost is an Audacity.
Oh, I meant leftmost. Sorry. Are those just 3 programming?
I think they're bacteria programmings, yeah.
A decent time for a legwork.
Very much is, yeah. Oh boy.
It's like that agenda you actually don't mind giving to the runner all the time because it lets you refill your hand and basically ensure that you can do something really cool with that moon pool. But yeah, that's potentially a really ugly 9-point hand.
That explains why they've been so playing so slowly here.
Yeah, especially with Audacity, throw out 9 points. Oops.
Oh, having the 3 agendas in hand does mean Moonpool is live. All you need is that Audacity to.
Oh, and we did
there it is. Yes.
Score the back to. Okay, here we go. Whoa.
He's gonna potentially he can fast advance this bacterial.
Yeah,
you install.
Exactly. So
you Moonpool, hitting a Solidarity, going to the bottom of the deck. Mind you, bottom of the deck is an ugly spot to be because the deck doesn't really shuffle much. So like those cards are kind of out of the game.
We do see the Lago trigger is off there.
Yeah.
We do see an Audacity.
And now Moonpool as well.
Moonpool.
So this means that you can fast advance out of 5/3, and that will be another bacteria. And this lets you refill your hand, right? Like you can do this on turn 1. It's possible.
That's
So
disgusting.
sick.
I need to play this deck.
Yeah, this is like Jackie Sports Medal. It's so wild. So now we scored the bacterial programming. We've shuffled 2 agendas back into the deck already as the cost on the moon pool. And now this says, look at the top 7 of the deck. Trash any of them, reorder any of them, draw any of them. That is an immense. You basically build a hand that Audacities to win next turn.
Which is pretty strong, I would say.
Yeah.
You can even, if you think
strong.
the top of the deck is stronger than HQ, you can even leave the winning agenda on the top of R&D.
There's another bacterial, definitely, and I believe I also saw a hybrid release.
So we'll see how you carve here. I don't know if there's any fast advance pieces. That's the only downside to Moonpool. It removes itself from the game. So right now it's really important you find the Audacities. And I think the list has 2, if not even 3 of them, as much as 1 is in Archives.
Yeah, and 3 Audacities, that's 12 influence, so you don't have any influence left over for something like a Biotic. So you really are strapped on other fast advance tools. Not that you typically need more. I mean, if you're able to Audacity and then also fill up your hand in Audacity again, that does a lot for you.
I think one of my favorite things with Atea is that if you have Audacity, for one click with Atea, you can install the agenda and the Mavirus. So this is actually like a pretty robust deck to anti fast events tech. Yeah, I think this is the opposite idea. So how buffer drive is being used to put cards on the bottom of the deck that the runner doesn't want to lose. The corporation here is like totally fine being like, here's 5 cards in the trash because I don't want to draw these potentially. And like it's the absolute opposite of what you'd expect between Anarch and Jinteki. So again, 7 cards. This is always a bit of a joke when this gets scored on JNet, where like you might as well go get yourself a snack because it takes so long to resolve. So.
It's basically impossible to tell if your opponent's disconnected until they actually resolve the bacterial.
There needs to be like a button I'm waiting. It's just a nice rotating circle that reminds you that they're still working on it.
I can't wait until...
opponent ping.
So 1 bacterial again. You putting it on top of the deck, you actually can discard the bacterial because if the runner accesses it, as much as they'll be on game point, it will largely ensure that you draw into an Audacity, as ensure is used in quotations, but you know what I mean.
I'm also very happy, since we do see bacterial on the table, that we now finally have the new access rules and not the old ones.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even understand those.
The old access rules were basically that when you were going to access something like archives, when you are starting the access, the number of accesses is determined. So, like, if there's like 10 cards in archives, oh, nice. Okay. At least there aren't 6 cards.
Do you die?
Maybe.
Oh no, they have enough. They have enough.
Oh, 6. Okay.
So normally here you call events, but I think this hand is actually full of programs. Funny enough. So this does 3 net damage, and every time it hits one of the named types on the subroutine, it'll do an additional net damage. So it can do up to 6, but the ordering is really important. You'll be totally safe here, as much as this will drain your hand. You're not expecting Snare, you're not expecting Fuji, so you're still allowed to safely access here.
Looks like Radiant is looking for
getting
like some sort of dice that's for some sort of dice that's bigger than 6 because one actually has more than 6 cards in hand.
We bottomed the buffer drive saving itself. Okay, Cleaver down. So it looks like event might have been the call here, and then a legwork, nice hit. So that might do the additional damage. I think event was the call.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah,
and a Pelongi
working.
Pelongi, that's a good hit.
Yeah, really good.
Very strong, very strong out of these freedom decks where you oftentimes get free breaks if something is a barrier.
Yeah, and there you go, the barrier counter. So there might be one agenda in here. Again, it's hard to tell. That is the agenda. That's a hybrid release, so that's another point.
Oh man, I was hoping for another bacterial.
Yeah, right?
Oh no.
But that does bring it to 3 to 5, so still definitely very live for the kill threat in terms of dealing 7 agenda point damage this turn.
Yeah. There's 2 ways, only 3 credits there. Sodia wants to run R&D, they can run R&D. Now, I don't know if you want to do that. I do think the bacterial might be on top of R&D. I'm not sure where he placed it. Okay, we're going to start with the Mindscaping. It allows you to draw some cards, get some money, and then you pull one back on top of R&D. So I think at this point, we've finally broken through the bacteria programming lock. We're seeing new cards, I'm pretty sure, here.
Yeah, the Corp R&D locking the runner.
Yeah, exactly.
Twist on the normal formula from Jinteki.
And now losing 1 hybrid, I'm not sure if there's 2 more in the list, but you probably want to draw into your last Audacity or a Spin Doctor to get that Audacity back. Because otherwise you have to score 2 hybrids, and that's a bit of work. There's only also 1 more Moon Pool, so that also needs agendas in hand. So even stealing the 1-pointer matters there. Tattoo Bola and a Hedge Fund. So we're going to go back up to the threat of rezzing a non-season bumper and Asas. Resorts Hotel, we got a Noom. Expensive, but does let you get through a Nancy if you can afford to get all that down. I don't think we're really at that point. And unfortunately, Lagu has not been firing a lot.
Yeah.
Liberated.
Just gonna money up, it looks like.
16 credits, 1 click to come down, 1 to take 4 off. We might see a run here. Again, Archives has a purge in it, so you're kind of worried about it, but again, using Noom to go through Size and Tunnel for 6 feels bad. That is on the top. That's a Longevity Serum. I think that's the Calypso art Longevity Serum. So that's a 3-2, that like full art. Really pretty one.
Is it over? Is there an Audacity in hand?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No, we did use the Audacity to screw out the 5-3. There's another bacterial programming enhance, so if they can find a third moon pool, I believe they're very close to being able to score this.
Yeah.
Well, this particular list I think has multiple audacity, so
Yeah.
could be another.
And even here, right, like as fast events might take up too much of the mind space, you can also just put it behind ice. As much as
Very
you do have the decoder and the fractor, the ones you're expecting to end the run. Okay. Lagu, rock out. We
Yeah,
haven't
no,
hit a
I see
steel
it.
skid or a strike fund. It's like all the things you want to see happen here haven't, unfortunately. You get to draw one here off the Lagu.
How does Steel Skin actually, or like Strike Fan actually interact with Buffer Drive? Is that a replacement effect?
You choose the order. So you can fire it and then fire buffer drive.
Okay, so it's a trigger
Okay,
effect
yeah.
and not a replacement effect.
Yeah, on JNet you can mess it up if you choose the wrong ordering. There is the Noom. So I think Sodia is going to have the confidence now to face check. We have all our breakers. That is all our MU as well. So I'm assuming we're going to see a console. That would probably be the Knob Curry. But Tattoo Bull is a start. That's one counter. That'll be returned to hand if you want to gain 4 credits and install something else here.
Sure enough.
What a powerful card, Tattoo Bull, though. We're going to go through. I think we undid the Atea double install.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
Oh, and they do draw a few more cards
Okay,
here,
Size and
yeah.
Time.
I think he missed the Earthrise trigger. Or they missed, excuse me.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure we have pronouns yet. So we're going to go through. Again, we'll see what we call event this time. Hitting an Audrey. I think Radiant's just naming event every time. Hit a second Audrey. Blood, Seymour, and then finally a Paladin Puemu. So unfortunately just 3 damage, but Axis off the top is a Vampire Nasa, not a point. We should have a counter there on our, yeah, there you go. Radiant helping out with the board state. It's a Bacterial!
Oh, Bacterial!
Ooh.
Okay, this is huge. So you have to just run HQ here. I think there's still 3 clicks in the turn, but Sodia is on game point. Radiant playing it fast and loose. Love it. But drawing 7 here, the chance of finding an Audacity or even just the fast advance piece of the moon pool is so key. You just smash HQ as many times as you can afford to. 6 to 5.
This time, unlike with Audacity.
Just a handshake. I think we got into time.
Okay. Need to scoop it up to allow for the next game.
Next cut of the game will be coming up, so shouts to both players for gunslinging, let alone on stream, to give us some entertainment. But that is the Fast Events of Tail list. I think it's very interesting, and there's it has some really, really hard lines to interact with. I want to see more of it if we can, but we'll play to both players. I think Sodia is going to get some prize support on that, if I'm not mistaken. Well done.
Very nice. Well done.
All right,
Yeah,
let's jump to
end
the
up with
bracket.
6 points. Let's look at the bracket. Let's see who.
Yeah, I don't
who are we
think the
gonna
bracket is
watch next?
updated yet, but
Has it been updated?
I don't see updates yet.
Okay,
Because we do
so
know
we'll
that
just hold on.
Ranji won. Ysengrin will not be playing this round. Is waiting at the end of the lower bracket in lower bracket
Right.
finals. But we're going to see the winner of Encoder versus Santa and Men in the Moon versus CTZ.
Yeah, so Radiant is the one who's running the bracket. He was just playing the game, so just give us a minute. That'll be updated real soon, and we'll be on our way to, again, what's going to be round 4, which I think at this point is now the lower bracket quarterfinals. I never know exactly what to call this, but we'll just call it round 4.
I think lower bracket semis, because there's this game and then the next game is lower bracket.
Yes.
finals.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
tracks.
this is semis. We're not aware of how the side events are going. We're a bit far away to just look over and see how things are going over there.
Yeah, by the time the stream has started, startup was already underway. So we just know that obviously people are playing startup today. But if we have any big updates on that, we can let you know. I'm not sure if startup is going to have a top cut today or if it's just like a couple rounds and some nice prize support. But there are side events, yeah. I looked over; they're going well.
Yeah, great side events.
So, if you're tuning in, welcome. This is the America Continentals. This is happening obviously in person at the Mox Roadhouse, if I'm not mistaken, in Bellevue, Washington. Shout outs to the organizers of this event. I think it is, and sorry, we don't have anything to read to recite this, but I believe it's Whiteblade and Radiant we saw on stream and Cephalopod Wizard who put this event together. They've been working on this for a long time this year, and Null Signal Games it sponsored this event to help and make it a Continentals and help with some of the prize support and other stuff like that. But a massive undertaking from the players here on the West Coast to get an event like this in person. They really want to bolster the organized play scene, which has been in a really good spot on the West Coast between Vancouver and the Northwest states in America. My name is Andre from the Metropole Grid. We are casting remotely. I'm joined by SimplyTheOnion. How's it going?
Doing well. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. And Neuropantser as well, also remotely. How you doing, Pants?
Doing great. It's been a great great day of games so far.
It's been really exciting, a whole weekend. And after this, again, we have the Swiss rounds that will be up on this channel, maybe eventually on YouTube as well. You can check those out. Mox Boarding House. Thank you, Bushi. I might have said that wrong. I've been saying it wrong a lot, unfortunately. But our lower bracket semis will be happening real soon. We probably have lost another player right now to the viciousness of double elimination. So we're probably losing 2 more players going into this. We'll let you know. So it's between Enkoder and Santa, and Man in the Moon and CTZ. And again, Santa and Man in the Moon are brothers. There's a chance that it's going to be the matchup on camera here. It's, the numbers have to roll out in one way for that to be the case. But we're going to see 2 more players, unfortunately, leaving us with top 4 players. On the right, that art actually was commissioned for this event. If I'm not mistaken, that's an op full art done by Kat Chen for this event. So there was 2 arts. Those are the 2 arts for the event that are exclusive. The op from Kat Chen, and I believe Emilio Rodriguez drawing the Seattle skyline, which is very pretty.
Yeah, fantastic, Matt.
All right, we're just checking to see when this gets updated. Obviously, a very exciting event. We just had a new ban list, new rotation, and new sets coming out just 2 weeks ago. Who do you think that's on the left sitting down? Is that Santa?
I see
Is it CTZ? Are they actually playing or just walking around to fake us out?
They're moving the mats. That makes me think they're playing.
I mean, who really knows? Who really knows?
That's an FFG Worlds. Was it 2017? That's an old school playmat, and that is CTZ definitely on the right.
Yes.
That is Santa, right? Or is that Santa's brother? Abraham. I think that's Abraham. I'm not sure.
It would have to be either Santa or Enkoder.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, that's Cody. Yeah, right.
Okay. So this is a West Coast lower bracket semis.
Yeah, both players.
CTZ and Cody in that case.
Playing from the southwest of the state, so it looks like Enkoder made it on. So unfortunately, both brothers are out. So Santa, mind you, the continental winner of the last APAC, not going to be a 2-time here. But we should be setting this up. So we'll see which side both players are playing. We did see 419 on stream. We'll see what ID CTZ produces from his bag. But just give us 1 second. I'm going to spin up some of these stats on the screen. Do y'all want to talk about these decks? I don't think we saw that much of Enkoder. I think he's playing Lat.
Yeah, I need to actually figure out what's in these decks. Let me grab them real quick.
Same. Let me see if I can find Enkoder's list. So on corp side of Enkoder, we do have an outfit which looks very, very similar to what Santa did bring to APAC Continentals, and did end up winning with that. It's pretty standard. We do have 2 big deals, 2 Mavirus, which could come in very handy. On runner's side, Enkoder is on Lat, actually. I believe one of the very few Lat. 47 cards, true. I mean, you know how hard it can be to find cuts. I'll excuse the 47th.
It's tough to make cuts. As someone who doesn't make cuts myself, I know it's tough to make cuts.
Enkoder was playing a very similar deck, and 2 for 1 to his way, just losing to Santa, almost made the cut last weekend.
It does look like we're actually going to get to see CTZ's Asa list in that case.
Oh, yeah, nice. Exactly.
Yeah.
So this Lat deck was played again last weekend. I think the big difference is he was trying out Lilypad, and now we're back on Onacom playing some more events. But this is going to be like really down to earth, kind of, the good stuff. I wouldn't say control shaper exactly, but that's sort of shaper you're expecting. So there's a turbine waiting in the wings eventually to come down. We're on Buzzsaw, Cleaver, Echelon. So kind of the startup special, if you want to call it that, the sort of breakers you're seeing there. We're on triple Onacom. In terms of our influence, it's, Fermenter, it's Clot, it's a Legwork, a Pinhole, nothing too flashy. And then the DJ Fenris, which is exactly why you see the acrylic version of Steve Cambridge hiding behind Lat himself. Otherwise, not too much else. One Parisha for assets, and Asa Group is going to be playing assets, and I think where we're going to see the spice potentially is at CTZ's Asa list, which we haven't seen at all today. So this list, we're looking at the influence spend, 1 Audacity as a fast events, 2 Biotic Labor. So this is actually a faster version, a lot of fast events here, and 2 copies of Your Digital Life. The Ice Suite here, 2 wraparounds, Hagen, Gatekeeper, MIC, Magnet, and Drafter, and otherwise the standard ASA Group agenda suite of Off-World Office, Ikwa Project, and the rest between Vitruviuses and Luminals. I feel like I played against CTZ, who might have been smurfing for this event, trying to get people to go to Cascadia, but I lost to this deck on like turn 6, turn 7. Just absolutely brutal face checks into MIC. They're drawing up a lot, getting their credits with Your Digital Life. Again, no hedge fund, Tranquility getting you that clickless draw. And if they score out the first couple points on the table with Wage Workers, and then they just Biotic Audacity to the last points from hand. Very fast deck.
I love the combination of fully operational and Your Digital Life, because usually the problem, I guess, quote unquote problem, right? The problem with fully operational is choosing how much money do I need to actually handle all of these cards that I'm drawing. If you have Your Digital Life in hand, you just say, all right, give me all of the cards, I'll make money off them, and then I'll figure out what to do.
Yeah, it's a really interesting card. Sorry, go ahead.
Also works very well with the Wage Workers, as sometimes you do end up in spots with Asa, especially if you've played it a bit with Wage Workers, where you do end up in weird spots where you do want to play fully operational, but also get your Wage Workers triggers, and usually don't end up with enough operations in hand to actually facilitate that.
Very true.
Yeah, it's really interesting. There's a lot of turns. Again, you'll start with potentially 8, 9 cards in hand with Rashida the Fire. Maybe you install something with Managarm. It can be really flexible. Or sorry, on top of Tranquility, really flexible. Now we have a Clot to deal with the fast advance. Well, this deck has Tomb of Virus, which is pretty common across a lot of the core meta right now. That's the only target it's going to hit besides the Fermenter. And I think shutting down the Lat economy is relatively reasonable. We'll see Lat again working for that free card draw, trying to end with 5 cards in hand if you can. You can always res a Spin Doctor at the end of the turn to really mess with him. But otherwise, that is hopefully enough free card draw that you can kind of keep up with the Asa Group efficiency.
Yeah, obviously Mavirus, incredible out of Asa, because you get to clicklessly throw that down when you go to fast advance. So you don't even have to set it up a turn before.
There's one thing I do want to circle back. You were mentioning that you were potentially playing against CTZ on a Smurf.
Yeah.
What exactly was the name of that Smurf?
It was like come to Cascadia or something like that. Go to Cascadia.
I might have also played against someone that was come to Cascadia.
They were like super friendly. They played fast and loose. Like it kind of lines up there, and obviously somebody on the West Coast. But yeah, I played against this deck before. I know it happened. Now we had a thumb wrestle there for dominance, I think, but it looks like we're off.
Yeah, I think CTZ won the thumb wrestle because CTZ is going first. So we get to see the Asa install plus ice.
So double install here. Wage Workers can come down there. That's what's in hand. Those are some shiny sleeves, but Spin Doctor here. So you can still get the Wage Workers down and res it. Actually, no, you can't, because it won't see its trigger here. So we won't see. Maybe a Rashid in hand is what you want to get down, but that might be what's inside the innermost server. Fanning the hand there on the table, just so you know, 4 cards is your target for Lat, and an opening creative commission is a good start. Diesel, maybe 2 cards. First click, we're checking in. MIC, you're 1 credit short of resing it. It's a really bad face check potentially in the early game. Just saps entirely your value, but 5 credits is what you start with.
Just tossing them on the table.
Very smooth motion. Not his first rodeo year.
It's a Tranquility.
Res, just a Tranquility. Tranquility, a very good opener for Asa. You obviously want to constantly be getting that draw or that money, whichever is better. And you have so many things you can jam into that remote.
Now 4 credits is a lot. You can't get that cheaper. We are not having what's it called? There's no Prisha does not deal with upgrades. That's an Onicom on the table, right?
Yeah, it is. It is the alt art, which was, I believe, was it last year's prize packs?
Yeah, I haven't seen that one. That's nice.
It's a good
really
one.
Beautiful.
So Clot in hand.
Is that a foil Dirty Laundry as well?
Yeah, that's the Reaper
it
function of one from Circuit Breakers last year. So Tranquility is getting rezzed here. We might see a triple install on this turn. Double install on that server. Again, Acer Group allows you to click compression. We got the 2 credits from that. We're going to ice up whatever's here in the remote.
That was the wage workers, I believe.
I wonder if there's... Okay,
There's
just a
fully
fully op is click 3.
We haven't seen a wage
fully
workers.
op with 3 charges.
It's like actually kind of rare to not see a wage workers this soon into the game, but I think we might. We'll see here. He's deciding. That's again 6 credits, 6 cards, whatever combination between those. We're going to go a lot of card draw here. So some reason to get HQ pressure, but I don't think he actually has many agendas to show for it. So maybe in the remote server, you're assuming that's a Managom or a virus, and well, Coder has. You can just slap down that clot. That might buy you a window in a couple turns. There's still some viruses around that it might get purged out accidentally. I think you need to set up still a bit more. So 5 cards in hand. Where it wants to end up. Not too hard with Diesel, sure gamble. You want to play an event a turn? Mind you, Anacom says that after the first time a turn an event is trashed or it adds into the heap, so when it's finished, it's trashed when you play it. You get a free card draw. But we're face checking in here. 7 credits. It'll be a lot of money to res an MIC. Otherwise, drafters are what you expect. Gatekeepers just an end the run.
Gatekeeper.
That's a
gatekeeper.
So that Gatekeeper is going to be weak the rest of the game. But it is definitely going to end the run and lead to some draw right now.
Revealing some agendas to shuffle back. As long as you keep 6 cards in hand, though, you're going to get around lat. One of those is the full art. One of them is not. Again, I don't think there's 3 of in the Champs pack from back in the day, so you had to buy a couple of those.
I will also point out CTZ, a very strong proponent of the ban Vitruvius movement, but even CTZ has turned to using Vitruvius during this tournament.
You gotta show them how good it is to get people to ban it.
You got a point. I think that's exactly the logic here.
Yo, really
Central's
notable.
Continuing to have 0 ice on him.
Yeah, the win condition there for Cody is just a conduit, right? Like, you're not worried about a deep dive. Oh, there's one deep dive. You're not going to see it that early. But, yeah, Central's wide open. I want to say real quickly, this is, I think, the only HB deck we've seen all weekend that's not playing Ablative Barrier. They just on the Hoggins for that face checks to eat the fermenters. Very well positioned. And then just wraparounds to kind of mess with AIs. And, you know, the 3x Amakua deck CTZ is playing on the other side. You kind of bring the medicine for your own poison.
Plot hits the bin. An important one for later in the matchup, we will want to see a simulchip out on Lot's side to actually use that. But so far, so CTZ still has not scored any points yet. Firing Rashida, but needs to actually get some things in the works if we're going to see some points hit the board.
Yeah, as efficient as this, your daily life for, I don't know, a lot.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
That's a fair number of credits.
So we'll see here if he pushes out. I don't know what's in that other ice server. Is it a wage workers? I feel like it might have been res by now, but we're going to go for that double install. I think that's an MIC on the outermost. Relatively mid-strength code gate that has a pseudo border control ability, if you want to call it that. So it's just 2 code gates maybe in a row here. But this is the position where you want to consider scoring out and icing up R&D. The Vitruviuses did go back in there.
Yeah, I'm starting to think the second iced remote might be a second spin doctor. Just something to make an additional server for fully operational being the logic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you'll put out whatever you have sometimes, even if it's just Tranquility waiting for some value. Diesel to draw 4.
Yeah, draw 4 off of Anacom. That's a fantastic
so
card.
good.
Just one
Yeah.
click for 4. Getting a Fermenter down now. Letting that tick up. Obviously, Fermenter not going to do the thing that it does in more Glacier or Prison matchups where it just makes you like 30 credits over the course of the game, but it does tick up quick enough that it's worth installing here and letting tick up for a few turns, and then suddenly it fuels a run later on.
So it looks like he checked what's in that remote server. Maybe he forgot, but I think we're going to see, there you go, wage workers into quad advance. Whether it's an off-rolled or whether it's just an extra piece of flexibility on the Vitruvius. We'll see what it is. Trying to figure out which one's the agenda.
Let's not quad advance this virus over here.
There you go, the 4th. And that is a Vitruvius with a counter.
With a counter.
Oh, nice.
So had all 3 Vitruvius, if I'm remembering correctly, because 2 went back with Gatekeeper.
Yeah, 2 came
Yes,
back.
either that or drew one of the Rashida.
True.
So we're not going to get an Asa install here. Again, I do think you get a lot of value from the Vitruvius counter. That says, again, at any paid ability window, you can return a card from archives to hand. And this deck has some of the most powerful operations. Things like Seamless Launch are really great, obviously fully operational. But just even having the flexibility to play the same Biotic Labor over and over again can just close games, as much as Clot will be a problem for the next couple turns once a Simul chip hits the table. Now, Cody has to put on some pressure. That remote server, you know the defensive upgrades are not going to be impenetrable. As much as there's only one pinhole, you can deal with Mana Garm. But getting down the breakers, getting through your deck, Nuka's going to start by getting through the deck. We're going to spend 2 clicks and a credit to draw 3. We have 3 more waiting if you need it. I don't know if we've seen any programs so far.
There's we still haven't drawn a breaker, despite us going through the deck really, really fast here.
Yeah, tough to. I guess it's good for Cody that there's only 2 points in CTZ's score area, because you have to give up your Fermenter to actually threaten Clot right now. So probably not super happy to do that unless you're stopping what looks like a potential 3-point score.
Sure gamble to draw. I think he might have enough cards in hand here to get the free draw. I don't know if the Simul chip was paid for. Maybe it was. But we're looking at still enough cards in hand. I don't think his turn is over. He has to figure out either what to discard or what to play. And Prisha's a bit valuable. That's a deep dive in hand, or is that the Null Signal Games Prisha? It's a Prisha, right?
I do believe the card to his rightmost is a full art deep dive, though.
Right. Yes. And so one of them in the deck.
Card.
Now, Deep Dive without any tricks is a bit difficult sometimes to steal an Ikua project, which is the 3-pointers you're seeing in this deck. So there's no good ways to get extra clicks. We lost Beth, Kilrain, Chang, and enkoder was the sort of Shaper player, unlike all other Shaper players, right? That would play a Beth and everything. So it's actually harder to get extra clicks.
We do now have access to Pishakao, as you were mentioning earlier.
Not in this deck, though.
But not here, yeah.
Yeah, Pichachon, very, very powerful, potentially, especially in Arasana. We're going to see double install. I think it's Mana Garm and maybe an agenda there, but just
gaining some
credits
money
off the Tranquility.
Very classic clown server move from Asa here. Usually seen more in PD, but Asa's no stranger to it as well.
Oh, pulling back. Fully operational, another fully operational.
Seems so we'll probably see 6 credits there. Yeah, that echoes for every server you have with something in front of it and something in it. So that's 1 credit for 6. Start of turn, we got the daily cast. Again, that's the Onacom in the top left. So we're getting more draw on the events here. And fast events could be challenged, but I think there's a big chance that Mavirus is on top of the wage workers there.
Yeah.
Diesel to start for 4. Drawing into a Cleaver there. I think some overclocks as well. So that Cleaver will get you through the wraparounds. It's going to be a bit expensive until you get more of your suite to deal with the Hagens, which the Hagen face check can eat your Fermenter. Not a great spot to be. But enkoder not going for axes is just setting up, seeing trying to judging how bad the board is, and maybe when CTZ is on 4 to 5 points, that's when you start threatening Clot and playing for your control. But if there's a Mavirus in the remote server, threatening Clot is not an actual thing here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I need another Simul chip to actually threaten it.
Oh, even then you can't beat the Mavirus.
Actually, you're right, because it's one. You're right, it's one window.
Yeah. That's, I think, the final copy of the Creative Commission.
Oh, okay.
Rashida.
Just a Rashida in the server, not an agenda. So CTZ continuing to make money and draw cards, but needs to actually find some points to try to close this game out before he ends up in Shaper lock.
Yeah, Audacity. The draw has been remarkably agenda light, hasn't it?
Yeah, and you saw when he shuffled back the Vitruviuses, there's a chance sometimes you just want to keep them, but I think we're going to be drawing into agendas pretty easily here with the fully operational. But we've seen,
There we go. There's an off-world.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've seen Asa decks close it really quickly. So just after 1 draw, it's obvious that he got what he wanted, and that's probably an agenda. So install the game 2, get the ice in front of it. That pays for itself. And then here we could see advance if you really wanted to, or you only have 1 click left, excuse me. So just advance is probably good enough. Going to use a nice chunky red die.
Yeah, and that covers you even in case the wage workers goes down this turn.
Yeah, exactly.
We did end up going the exact opposite way of wage workers. Technically would have gained a Miramorph click here, but I don't think that he has seen much play in quite some time.
Yeah, and we don't have the mirror morph granting access yet or asset yet. So
yeah, true.
One day. Drawing 3, that's a legwork. Again, I'm not sure if it feels great now, because clearly it seems very obvious that CTZ was looking for an agenda there off the fully op, so that HQ pressure might fire next turn if he draws awkwardly on mandatory after scoring out. If he can't, like, he can still triple advance and jam what he draws in the new remote server. He's in a good spot, but no, we're going for the legwork here.
Legwork, here we go.
I feel like this is probably
what's in there.
Pretty low value. There's no agendas in there. And I think you might be able to tell from the play pattern, but we'll see if we just want to take out viruses or get just a read of the lay of the land. Axis, Audacity, fast advance piece. Oh, we're wagging some fingers. Second card. That's a spin. For 2 credits, you can definitely afford it as much as there's another spin doctor on the table. Last card. A wage workers. That's a bit more expensive, yeah.
Yeah, it's, you never want to trash Jeeves or Jeeves' new friends from hand, basically. Even worse if you're kind of in a position where you feel like you have to trash it from R&D.
So many credits, maybe you can afford it. DZMZ to start, so your first program in turn is 1 cheaper. And we still have to install a fair few programs. We have SMCs and overclock, so it's MU is opened up as much as SMC now can fit. The old school self-modifying code from creation and control. For 2 credits, get any program you want. And that is Aprecia. So that is the null signal against Aprecia. So we know there's a deep dive, and I think that's a big part of how enkoder wants to close out the game here. But Ikoa might be a problem. Triple advance, though, we still get a click after because of the wage workers. We're going to remember that there. And off-world office, 7 credits, we're up to 4 points.
So CTZ in fairly good position here, has plenty of money, can probably just continue throwing ice down on this remote. And the first run, it's like you're going to have to make the runner run through that remote a few times to actually get to the point where they're too poor to break a score. But you can start thinking about a play like that.
So CTZ did install in the remote server, and as soon as you install in the remote server, there's some risk there. If you don't deal with the wage workers, Seamless scores out the game with an Ikoa. So at least enkoder here doesn't have to run the remote server, and also this play kind of shows you that the game seems to be in R&D as much as there could be misdirection there. So that's actually really interesting. If you install in the remote server there, I think enkoder starts to sweat, where there is some amount of cards that actually wins the game on the following turn, and he has to do something. Now, we're going to start cracking a Botulus. So while Mavirus can still be on the table, there's another Botulus you can crack at instant speed if you need to pull. But we're missing 2 programs here. SMC into Simulchip can get you both if you need to. Overclock. We're going R&D.
Into R&D.
Yeah. Now, this is interesting too. MIC on the outermost. 4 strength, 3 subroutines, 2 loose clicks, 1 end the run. So we need to get a breaker here if you want to. Buzzsaw is kind of expensive without the turbine. It gets through it for 6 credits, if I'm not mistaken. 5 credits, excuse me.
Yeah. Or you could lose a click and only spend 4, but probably not worth it.
That's also an option.
Now, this is also interesting, too. I wonder if enkoder wants to deal with the spin doctor first, because even if you, quote-unquote, lock the top of R&D, you allow CTZ the ability to shuffle back. So that might be a target you need to deal with sooner, because you're not guaranteeing that you're going to see the card that CTZ draws. And CTZ is 1 Ikoa draw away from jamming in the remote server and feeling pretty good about the Manigarm and all that ice. Not amazing, but pretty good.
This kind of setup has been very, very typical. I call it the HBU because they just basically build a giant U on the table with a very strong remote, where they are fine leaving HQ basically completely unprotected, because any agenda that they ever draw will always straight up go into the remote in hopes of being able to score it.
So the Buzzsaw is out. Sentries here would be a problem. You'd have to crack the Simulchip, which does delay the threat as much as there's probably a virus on the table here. So we'll see. The Sentries here, I think it's, what is it, just Drafter? Just 2 Drafters.
Pretty much just Drafters, yeah.
So 14 credits. You're expecting about 3 to 4 credits on the ice. And the hand has the Audacity, so you do have a big reason of keeping around that threat. So second ice here again. It is a Hagen. That's going to be, what is it, 4 strength now?
Yeah, still at 4 strength. So you still need to pay to raise strength, so you still need to pay 3 to get through this. Oh, very nice.
Well, you have to pay 4 if you also want to keep your fermenter, right?
Cleaver does 1 for 2.
Oh no,
it does.
yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay.
Cleaver breaks 2 subs.
But it looks like we're going to get our killer here to save credits. So this is going to be the echelon. So we're set up full breaker ship. We maybe want to get down eventually a turbine, depending how long the game is. But also, you need MU for as well for your conduit at some point. So now we're going to go through for 1 credit. So paying a bit more upfront to save down the line. Still 16 credits. Deeper still in plenty. And MIC 6 more.
Ooh, another MIC. That makes it very difficult to actually fire off a deep dive ever, right?
Yes. You have to run their first click.
Yeah. It's been an 11 click run, 11 credit run just to get in here.
Coder giving him the nod, and we're cracking actually Spin Doctor right away. So now CTZ is disallowing the So now you will be R&D locked. I wonder if you want to just let an access there and then just crack to find something new. There is a pretty high density on R&D, mind you. We've only seen 2 agendas out of what I believe there are 9. So there's still 7 agendas in what's probably about 27 cards.
Yeah, just trying to lower density. It looks like that's understandable, honestly. Like I would potentially do the same.
We'll see how it works out. We still have a click left. MIC you could trash, but access off the top.
Oh, what is it? I can't see.
Kind of looks like a Tranquility. It looked like an asset. Maybe a fully op. That would make a lot of sense. But we should draw a card here off the overclock trash. Yeah.
Very true.
And so now we have turned off our fast events threat as much as maybe you're expecting a virus down to 12 credits, I think. Very expensive to set up. Once you're running though with the turbine, this remote server costs you 3 credits, maybe 4 5 credits, I think. So if you can get there, it's good.
If you don't care about your clicks, it only costs you 3.
I think he's considering deep diving.
It only costs you 3. Oh, interesting. That's one way.
Oh, no.
They can't. I don't think he can. Popped, fermenter this turn.
Oh, right. Fermenter. You're right.
Yeah.
So they just choose to pop the second fermenter for 6 credits.
So now we're set up. This maybe is a window to trash Manic Arms. Again, there's only 4 credits on the remote server. So that's the SMC.
So that's Clot Threat.
Actually, I believe
Clot's in the bin.
Yeah, Clot's in the bin, so it's not Clot Threat. Because we know there is only the 1 Clot. There is not a second.
So we're drawing through R&D lock here again. Being on 4 points means that you can't just fast events that easily out your way to the win. But fully op there, that's I think was on the top of the deck. So that's financial recovery there. You might have had a window again to run the remote server for 1 credit to deal with, the defensive upgrades, maybe to deal with the wage workers. Parisha's already in the bin, so things are not going to get cheaper. You just want to make sure you don't get too poor and at least let the corporation fear the threat of the deep dive. But I don't think you can still equalize. It's still hard.
Drawing 2, gaining 4. I don't know if I see. Okay, that is uninstallable at the very least.
No ace of trigger, seamless in hand. So with double seamless, even Iqua project can be threatened on this table, or even just not even double seamless, a single seamless, advance, wage workers seamless.
Mm-hmm. There's also an audacity, right? So
yeah, that too works equally well.
1 credit.
Yeah. Drawing next. The 3rd click, discarding a card here. So I don't think that is the agenda, but enkoder has to call this very correctly because if you deal with the wage workers, you kind of have to figure out what the upgrade is, get a simul chip down. There's a bunch of things that he needs to do all within potentially a shorter window than it might look. So we see the hand. We know overclock. That will help. Pinhole also a really nice way if you are worried about the Manic Arm, but good luck guessing which one it is. Maybe to deal with the wage workers. That could be easy, as much as I don't know if CTZ can spend more money resing ice on the remote server. Again, this deck also doesn't have ablative barrier, which at this point the threat would be online, and then you have these like really wild recoveries. But this board state is going to be a bit more straightforward.
Like playing with the pinhole, definitely thinking about it. It looks like, yeah, I think we're about to see the pinhole. This is just going to be a guess right to try to hit the Manic Arm, I think.
You can also use it as pseudo exposed to see what the newest card is, and if you see it's an Iqua, then you have to react. But some players will use it as that. Is it cheaper? But we might just run it overclock.
We're just going to see an overclock into the remote.
It cost 1. I don't know if you paid for that.
No, they did.
Okay,
yes,
he did.
Yes,
perfect.
They were on 18 credits at the start of their turn.
Oh, perfect. So first ice, no res again. 2 MICs are out, so that's the 3rd MIC. That's the most taxing ice in the deck. Here,
for both
you have
players.
A reason. Yeah, exactly. But here you have a big reason, right? DZ hasn't fired, so we're going to go get the turbine. So now that is a 5 strength buzzsaw. So that deals for 2 credits. Getting very good use at the overclocks, getting all the programs down. So now we're fully set up. It's just the conduit and the clot threat, excuse me. But now CTZ needs another angle of attack because taxing out the runner here, while their economy has kind of drained itself, 2 Botuluses down. We played, I think, maybe all 3 creative commissions. Most of these servers don't cost more than 4 credits to run, which is pretty impressive for how tall they are.
Yeah, and still 14 credits, so not at risk of... Okay, Managarm?
You can pay 2 clicks or 5. The clicks might be acceptable here.
I think so. I think you're not really worried about what Os is doing next turn, I think. So, sees him a virus.
Got to trash that.
Trashed.
What's the new card? It's another wage worker. You see, he was just baiting him.
It was a ruse. It was a ruse the whole time.
So you don't have a big incentive to trash that. You have a big incentive of getting a simul chip down, but trashing the tranquility is interesting. Actually, trashing the wage workers there.
Interesting.
Was that the wage workers? I believe that was the Managarm.
The Managarm. Yeah,
that was
right.
that was the Managarm.
Yeah, that makes more sense. So actually, last creative in hand, that's good. We should get a card there off the overclock, and only 1 credit.
That's all you need sometimes.
So, yeah. Whether
sometimes,
this is
yeah.
Okay, discarding
Ngolo.
Yeah, that might be a window here. You're expecting click for 3 credits and then into like a fully up for credits. So wage workers might be an okay time to contest it, as much as there is a second one on the table. But here, not too much you can threaten out. Besides, you could have fast advance out with an Audacity. If you find the Luminal, that's a really good way to recover here. Just click for 3 wage workers. You want to install on top of the Trank. That is going to give a lot of value. That also might have wanted to go down because that is clickless 2 credits every turn.
Yeah. Yeah, CTC suddenly from 1 credit all the way up to 6. That's the power of wage workers, really.
DJ Fenris into Steve. We're going to be running HQ, pulling back cards. I think we're just going to see sure gambles. We're going to see like very, very basics. A lot of the weird tech cards in this deck are one-ofs, like one of Pinhole. So it's harder to force those options from the corporation. But Steve says when you run on HQ, pick 2 cards from the heap. One's removed from game, corpse choice. The other one's added to your hand. So maybe it's just 2 overclocks, 2 sure gambles.
Offer sure gamble and sure gamble.
Take your pick.
Yeah,
This is
Gonna look at them, read them.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Get rid of that one. That's important.
This is where you need to play.
No, but he wanted to remove the other one.
Artworks of it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
You hate to see
this is where you need to play multiple different artworks to make the corp have an actual choice.
All right.
What did we see of the Pinhole? I missed it.
The Steve value is just gigantic.
It was
right?
another.
That keeps the economy going so much more.
Was that a Pinhole?
Yes.
Oh, so he showed a wage workers. Wait, did he not know that? We might have missed something.
No, it definitely was overinstalled.
It was overinstalled last turn, wasn't it?
Yeah. So it's just the third wage workers.
A new wage workers. Yet another wage worker.
Okay. So that's a magnet from HQ. 1 credit to break, 3 to res, let alone ice install costs are getting pretty prohibitive on these big old Shaper U's. Here you have some incentive to put ice on HQ to stop the Steve, but like there's nothing you can put that's taxing versus your money.
Yeah, like the magnet that was just shown. Do you really want to do that?
Yeah,
3 rank credits for you, just 1 credit for the runner every time.
The game gets really difficult for CTC here. Like he kind of needed to be on game point with something that isn't sticking a 3-pointer in the remote before we saw the Steve come down, I think.
He did not draw agendas fast enough, yeah. Cody here is
pointing out a line to a win, which is they could end up playing Biotic, install, advance, Audacity for the win.
Yeah. No, there's lines here. Cody needs to get a simul chip. He needs to check that there's a virus in the remote server. And if he can do all of that, he can get the lock, but the lock is not fully sealed here. There are still some options. Worth noting too, the deck has Hush if you want to deal with MIC. That might be a bit expensive with the slots, but in terms of oh no, it doesn't have Hush, excuse me. I'm too used to looking at our Asana lists. So we're running HQ. I think we're going to get overclock on the remote server here. So we get an Axis. Which overclock? Your choice. 1 removed from game 1 to hand. So no dice roll.
Audacity is in hand. Knows that. That's important.
And we're going to start by
We
overclocking.
already know that from a few turns ago.
Oh, true. Yeah, did see it a few turns ago. Forgot that. No res.
Yep.
I think
Not all.
crucially staying above 7 credits, which is exactly the amount you need for that play that you mentioned, Onion.
Mm-hmm.
There's a Managarm, so it's protecting something. It's something you have to deal with here. Your clicks might not be that important, but it's an off-world office. 2 points for
Off-world
Cody
office.
again. You got to force him to the remote server.
Not trashing. Okay, so this is a point where you kind of. I know you're low on credits, but you really should trash the Tranquility because this is the point where on 6 credits, CTZ can still do that play because you gain 2.
And he has Luminal in hand here. You could just Audacity out. It's going to cost you your hand. I don't know if he has another agenda in there, but that allows you to recover. And it puts you on game point install. Gain 2. I think we're going to see it again. No simul chip yet. He hasn't been spending enough time drawing into it. He has the deck. How many simul chips does it have? It has 3. There you go. Biotic, though.
Biotic?
Not even having
weird.
to.
Oh, that's even more dangerous for the runner.
Yes. And there's Luminal. So that takes to game
Now,
point.
we could see a second Wage Workers trigger this turn. Because,
we will.
Very
We
true.
definitely will.
Yeah. It doesn't have a once per turn condition. It just says, look, if you see 3 times the same action, you get another click. So
this is the 8-click turn, right? Because Luminal, when scored, you get 3 back. You get 1 from the Wage Workers. And then you'll probably click for 3 credits, get another with Wage Workers.
Yeah, enkoder does know what's up, so they do definitely have time to take a bit of a drink here.
Ikawa
okay,
hand.
looks like drawing up rather than gaining credits.
There's an Ikawa there. So there's a 5-3 in hand, and that's a hard one to deep dive. As soon as you steal that, enkoder feels a lot better about deep diving centrals, because that card costs you a click and 2 credits to steal it. After a deep dive, that's very difficult. And so we'll see where that goes. The remote server is not that taxing. There's no more Managarms. 2 of them are out. And Spin Doctors we haven't seen so far, but Cody checking his bin to see how many simul chips he has. Again, we know the Claude is in there. But he's working through his deck. Again, playing 1 event a turn, his click his card draw. That's pretty good. But he might just need a mass draw and get the simul chip down. Again, he still also has to check that 1 upgrade as much as credits might matter. So discarding something. I don't know if the Ikawa stayed in hand or not, but just clicking for credits there. Not putting anything in remote server is a huge amount of breathing room here for Cody to like just draw up. Again, maybe go for 2 diesels off of the HQ on the Steve and just try and find that simul chip. It's so important. You're going to trash one of your programs though, which is a bit ugly, but you do that to not lose the game, of course.
Yeah, it's absolutely worth it.
Extra gamble to draw? That's a Palangi?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, that's a Mean Lady alt art, I believe.
I don't think Palangi is in this list though. I'm not sure what that is.
Maybe not Palangi then, but let me quickly. Can't be
Conduit?
Parisha, obviously. Oh yeah, it might be a Conduit alt art.
Getting there. The Dream Laundry, there is an Ikawa in hand. We have the clicks in the credits. 1 in 5 though. Not any HQ multi-axes. That's a drafter.
That is not an Ikawa.
So there's 1 legwork somewhere, but it's been already played. And with 1-ofs, it's hard to get those back from Steve as much as you can make some awkward decisions. So that's going to be installed for free. And there's a simul chip. Okay, we have Clot Lock.
Okay, simul chip is huge.
As much as there could be a virus in the remote server, so that you can actually do install, advance, Audacity, Resma virus. You can win if you have a 3-2 in hand, and that's a virus in the remote server. Enkoder hasn't been prioritizing checking the upgrades.
You could also have a virus in hand because of the Asa install.
Double install
and
as well.
There is a fully up drawn.
Fully up. That's big. Just for 6
Just
credits.
for money, though. If
So
they had
fast
drawn
events.
into exactly Biotic and a 3-2 from hand, from the top here, they could have gone ahead and used that to actually win that turn. Instead just choosing to money up.
He had a line, but...
Checking the bin there again. Counting the Biotics. There's only 1 out so far. We know the Audacity in hand. The deck is on 2 Biotics, 1 Audacity. So that's all the fast events you have access to. Icing up their HQ. Again, hard to tell what will be taxing. Even Echelon, I think Echelon for Drafter is the most taxing. No, it's 2 credits.
It's also just 2 credits. Ooh. I don't believe you have any ice in the deck that's more than 2 credits to break at this point.
Dirty Laundry to Archives, Sing Rashida, a wraparound, a magnet, Wage Workers, another magnet. So that's 5 credits and a card draw.
I believe that remainder should technically be purged, shouldn't it?
Yeah, probably. Is there a virus in there? I think we've seen one, yeah.
Not sure if that's irrelevant, but you're 100% correct. It should be. Okay,
So
dirty
laundry
laundering
here?
into R&D, it looks like. On
You
click
need
2, is this?
You need to find that last virus. It's so important, whether it's in the remote server. I think we're realizing there might be a purge
noticing
here.
the fermenter. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So that's going to get purged out to 0. That's fine.
Purged.
Oh, I think he missed the trigger. Is that what they're ruling?
Yeah, I think CTC saying missed the trigger.
Because virus is optional.
Very fair. I believe we are going for the deep dive turn here.
Yes. So we'll see if he cracks the MICs, which say lose a click or end the run, which you'll still get the axis, but it can deny the deep dive. Deep dive also very importantly shuffles the deck, so you're not going to prevent a top deck here. So there's still lines where if CTZ has what he needs, he can fast advance out.
Very true.
We're through again.
Choosing not to pop.
Oh, Vitruvius off the top. Huge hit. Now that puts
Okay.
4 points, so you're 1 Iqua away. We know that's in hand. Obviously, Cody doesn't, but that means
So
deep
many
dive
ways
is
to find
not
this.
that great here because you can't steal the Iqua. Dirty Laundry to get 5 credits and draw a card.
You may not be able to steal the Iqua, but if you can find the another Vitruvius, then the Corp has no more 3-2s they can score with the Audacity.
Yeah, we
Very
might be
true.
going for it.
That's huge.
Steve Cambridge. I think we might miss the Steve Cambridge trigger here.
I believe
I
so,
think so.
yeah.
1 and 5
That's
again. If that's the
fine.
Iqua, that's game. Cody getting those hands nice and warm for the
Throwing the dice
CTZ
away.
rips. Why do I need dice? Audacity.
Finds the Audacity.
Third time.
That is the opposite of a rip.
We've seen
Oh,
that
I think
so
pointing
many.
out-
Deep dive.
Oh, okay, here's a deep dive.
So look at the top. What is it? 8 cards?
Yeah, 8 cards.
That deck
That's
is
a lot of
pretty thin.
cards. That's a lot of cards.
Now here he cannot steal Iqua. Iqua requires a click and 2 credits. He doesn't have the click. So he can steal. Again, the last Audacity would be very, very important. As much as there are still some biotic into off-world
there's-
office Audacity lines.
This is 8 cards out of like 11.
Oh, Iqua, you see there.
Oh.
So that last 3-pointer is entirely safe. Again, Global Food Initiative is gone. This is what we haven't said. Spin Doctor, Wraparound, Drafter. There is a 4-2, but
Off-world
not the
office.
Vitruvius. So we're on 6 points.
6-6.
And
Does
RD is
CTC
getting...
have a line to win it now? Is the question.
Yeah. I
As
think
the
that...
Audacity, did you see a? I didn't see a biotic in those 8.
I didn't see a biotic.
gets-
I didn't see him a virus either.
It's to shuffle, so there is a chance here.
Yeah, he could have it. Again, this is unknown, and that is the end of Cody's turn. The Simulchip doesn't beat the virus if it's on the table. Now, you're going to need the last Vitruvius. You can do some weird stuff with Biotic Install, Advance, Audacity, so you can actually score out the Iqua from hand.
That was a wraparound round, though.
So he needs the Biotic.
Yeah.
Needs the biotic. Already has the Audacity, but needs the biotic to be able to score
Install
out.
to draw, just hope. He has the loss of Vitruvius in hand.
Oh, the lost
Okay.
Vitruvius.
If he drew that in the other order and there was on the table, if that, again, that upgrade's been there forever. If that is the last virus, he can win next turn.
Yeah.
Credit. What did he install? He didn't install the Iqua, did he?
Installed
I
something.
didn't see what he installed.
Could be just another Spin Doctor that they draw at some point, or drew at some point. I don't think we have seen all of the Rashidas so far. We have seen all of the Manigarms, though. So it can't be that.
Yeah.
Running HQ. We get the Steve trigger here,
That's
so you can choose what card to add
2
back.
out of 5 now. Chance of a rip is very possible here.
This is if you're CTZ, you just sit back and pretend that all of the agendas are in R&D on this. Play this as cool as possible. Don't let them know there are 2. This is click 1, I think, so plenty of time to go back and get it.
I wonder if you threaten ever like to pull the deep dive here in another card that you really want, right? Like the pinhole, and then you make it hard
Okay,
to choose the
gamble.
right choice.
Mm-hmm.
Just don't offer clot. That's the important.
Yeah. Clot Simulchip? Okay. Okay, gamble back in hand. We access one here. There might be an Iqua in here. It is. That's a biotic.
Biotic. Oh boy.
That's terrifying. Cody needs to run that upgrade in that remote server. That's some virus. All the viruses are out. You're actually safe for a bit, unless again it is the Iqua in the remote server. which now
Yeah, running the
I
remote.
think this is third click. If it's last click, the MIC just wins. I think this has to be third click.
It's third
Outermost,
click. It's third click.
that looks like a Hagen.
Yeah, it was a Hagen,
Yes,
I believe.
leaving CTZ with 6 credits, which is enough with Tranquility.
Mm-hmm.
No, MIC is again 2. He's going to trash it after you go through. So you have to spend a click
Okay.
or end the run. And now if you spend a
Oh, wait,
clicker, you
is that
can't
the
steal the
Ikawa then?
Ikawa. Yeah,
I think it's the Ikawa.
he can't steal the
It's
Ikawa.
Ikawa!
That means advance. Audacity is the game. CTZ takes it.
Nice. Beautiful.
Struggling
Hard
against
right
Head.
through, 9 points.
Head in his hands.
6
Can't
to
believe it.
6. Encoder trying to hold control there, but the lines there respecting what's in the remote server. MIC having
Incredible.
relevant text. Well played to both players. And that is
Yes, chat.
game.
Spam your Z's for CTZ.
Encoder.
Incredible game. Both of them played so well.
Yeah, that is the distance again. Their early game, CTZ couldn't get the agendas. Encoder was able to set up the text on Ikwa being so prominent in this game as anti-deep dive tech, as anti-remote server tech. If he just ran that one click sooner, instead of playing the sure gamble, that's an entirely different game there. But he went for the gamble and it cost him everything.
Well, that's why they call it a gamble.
Well played to both. CTZ again, now going to go into the lower bracket finals against, I believe, Ysengrin. Whoever wins that will be playing against rongydoge, who is undefeated. Again, any of these players, if they lose one more round, they're out. But well played Encoder getting this far, playing lat, the only lat in the top cut. In fact, not that many lats we saw. So repping what he's been playing for a long time. And CTZ with Asa and 419 is going to continue on once more. Well played to both players.
Is Intercontinentals top 4? So does that mean Cody
think it is.
Intercontinentals? So
Yeah,
congrats
I think it's
on that. Like a fantastic finish, obviously.
Yeah. Really well played. Oh, that's going to be a big hug.
Oh, there you go.
Well played to both. The West Coast players from the same meta, if not very close meta. So these guys have played each other a fair bit throughout I would say now years. These players have both been playing for a long time. So well played to both.
Yes, they are proudly wearing the jaded fuckhead label.
Yikes.
So
right,
CTZ is going to stay on the table and play against Ysengrin.
Yes.
Possibly switching sides. Not sure. I don't know what the balance is for each of them, but
yeah,
we'll find out soon enough. I'm imagining probably a small break between this and the next round.
Yes, I think we're going to throw to a break. So don't go anywhere. We have maybe, what is it? 2 games left, maybe 3 games left. We're almost there to get an American Continentals finalist here at Cascadia. We'll be back. We'll just be throwing it again. We'll have the cam up. There won't be any music or anything, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a bit. Welcome back. We're just about to begin the lower bracket finals. Both of these players getting to the end of the lower brackets. Whoever wins this, they are on their last life, but they will go up to face off against rongydoge, who has gone undefeated in the finals. On the right, we've seen CTZ on stream before on both sides. 419, the immoral scammer. So we're going to pay a credit for the expose, and Jeff on an op. This is Ysengrin. Ysengrin SE has been a huge proponent of op. And this is going to be a really fun one. Op has got some really interesting new tools in the new set. We're going to see a bit of a fast advance rush op. I think there's a bit of fast advance in this deck, but one of the big cards is Tucana. Onion, you played a Tucana yet?
No, I actually haven't touched it at all. I have played with some of the other cards in this op list of the new cards, but remind me, what exactly does Tucana do?
So Ysengrin is so hot on Tucana. If you ask him about what's the best op card, this is what he's saying. I think it's his favorite card in the set. It's a 2-cost upgrade that when rezzed, whenever an agenda is scored or stolen from the server, even on the turn the runner trashes this, you're allowed to search your deck for a piece of ice and install and res it, paying 3 credits cheaper. Now that means you can at instant speed get out things like pings and give a tag, or you can get out things like anemone and get 2 net damage. That's not what this deck is doing. It's just using this to set up the board state as fast as possible to get more things on the table to extract, to build better servers and stronger servers. And this deck has some really mean tricks that are hard for certain runners to deal with, and I think 419 actually might be one of those targets. One of the big combos here, if you've seen this in startup, you might have seen the Stavka half run combination. The idea is if you res a Stavka, it's a 4-cost piece of ice that trashes 2 programs, and you can trash an installed card to give it +5 strength. It's 7 strength sentry. And if you trash a 3-coster, you can install and res a half run at instant speed, which means you can pick a program and the runner cannot use it to break subroutines for this run, which means if they're running into that with their Amakua, let alone if they're one of Fractor or one of Decoder, that thing is going to get trashed, and there's almost no way to deal with that. That's a very powerful effect, and this deck has a lot of ways to also mess with the Amakuas. 3 copies of Mavirus is a really easy include in this deck, because you can use that at instant speed to pull any of the 2-costers from your deck. The Tucanas for forward tempo, the Managarm Skunkworks, which this deck doesn't have Forma carry, so it's just going to be a pretty genuine defensive upgrade with no extra tricks, and of course just a Regolith mining license if you really need it. In terms of the agenda suite, 11 agendas is always a lot. We're on 2 hostiles. Everything else is a 2-pointer, so we're going to have to score out a couple agendas, and we have 1 Audacity and 1 Slash and Burn. So a lot of different fast advance tricks. Some of them are dependent on Spin Doctor. In terms of the ice suite, we have no 1-cost ice. In fact, actually, we have 1 Tithe. So you can always Slash and Burn to score an Uz. You have to trash the Tithe and then go and rescue whatever Slash and Burn you throw in the bin by pulling a Spin Doctor. So a lot of interesting interactions here, but the ice suite tops off at envelopment and goes all the way down from there. There's 4s and 3s and 2s and 1s for sure.
Yeah, always the most interesting part of building up, to just like figure out the ice suite, so you can always have another ice in case this one gets trashed to go into.
This is like by definition the sort of brain burner deck where I would not be envious to be having to play this on the 10th round of Swiss. And at this point, Ysengrin, and we've only seen him play on stream so far, Arasana, and he's been an op grinder for a long time. So we're going to review lists here. We saw CTZ on stream. For those who weren't there at the point, maybe don't remember, it's a really, I would say, fundamentals 419 deck. We're on 3 copies of Hermes. For multi-axis, we have 1 Legwork, 1 Maker's Eye, and then we have actually 2 copies of the Katurga Breakout, which allows you to recur a card from your heap to hand on a successful run, which will pull back probably some of the more important cards there. The multi-axis is really important. Diversion of funds is sometimes a tricky thing to land, whether we'll see a border control in HQ. I don't think you actually see that play pattern as commonly as you used to back in the day, but the 3 Mavirus is going to be a nightmare for a deck that's on 3 Amakua, 1 of each other kind of breaker, and no way to pull them, no mutual favor. That being said, CTZ has just been ripping single axes, very good multi-axis, well-timed stuff, and just been pulling apart corporations. So we'll see if, knowing that the Hermes is here, how sometimes conservatively you're mulliganing to make sure you don't end up in a board state where you're holding more agendas than you have ideas of what to do with them.
Yeah, and one good target for the Katurga Breakout during this is, honestly, it is just that simple Maker's Eye, because Op is going to shuffle the deck very often. So you're often going to have a fresh R&D to see 3 cards from.
11 gens is a lot, and we're off. East Coast versus West Coast there. Ysengrin coming in from the Massachusetts area, Boston area. Install up to the hedge fund. You want to expose here for 419? It's optional, but we're going to pay 1 credit there, so that ice is going to remain hidden. We'll see if we get an ice here on R&D here. The face checks, How bad can they be? This deck is on no anvils, mind you. Anvil's a really annoying face check if you install your breaker and just charge into it because it forces you to trash a card, but we're not going to see that there. So the face checks here are basically just some annoyances with things like Afshar or Whoredom. White space can be pretty ugly, but otherwise, Stavka is like the really bad face check at 2 to 7 strength. As long as that Amakua comes down, and come down, it will.
Yeah, both
So-
very or fairly humble starts from both sides here. Both mostly just setting up. Obviously, Core paying very close attention to having HQ iced on turn 1.
We start with the Spin Doctor. Again, this is where you want to score out your hostile takeovers before we hit on the table the Hermes. Also, a very common line with these decks is to rush out an Oaktown renovation early behind an envelopment, which is very hard for most of the meta to deal with. Unfortunately, for Criminal, it's not that bad. With Inside Jobs, which are weak to only border control, that is a line that you don't have the privilege to, which is very classically how you played against Anarchs. I think my Virus on HQ is probably a guess here. Otherwise, we're looking at Vovos, which you probably res right now. Maybe you want to bluff it. Unlikely to be a Tucana or a Manic Arm. I think Tucana has to be a remote server.
Yeah, Tucana is remote server only.
Top of the deck. Trashing. That's a Tucana. Relatively cheap to trash. We're going back for singles again. Going to steal. Start with that's a Project Alice for 2 points for CTZ. And we're just going back. Just
we got
ripping.
more rips. Do we have more rips?
My
Nah,
Virus.
Okay.
We got a trash though.
Oh,
Well,
my
that's
lord.
a very productive turn spent entirely within R&D.
Who needs multi-access? Hostile takeover, though. That's going to be 7
Hey,
credits and
nice.
bad publicity. Hey, you've lost 2 agendas already. You can't lose more off of R&D, right?
You could.
You could.
You definitely could.
Never
It's
say
always
never,
possible.
I guess.
Now, those accesses are not only single access rips, but you want to get that Amakua up to strength to be able to contest. Again, no ice in this deck, barring the Stavkas, is over. I think 5 strength is a plateau. I don't think we're going to see a triple advanced Whoredom. That's just way too expensive for this deck. So R&D needs to hold out here for Jeff to have a good chance.
Gonna draw with that class act. Get some of that filtering. That is one thing that helps you get to your breakers a little faster. Your click to draw is going to see 2 cards rather than 1 a fair amount of the time.
Yeah. And a lot of these are 1-ups, right? So finding the right card for the right time. You have some shuffle effects with Boomerang, but we're just setting up, playing again. Kind of the staple, like, criminal and neutral economy package that you're seeing in most of the criminal decks. Amakua, mind you, at 1.
There we go.
Off the top here, Oaktown, install. Going to see if you pay 1. It's a face-up card, actually, so it doesn't get exposed.
Yeah, exactly. That's an interesting discussion happening right here.
Oh yeah, that's interesting. I'm sure very intentional anti-turtle tag.
Yeah, it also beats Hermes, which is really fun. But we're probably going to have to see 2 ice here. Otherwise, Inside Job is just going to blow this out, unless that is specifically a border control. Yeah, it looks like it's probably a border control then, unless Jeff has to take aggressive lines because he's not ahead here. So 2 Inside Job in the deck. We've drawn through probably about a quarter. Boomerang, though, that is weak to envelopment, weak to border control. But if it's Boomerang into Inside Job, that is an absolute blowout. So we'll see what the call is here. Click 2. Give that big old Boomerang token.
Boomerang.
I love that Boomerang token. The damn B special.
So we really need this to be envelopment or a border control. It is a border control. The Chris Dyer. So Boomeranging through that, going to trash that at instant speed. Not only does that end the run, it gets a 3-coster here. So I'm assuming we're going to see a Sandstone. That is one of the Boomerangs out of the deck here. So Sandstone coming in at 6 strength. Kurapira is going to have a lot of work there, but it is weak to Inside Job here. And if that's what you have, this is the correct ordering. There's a Sandstone. 1 end the run subroutine, loses strength on every encounter until you purge, because it is attached to virus counters. It's a very unique piece of ice. I think we're click tracking. We're click tracking.
Let's see. CTZ is shuffling their hand. I can't really see if there's an Inside Job, but I don't think there is.
Now, Boomerang, not a successful run, so that's not going back. That's a nice enough card for the matchup. We have a Katurga there. I think we see some diversions. You could always send it to see if they can res, but Jeff has 13 credits. It's not going to be too hard to res that. Amaku at 1 does deal with Afshar, though. That's only 1 of in the list. Magnet. Whoredom. We're going to keep drawing. I think did he already draw for 2 or no?
I don't think so. I believe that was last turn.
Okay.
Yeah, that was last turn.
Drawing in D's off the top. R&D. Seeing a card there.
Can't
Might
quite
consider
tell
this
what
to be a
it is.
trashable. I
Yeah,
think he
just
has
for some consideration.
he has a program in hand. Is it a Kurapira? It is, but he just can't afford to break the Sandstone. You would have to boost its 5 credits to break the Kurapira. So advance before the Hermes comes down and opens up HQ. Jeff is going to get some credits and score an Oaktown. He's at 3 points to 4, coming back. Definitely a very important turn there, risking a lot into inside job, boomerang, whatever combination you can imagine the runner to have.
So that's a diesel. Gonna see 4, keep 3 of them. Great include with Class Act, obviously.
Yeah, it's only a 1 of in the deck. I feel like every criminal deck I build starts with 3 diesels, but it seems like CTZ here has been a bit more methodical, a bit slow. It's not as fast. He just spends a lot of turns clicking to draw, which like obviously a lot better with the. Oh, that's a Rashid off the top. But yeah, a lot better with the Class Act. That's going down for 1. You can go back again, Amaku counters and single axes, locking the top of the deck. That's a piece of ice.
I believe there was a magnet.
And he has to be scared of face checking because it does look like there's a Mavirus there on HQ.
Oh, Career Fair going back to hand. Not dropping immediately.
He does have an inside job now and a Kurapira. So while money is only slowly taking up with the daily casts, we're going to crack that Spin Doctor. There's a window after you wait for the runner to discard. So in theory, you can wait for them to discard and then base off that information. But CTZ is actually going to wait to see what he shuffles back. It's actually a window that he shouldn't have priority on. So I think that's a networking and a career fair, right?
Yeah.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, both hitting the bin. Not super impactful in this matchup. Well, Career Fair could be, but probably no good targets for it in hand.
So Ysengrin here often plays some sort of combo fast events deck. This one's just fast events. We don't have any of those boom kill decks that rotated out. So here he needs to score out 1 more agenda point. I think we need to see something, and we have to remember that the Mavirus at instant speed can become a Managarm. Once he gets to 5 points, Audacity is the line here, and I think he might have a Project Atlas in hand.
Yeah, I believe I see one as well.
Okay,
There's
so
also
R&D
an
is going to get
extract.
Install. Again, we know there's an inside job there. A second piece of ice to play around the inside job would be good, but that is just an upgrade also on R&D. So if that is an agenda, I think CTZ has a way in here. You have to assume he has the inside job or a second boomerang by now. And on 6 credits, even Kurapira, I think you can barely get in. Or just bounce off of it with Amakua. So this can't be an agenda.
At least it doesn't feel like an agenda, but maybe that is exactly what Ysengrin is hoping on.
Right.
I think there's a chance that you'll get the Purge to like mess with the Sandstone and the Amakua, and then you can pull out a Managarm. That's cool.
Could be the Mavirus.
But inside job to start. So Managarm, you still have the 2 clicks here.
That does get around that.
Is it just an Atlas Rashida?
Try for 1. That makes
definitely
sense.
worth. For 0 thanks to the bad pub.
Yeah, 1 bad publicity. So that's 1 inside job, 1 boomerang down. Still at least 2 bypass tricks, or if you want to call boomerang a bypass trick. But yeah, it's pretty unlikely that Jeff would jam an agenda there behind a single ice. That being said, you still need to get the Rashida down.
Yeah, I think that's a worthwhile use of inside job, honestly. Just Rashida does so much to accelerate a rush deck like this.
Now, very importantly, Katurga means you can Katurga Archives to get the inside job back. If you are worried about that pressure, it's a very flexible card and maybe makes a bit more sense in Criminal as much as it is 3 influence. Those are very powerful events Criminals are playing.
Yeah, R&D now is suddenly a very tough server to get into. Definitely representing getting rid of Amakua's counters at instant speed during the run.
Yeah, and getting a 2 coster for it.
Yeah, exactly. Wouldn't even be too bad of an economic hit given Jeff is on 15.
I think there's a chance if this turn there's not enough aggression, like Jeff might just crack the Mavirus to get a 2 coster to start a turn. Maybe if it's a Tucana, you could consider fast advancing out if you have an Audacity in hand. Maybe just to get tempo forward. Otherwise, you can pull a Regolith. I don't think you need money, so it would be a 2-cost dice, which, you know, white space doesn't do much against Amakua, and I don't know what other 2-cost dice you have. Halfren you don't want to pull here. I think that's it.
Yeah, you need to save the Halfren for sure.
We're going in somewhere. That's a bravado. 1 credit, 1 bad publicity on the turtle. So the question is, what are you rezzing? And how bad is a Mavirus Purge here? Again, the fish sharks aren't brutal.
This is it's a very criminal way of figuring out what's on this server. Just blow me out. You won't.
It is border control.
Just a border control, though.
So that can be, again, 2 counters to go through it, or sorry, 2 credits, even 1 credit if you want to give Jeff a credit. And he can always pop the border control at instant speed to go get a 3-coster. I do think there's an agenda in HQ, though, so this could be a very important sick rip. Funny enough, if you crack the border control, I don't know how it interacts with Bravado. I think it works well. I think Into the Depths doesn't work. So we're cracking it.
Yeah,
3-coster hits the
is
table.
run ends. So that money still goes to CTZ. And you don't that's before the ice is passed, so denying the extra credit as well.
Magnet
And
on
given
the
that-
Oh,
server.
and they shore up the remote a bit more. I'm surprised that we didn't see them use the upgrade as well. If that is a virus, I would have suspected that Ysengrin might be keen to grab a Tucana here to put in the remote, and then next term spend their time icing it again and putting an agenda in there.
I think this play allows him to install Advance the Atlas, which an Atlas with a counter wins the game. And
That's
then he
true.
can still pop them a virus to pull a Mana Garm. So a lot of good lines here, but I think he has to jam, and he's still pretty safe to Diversion of Funds. Install, remembering to point at the acrylic. He might not have to pay one. Yeah, exactly. If he's going to purge anyways. It is the Atlas. So we'll see install Advance. And then if that's the case, one fast
quite
advance
the
piece.
call out.
Yeah, now with 7 credits, can you get Kurapira down? Katurga inside job, that's your only line, but you still have to worry with Mana Garm. That's an install for 2. Ooh. You have to watch out for credits a bit. Because Diversion of Funds is coming. So Jeff thinking is out again. He got this far into the play. Maybe he's seeing something he missed coming into this, but
I don't really see how anything aside from like a double diversion can really stop him from scoring an Atlas with a counter here.
Yeah, he might want to extract the Mavirus to go get on this turn, and then still have access to the second Mavirus. Because we have that economy card, you need to trash something, and you can get your ability this turn. But yeah, third ice plays around the inside job. And then we'll see here, just advance, okay, because you need that Atlas counter back to you on only 8 credits. So Diversion leaves him with 3. That's enough to res the Mavirus. And he's going to res a Vovo on R&D to move it over. So 1 credit to hopefully save at least 2. Again, we are at threat 4, but there's nothing in that server. So the Mavirus is what's looking to be on R&D. And I love how he didn't res that before. He just kept that as a Mavirus kind of looking threat.
How much does Vovo reduce again? By 2 credits, okay.
Yeah, no matter how you slice it, 2.
Okay.
And it's only res costs, not install costs, and a very flexible card. And really nice with Tucana. I don't know if it works, but there's a lot of ice here.
Yes, it will work with Tucana. It's just a normal res, effectively, that's reduced by 3. And then Vovo can reduce that further by 2.
So diversion for 2 clicks here.
All right. Well, that's 5 credits going away.
Now, you'll be left with only 2 credits here. This is actually too little to score at the Atlas.
Yeah.
Now, you can still res a border control on the remote server. You're not going to be able to access the upgrade here. Second diversion. This is exactly the nightmare. And we saw in the other games, CTZ holding the diversions in hand for plays like this. Hermes does set that up. But that is going to leave Jeff with just click for 3 credits and hope there's not a third diversion, as slow as that will be.
Well, would a third diversion really do much here?
Not really. I think you could consider advancing an Audasting if you had it here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I believe they probably just didn't have that line.
Yeah, if he has it. It's a 1 of.
What the third division really would just do here is force the res of a Mavirus.
Yes, and that's actually really big because he resed the Vovo. He wasn't able to duck the diversion by resing the Mavirus to get the Mana Garm in the remote server, so it did slow him down. As much as it still might have been the right play. So Amaku on 4, you're going to have to tank into that Mavirus. Now, the corporation wants to trash it, so it's going to cost them 3 credits. So forcing Jeff to pay 3 credits for this Mavirus is pretty fair. And again, we're getting further away from the extract. I do think last turn, maybe you could consider extracting. Or 2 turns ago, excuse me, but we'll see what the punishment is here. Kurapira coming down. That does deal with the Sandstone. For 5 credits, we're running. Stavka can be resed here. Would be disgusting. Now, as soon as you res, you're no longer threatening the purge. It is a Stavka!
Oh,
Resed for only 2 credits. Trashing
getting
the
rid of
Vovo.
Vovo.
You have to make it 7 strength. That gets you a 0 coster. You can pull out a Spin
0.
Doctor or Rashida here.
So Spin Doctor can over-install and then shuffle back the agenda. That might be the play.
He doesn't need to. He trashes all the programs.
Yeah, so you're
Yeah.
likely just
Yeah.
grabbing either Ushida here to occupy the
Yeah.
runner for another click, or still spin to just draw 2 effectively.
Yeah,
Although
draw
I
2 into
don't
open
want
HQ
to-
is a bit risky. Amakuya
Yeah.
will be down. The 1 fractor is down, but that is the one scary face check exactly. With 1 credit left to spend, again, Spin Doctor might be good enough to shuffle back some cards. Very good. We'll see what he gets, a 0 coster here. Only 2 options in the deck, both of them very commonly played cards, very powerful cards. This is the power of op there, CTZ. Caught a bit off guard, maybe still making the run. It's just a Rashida, so that is trash for free for bad publicity, but it will be a click tax at a minimum.
Mhm.
Finally, we get to see a smile on Jeff's face. He's been having really bad beats on stream.
I believe Jeff also is holding onto a extract, so their next turn will likely be credit, and then extract something away, most likely the Stavka.
Yeah, the stuff guy's pretty middling value going forward. And that lets you get a 3 coster. I'm not sure what you want. There goes down the Rashida. The 3 coster, maybe an Afshar on HQ is where you want to be. Or even, like, how good are the viruses? Did he throw out a second Amaku at this point? Because he's checking
I'm not
HQ.
sure, actually.
For 3, it's a regular 2 with bad publicity. That is one of the 2 cost econ cards. It's nice to get an instant speed at start of turn with a potential Mavirus, and there is a Mavirus. You need to trash that for 0. That is just such a flexible card. Even if you don't have any viruses in your deck, just giving an op ability to pull any 2 costers is incredibly important. R&D, mind you, is wide open here, and CTZ has loved those accesses. We'll see if he has a click here to go in. I don't think he does.
Looks like no. Jeff is drawing.
Oak Town off the top.
Oh.
That is the last thing he wants to draw. So it's going to be credit, extract. So that's a huge economy play. It's a 6 credit econ card as long as you trash something. So putting Jeff on 9. Going to trash the Magnet.
The Magnet.
Also a valid trash. What are you grabbing here? Most likely the white space?
Yeah, this is really interesting. The white space is like, it's kind of reasonable. It's not great with bad pub, but a half run is just an end the run. It's
that's also fair.
I think 3 strength, but it's both a decoder and a fractor, but it is an end the run. Now, if you went for the Stavka, you could have got an Afshar, which is not that bad with the bad publicity, but it is lower strength, so it's easier for an Amakuya to get there.
Mm-hmm.
So that Audacity has been cooking, or certainly not the Audacity. Alice has been cooking on the table for, what is it now, 3 turns?
Still not overcooked.
And
This is
still,
a slow
it still
roast.
looks like it's going to be there for a while. The Kurapura, obviously, in the bin is the only way to naturally break that sandstone. So
Inside Job doesn't do it. You have, I think, at least 1 or 2 more turtles, 1 more boomerang. So again, we can get the Kurapura back.
Would get them in here.
Yeah, boomerang would.
Katurga. Katurga can return breakers. Like, this is the flexibility you have from the Katurga breakout.
True. Yeah, it's just a card. I keep thinking multi-access, but
so Maker's Eye off the top there. That's 3 cards R&D. Jeff can res any ice in his deck. We haven't seen any of the developments. We're missing, I think, 2 border controls still. Even a Hordem on R&D. Res for 3 is not too bad.
Yeah. Even just poking for a single, not bad when you're on 4 points. You only need 2 more agendas to win.
Yeah, there's not a lot of punishment here. Just figuring out what the ice is so you know if you can Maker's Eye, that can be huge. Now, even, like, I don't know, getting a Hermes down, we haven't seen one yet, but that install advanced, an obvious known agenda is so weak to Hermes in the remote server. But CTZ just hasn't found the 3 of in his deck yet.
Mm-hmm.
It's also not like he just needs to find the Hermes. He also needs to find an agenda at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, it's worth noting, like, the choice of the Magnet over the Stavka, right? Like, you can boomerang into that server if you don't have programs.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Chat is pointing up he could just Katoga for the boomerang here and then just get in.
Exactly. Yeah, there's a line that he got in. I think he's too late in the turn, though, but Katurga boomerang run gets in there, and that costs Jeff the game easily. But I think we're, 2 clicks in, 3 clicks in, or just 1?
We're 2 clicks in at least.
Oh, no.
He definitely drew twice.
Well,
yeah, now we're too late.
Yeah. Needs to have the 3 clicks to do that.
That costs you the Katurga. While there's 2 in the deck, that means you can't just pull your Fracture back. But yeah, Katurga Boomerang gets you there. We're running R&D. It's another Sandstone.
Another Sandstone. Okay.
1 Virus counter, 5 Strength currently. You need to put a counter on that one. So that thing ticks down on every... Yeah, they will.
Should have a counter.
These top tables are watched by judges. So I think you see rongydoge leading in to remind. You're allowed to instruct judges if you see something economic
there. There is a certain gentleman with an with an octopus on his head sitting to the side as well.
Okay, they found it.
Yeah.
Now maybe 1 click left, maybe 2, but that Atlas is going to go through, and that means Audacity can close the game out. The only fast advance piece besides the slash and burn, so you're still going to need a 3-2 in hand, and we've only seen now, what is it? This will be the second 3-2 out of the deck, and I think the deck is running 4 or 5. It's 5.
Yeah, the 3 Oaktown, or sorry, the 3 Atlas, the 1 Azief, and the 1 Above the Law.
So CTZ figuring out, trying to find out what to do here. I think obviously how you spend the Katurga is the most interesting question. Whether you get an Amakua back, whether you get a Breaker back. We're going to drop once more. I think that might have been a daily cast. Oh, a legwork.
Legwork, okay.
Triple advance. No Hermes so far. That's going to take Jeff to 5. And you see when you play against Wayland, Atlas with the counter is the closest to 7 points you can be without being on 7 points. So the top of R&D is so important there. And he has an Oaktown in hand. Not the agenda you want here. You want an Audacity, any 3-2. Once you draw into either of those, or even the slash and burn, you just win on the spot if you have at least 1 credit. So CTZ has his work cut out for him again, and the runs on every server. That being said, Boomerang, Inside Job, there's ways to sneak around these. And he has the Katurga. Half run is only 3 credits to get through, 2 with bad publicity. If you do get down your Kurapira, legwork can flush out HQ. That will find an agenda.
Chat is asking how many 3-2s are left in the deck. I believe there are like 3 or 4 more left over because actually what was the first agenda
there's
that
3 more.
CTZ stole?
So 2 Atlases are out. There's 1 more Atlas, 1 Azief, and 1 Above the Law. So CTZ thinking it out again. This is the lower bracket finals. I don't know if these rounds are timed. I think they might not be, but regardless, I don't think we're going to hit time. So CTZ taking his time, being very careful, pointing at the Kurapira again. We don't have the table microphone, but there's definitely some options here. Jeff knows that there's a Katurga somewhere, and I think that might be it. Sure gamble. The nice foil.
Okay. Setting up for next turn, I think, because I believe that was click 5 or click 4.
I think he has to go in on HQ here. It's so hard. If he's holding Audacity or a 3-2, you lose.
Yeah.
Katurga.
Okay. Yep, Katurga.
On archives. Successful run.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Getting back the Kurapira.
Okay, getting back the Kurapira. So that does...
It purges.
Yeah, so that does purge. So Sandstone is back to most difficult strength to break. But Kurapira is down now with enough credits to get into HQ with a legwork.
Or Maker's Eye. It's one of them. So we're going to go for legwork, the cheaper version. So it's 2 to break, or 2 to boost, 1 to break. We see 3 cards. This is the last click. We know there is 1 4-2 agenda in here. Mind you, that half run has an end the run subroutine, but it's both a code gate and a barrier. So you have some flexibility here.
Oh, and actually so it's only actually 2, thanks to the bad pub. That's a nice help.
Yeah, it refunds it for sure. That bad pub has mattered. But there are 3 cards. One of them is an agenda.
Gonna see all 3.
There is the Oaktown.
All right, that's the rip.
Envelopment.
And second
envelopment.
Okay.
Ooh.
If Jeff top decks on Audacity or 3-2, he will be moving on to the finals.
Yeah. It is that simple.
He has it. He drew an Atlas.
Oh, beautiful.
Searching his deck. Audacity pulling to hand. It's an Azief off the top.
Same difference. Wow. Nice.
Good
there
game.
We go.
Eruption of applause there. East Coast versus West Coast. It
Incredible.
looks like we're having a full East Coast finals here, all the way on the West Coast. Jeff finally getting his win on camera. He's had a rough time with a kind of streamer's curse, as much as he is pretty comfortable streaming on JNet. So CTZ, fantastic run, finishing in the top third. We'll be seeing more of his play at Intercontinentals, which I'm not sure if that's been scheduled yet, just a bit later, but that top deck there is exactly what Jeff needed. Well played to both players.
Yeah,
That Stavka was
Continentals,
sick.
Incredible finish.
So now both players from the same testing group, right? These are both snare bearers who are going to be in the finals, so they probably know what each other is up to.
Yep.
Yes, most likely.
Obviously on top of the open deck lists. But yeah, they I imagine have probably played these decks against each other even.
Yeah. Yeah, I that matchup, right? Like obviously CTZ was getting some big rips, but like you're feeling pretty okay, I think, with 2 Stavka, 3 Mavirus. It's all about can that Stavka fire, and like that was the exact perfect ice that you saw. He triple installed it at such a cost, so it must have been incredibly important. CTZ now taking off the chain. Served him well for this weekend, but Jeff now probably going to take some time before the next round starts. You generally need to catch your breath and pull your focus back together, because he's coming in from the lower brackets, which means rongydoge hasn't lost a game so far today, and so he's going to have to lose 2 games in a row if Jeff wants to take it. Well, Jeff, of course, if he loses the first game, that is it. rongydoge will be our American Continentals champion 2023 here at I'm going to try it again, the Mox Boarding House. I think I got
it that time.
Nailed it.
Ysengrin will Ysengrin run again?
It depends on what Ronky has played least, I think.
Yes.
Okay,
Maybe it's
so
a
we
coin
will
flip?
have to see. But it's fairly likely that we get a run back from the semifinals, actually.
Yes, we did see these 2 players. In fact, rongydoge is the player who knocked Ysengrin down to the lower brackets, and that matchup, it was a Nearth Hub versus Arasana. Let me tell you, it was not close. And Jeff has a really good engine in the Shaper deck. Unfortunately, that matchup cares a lot about assets. We have no asset tech. The deck doesn't even have Sure Gamble. So if it can't set up its engine and very fluidly and get going, it's going to be hard if you need to feel like you have to deal with the table in the early games and deal with Oppo research. So maybe Jeff is going to run with a different strategy here, where we can let the table kind of do its own thing. And as long as you have access to Lilypad and a way to cheat out a Trojan on, or a program on the opponent's turn, you're at least safe to most of the kill combos, but not all. Whoa, okay. So I think it's going to be a couple minutes before we get into our finals. Jeff, apparently we're being told it's going to be back-to-back playing op, so we don't have any music here. We're going to let the cameras on. We're going to stretch our legs, get a bit of a stretch in. It'll be maybe a couple minutes before the round starts. It looks like Jeff is sitting down, so it might not be too long, but don't go anywhere. We're just about to start the finals here at American Continentals in Cascadia. We'll be back in a bit. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. All right, I think we're back up. Sorry about that, y'all. Ran into some technical difficulties. We're just about to start the finals at American Continentals in Cascadia. On the left, we saw Ysengrin coming from the lower brackets. Going to have to play it back with Ob. All the way from the East Coast. Both of these players have come, and Jeff has had a rough time on stream so far, but maybe his luck is turning right now. On the other side of the table, it's rongydoge. That is, I believe, Ian, also coming from the same meta. These two have been playing against each other, I think from the same testing group as well. So traveling all across the states, rongydoge. We've only seen today play near Earth Hub, but we're going to see the other side of that matchup. We're going to see the Hoshiko list, and I think it's a 50-card Hoshiko. Have you all looked at the list so far?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It is a very spicy 50-card Hoshiko.
Okay.
The influence, interestingly enough, is all criminal. We've got 2 Hermes, we've got a Miss Bones, we've got 3 Amakuas, and we've got 1 Wake implant.
Cool,
Being
yeah.
the primary. There's that and the twinning, and that's your multi-access.
So very criminal the way it looks like, and there's a very important couple cards in this deck for the matchup. Firstly, Amakua 3 of is a good spot to be if you're Ysengrin with 3 Mavirus for sure. You want to purge that thing out at instant speed. But there's a couple cool tricks here. You have Noom, which comes in at 8 strength and can break that Stavka no matter what you do, unless there is a Stavka half-run combo, which you need to let Stavka trash a 3-coster to go get your half-run. So a very potent interaction. But you also still have Devil Charm. So if you have a Devil Charm down at instant speed, you can trash that to lower the strength of the ice you're encountering. So if it's just a Stavka, even if you have an Amakua and they're not purging out, you can get that Stavka hopefully down to at least 2 strength, to 1 strength. So maybe you're able to get it through. But Hermes, 11 agendas is a lot, but we might start to see more Tucana in this matchup because you don't have to ice up centrals the same sort of way that you do against Criminal, where you're worried about the diversion of funds, as much as you cannot let the Leech Amakua grow.
Yeah, I have to say this kind of Fushiko does very much make me reminisce about old wizard lists, which usually also just spend all of their influence on Crim. And in general, Anarch fashion, we are obviously doing the usual Anarch thing of just picking all the stuff from a different faction and being better with their cards.
Yeah, Anarch looking really good. Now, this list has only, I think, 1 new card from the set. I think the big thing, 2 cards. There's Hannah and the Hermes. But good stuff. Anarch is obviously still alive and well, winning the last Continentals. There's a chance that will win this Continentals as well. Now, the new cards from the set, it's more so when it comes to Anarch, it's more so about how rotation has changed. We lost the Heap Breakers, Paperclip, MK Ultra, Black Orchestra. They have largely been what defines Anarch for the last, I think it's now 7 years. So we're seeing again, Amakua seems like it's a good spot. It's an easy inclusion. You have some of those fixed strength breakers. You have Noom for that outfit matchup, but we'll see how important that 3 Mavirus is, which we see 2 Mavirus in a lot of lists, and there's a lot of good reason for Op to play 3. It's just such immense amount of flexibility.
It'll be interesting to see the way that this Ob builds out the board, because obviously one of those new cards that you mentioned, Wheels, Hannah Wheels, if there are a lot of open servers, you gain a ton of value from that. You're just basically gaining an extra click every single turn. So I'm interested to see how many actual new servers go up and how much we just see, similar to that last game, kind of one server that you go tall on rather than going wide.
Yeah, that's often what you see. Again, classically, the play pattern against Anarchs is first step, rush an Oaktown renovation behind an envelopment. That is just not a nice they can deal with in the early turns. It doesn't get boomeranged if they're playing it. It doesn't get eaten by, they can't turn 1 hit you with a, not that's in this list, but a Banhar. And so it's pretty safe. It doesn't get weak to botches as well.
There actually is a pretty good answer to it. Now, it's 2 cards, so it's harder to have early, but Devil Charm plus Amakua does get you through an envelopment very easily.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's an option. You're going to have to break all the subroutines, so you're going to need some economy there, but that is technically a line that not a lot of other Anarch decks have access to. It's a good shout out. So it looks like players are looking at their hands here. Corp, gonna keep, that is some fist bumps, and we're off. Mind you, that is Op super heavy logistics on Jeff's side, so it says, once per turn, when you trash one of your cards, not through installation, you can search your deck if that card was rezzed, and go install and res a card that costs 1 less than that free. It looks like we're icing up HQ here. It's just a Spin Doctor on the table. 5 credits, no early hostile, no early agenda jam, and Amakua, that is the Catch-N alt-art hitting the table turn 1. That's going to be a lot of quick accesses, especially with the Leech as well. Mavirus be damned. Raindrops.
Yeah, until then it was all Catch-N arts on the side of Ranji.
Yep. Again, all from the same testing group. So we're seeing R&D here. Ysengrin gonna res first, get a Managarm and a hedge fund off the top there, just to make sure you
Okay.
can't res, bounce, res, or run a different server. It looks like that is an Oaktown.
Okay.
Very strong start there. Hoshiko accessing a card, what you want to do every turn to weave in and out, or mostly just stay in digital.
Yeah, Ranji taking a page out of CTZ's book with the power of rips there. Honestly, an extremely good early access because, as you pointed out, this is the agenda that Op wants to score early.
What was that draw there for Ysengrin? Is that the Regolith? I believe that's
It's
the Regolith,
one of
right?
Regolith, yeah, in the list.
Yeah, okay.
So that is 2 points again for the runner.
Yeah,
Getting
and
that flip there to
Ysengrin,
Shiko. Hedge fund off the top for credit. So we're gonna fly in here again. The Mavirus is already in hand, and a Tucana, a card that we haven't seen hit the table yet, but that's a Stavka there. So if you can trash both of those cards this soon, that's just definitely going to be a road bump from the Anarch, as much as they still have 45 more cards to go through. But that Stavka, you can trash the Spin Doctor if you want. You can trash the unresed ice even on HQ, just to bring that whole ship down.
Ysengrin looking to just play it slow here, icing up a bit more and allowing the Yoshiko to set up a bit more. Yeah,
Yeah,
now we have a
DreamNet going to make
DreamNet.
these early runs extremely high value. Ysengrin preemptively revealing the card in archives, knowing that was where it was going. Oh, interesting. So that's the half run in archives right now.
Yeah, cards like that are really awkward in some ways. They're the cards that you want in your deck. Having them in your hand are kind of useless. So you're going to see that Spin Doctored back up just so you have access to that Stavka half run combo, because that only works if it comes straight from R&D.
Let's see what else they have here. I believe Ysengrin still has no real reason to build a remote, as they didn't have any agendas in hand last time we saw their hand. They do have everything, or at least what looks like everything else. They do have some ice, they do have Tucana as well as a virus. So once they do find an agenda to set up here, maybe also a bit more money, they do have the Regolith to potentially go for that.
That is a Sandstone. So coming in at 5 strength now, every access. So we are able to go through that, if I'm not mistaken, with the combination. So 1 credit for an access here. Again, you want to just keep Hoshiko flipped as much as Archive, I think, was run. So 1 in 5 here. Treatment is already triggered, I'm pretty sure, and that's an extract. So if the Sandstone is not doing what you need it to do, you can get 6 credits and go get a 2 cost on the table. And Afshar on HQ is not that annoying. But Fermenter, this is so ripe for the Purge. This is where also like having the Regolith in hand sometimes feels bad, because if you can Purge on click 1 to get a Purge and a Regolith in the same click, that is where you get immense value. So now it's just going to be maybe Regolith behind Ice. I'm not sure if we have anything else to push out. Maybe a Mavirus. You just want them to hit it.
Yeah, basically, aside from the Spin Doctor, nearly every card on the board does have some amount of virus counters on it. So the Mavirus value here is very, very big.
Now we're still right. At this point, sometimes these rush ops are already scoring out their first points, but now, at least with the Mavirus in hand, Jeff is pretty confident. That's probably what's on the table, that he can get a scoring window. The question is, how punishing is a face check? And in this deck, the only punishing face check is a Stavka, which is 2 of them, and we see 1 in R&D. So I'm not sure if we're going to see R&D aggression that soon. We'll see. We charge the remote server feeling pretty good. Whether we just need a Devil Charm for more security, as much as still you get through it with the Mavirus. Did he draw into the Managarm as well? Like, did he draw into all his 2-costers that he cares about?
Oh, I really hope not.
Yeah.
If so, that's awful. Yeah.
It's a huge deal when you lose the power level of like the fact that you can clicklessly produce a Managarm on anyone's turn. Like, that's just totally turned off once you get it in hand. As much as Managarm is still, it's still Managarm. It's still okay.
Certainly still representing it in the remote, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah. I could even see Ysengrin actually looking to overdraw here just to be able to shuffle back some of those 2 costs with Spin Doctor.
Now, this top finals, it's not timed. So rongydoge can really think this through again. Ysengrin is playing from the lower bracket, so he has to win 2 in a row, but rongydoge would be pretty happy to be able to just close this in 1. Go for dinner. A Fermenter. We're just going to get a draw here. Sorry, that was Amaku. We ran archives for a card and a credit on the DreamNet. It's going to get you both virus counters. Again, it's very easy to poison archives in this deck, but I think that's something that Jeff is going to do at whatever paid ability speed data makes sense to crack them a virus for value.
It'll be interesting to see where they go here. Or if they feel like running at all.
Yeah, Rongi, you thinking this through? Let's talk about multi-access. Is it just the Awaken plant? I think it's just the Awaken plant. No Stargate.
There's twinning
There's
as well.
also twinning.
One twinning, excuse me, yeah. So those cards require a bit of, pieces together. We don't have yet a companion. We're looking at 2 Paladin Puemo. That's it. I don't think we have anything else with money on it you can use for the twinning. So definitely 2-card combo.
Awaken Plant at the moment, HQ does have the Sandstone on it, so
yeah,
not the easiest server to get into, but also certainly not impossible.
Cracking the Fermenter pretty early on. I'm not sure if that's for 4 or for 6 credits.
I believe that's just for 4, unless I'm miscounting.
Yeah,
no, it was just for 4 credits.
So just to contest the Spin Doctor, so
Doctor
Jeff going to shuffle back. I think it's a hedge fund and a Stavka. Or sorry, a half run and a hedge fund.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And this is also really big. Having the Sandstone rezzed means the Stavka is 7 strength. As long as there's a 3-coster now that you can res, he can do the Stavka half run combo. So that just having the Sandstone res is half the issue. Now, admittedly, you can always res them a virus in their mode server, it's there. But if you want to do that combo, you need to res the Stavka and trash a res 3-coster. Sealskin to draw in. Again, we just wanted to crack that Fermenter, so we had enough money to contest the Spin Doctor, as much as clicking for credit was an option. And throwing out a Miss Bones there.
Yeah, Miss Bones not usually going to do much because Up is going to trash the things for you. I guess Managarm's probably the main target, but the damage there is done before you actually access it.
So there's a Regolith. Jeff is just going to crank out some credits here. This is no wage workers, but that's 9 credits for the turn, 7 after you res here. And that is a card that I think Jeff probably won't finish off. He'll probably extract it at some point next turn, which allows him to get a 1-coster from his deck. Not a lot of good options in this list. I think it's only a Tithe, which, I guess he'll take it, but we're not looking on a Malapert. Oh, there's Vovo. Yeah, I think Jeff will prioritize Vovo here, very likely. That's a good shout out.
Yeah, it's always an interesting thing with Op because you don't just look at the trash this to do a thing enablers. You also have to look at just good cards that sit at a unique point in the price curve.
Yeah, exactly.
And Vovo, I think, is a great example of that.
Yeah, even works with some of the other cards. Again, I would love to see Tucana shine. I know Ysengrin's really hot on that. That's another Fermenter coming down. So again, this game is not going as fast as some of the other oplets, but we have a Tucana there in hand. So in their mode server, that's a virus underneath. So here's where you could consider doing a push with the Purge and the Tucana. Now you have to worry that archives, eventually when you do Purge out, will be poisoned. So we're just drawing up once. That's a magnet in hand to deal with Botuluses. We're assuming there's 3 of them,
There
right?
are multiple of in this deck. Yeah.
Yeah, just 2 actually.
Just 2.
But
still,
yeah,
that's enough.
Archives Ice. We're getting deeper in the Regolith. Again, the last clicks on this, if you trash this, either with an extract or you can hit it for 3 credits, you will get your 1-coster no matter which way you do. So there is a Hippo. 1 ice on every server. That Sandstone is going down. So opening up HQ, let alone removing a 3-coster from the table. And if the runner's doing the trashing, you do not get the op to fire. So I think we have to bounce off of this once, maybe? Oh no, it just gets the counter anyways, and then we're through with the combination of the turtle. And
yeah, and that threat you talked about earlier of having the 3 rezzed for the Stavka, that's now off the table thanks to Hippo. So this is actually probably a larger play.
Oh, there's the Managarm. You can still res them a virus at instant speed, right? As long as you remember to do it on approach. Yeah. But definitely still very, very potent that goes down. So now we need an ice on HQ. Otherwise, that's the server you're going to be building up the Amakua and the Awaken Plant eventually. Raindrops just for value, 2 credits. It's a dirty laundry, sort of. Accessing again.
It's a mildly, I don't know what, it's like a there's one stain on it laundry.
Yeah.
Yeah. The oops, I put a pink shirt in it laundry.
There you go.
Now, Rongi there, understanding he can't go back. It's been a couple turns. Spin Doctor didn't shuffle back agendas. You're assuming that Jeff actually has 1 or 2 agendas in hand. I think HQ is actually clean. I'm not sure if he's holding anything. But I can understand why Rongi wants to go in here.
Completely clean. Yeah. I believe the game could have gone a bit faster if Ysengrin was actually drawing into agendas, but they seem to be hiding from him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I have to imagine Ranji really wants to find that wake implant as soon as possible now that HQ's opened up, because you don't want to let this op go long. You don't want to let this op find the combo. You would ideally like to close the game out as fast as you can.
So we're just getting 3 credits off of that. That lets us find a 1-coster. We'll find Vovo probably. Tithe on HQ is annoying enough, but we'll see if we get more value from the new sysop from the new set. Again, decreases the res costs of all things in front of the server. It'll be in the server eventually once one of these players hits threat 4, which is kind of far away. He's missed it a couple times. Just
There
the
we
tithe.
go. We found a tithe.
There you go.
Yeah,
And Tithe being
fair
strength 1 is annoying enough when you purge out Turtle, right? It forces them to hit it at least once.
Yeah, you'll tank through it, no problem. Like, these are the sort of 1-cost sentry issues. It feels like unless you're running rig shooter, there's almost no good taxing sentries in Wayland. I think some people are getting back on Winchester, or not even back on, but getting on Winchester for the first time ever. But besides like Stavka, Ballista, Half Run, Archer, yeah, it's a bit difficult. So that'll do enough. And now you can trash the 1-coster with what's it called? With extract to go get a Rashida or a Spin Doctor, and there's a lot of flexibility with that.
Yeah, I believe in this spot you're much more likely to be looking for the Rashida to hopefully accelerate you into a more threatening board state.
So we might see an install here. I think Rongi is feeling pretty happy that the Managarm is in the bin. So he knows that it's not going to be Mavirus into Managarm. That being said, this
really
is not...
HQ here.
Yeah. Yeah, making it look like he has something in there, and he's going to need ice. Actually, I think he does have an agenda in there. It looks like there's one agenda in there. I don't know if it's a slash or burn or not. There's a 1 of in the deck, but there looks to be some sort of a NSG agenda. Hard to tell. It's moving quite fast, but we'll see in a second here.
Does it look like the sort of agenda that you want to throw into the trash?
We haven't seen any expendable cards on stream so far, but I think quite a few of them are pretty potent, and that fast events option is good. Now, Rongi,
I mean, as we discussed earlier when we talked about Max and kind of the new resource that does something similar to it, I am a huge fan of throwing important cards in the trash. That's why I'm a gigantic fan of Slash and Burn. It's a fantastic card.
So here, with the Mavirus potentially in their remote server, ice is on everything, and you can't just sneak through the Tithe anymore. I think Rongi's going to have some reason to go find real breakers. It looks like we have an HQ run here. That's a lot of money. We're on 19 credits, so obviously all ice can be rezzed here. If it is the second Stavka, you can do something really gross, but otherwise, like a Hordem, an Afshar is probably what you want to see on HQ, but it's just a magnet. We'll see if he's going to purge here to find a 2-coster at instant speed. I don't know what you're getting here. It's like a white space. There's not a lot of other good targets. Maybe you're getting a Tucana out of your deck. That would make sense.
Yeah.
I believe you also have Tucana in hand, so I think you're more likely to just get an ice here. I'd be interested in maybe putting like a white space on the remote just to protect yourself against a hippo play.
Yeah, there you go on R&D.
Or just
on
R&D.
Same idea.
Unfortunately, 0 strength. This is not a Formicary list, not the best ice to be pulling at instant speed anyways with Op, but yeah, it's there. So you're safer against if it's we know it's an Afshar on the innermost, that's safer to Hippo. As much as that generally fires once and that's enough, so. That's a purge out. The magnet will end the run. The remote server is... Do we know what is in the remote server?
I believe... I haven't really seen
what's
what's
installed this turn, so...
I believe that's the Tucana, actually.
Okay,
but it could still be in
sense.
general. Do you see a Gachapon coming down here and Hoshigo flipping back over to the non-virtual side?
You got a lot of options there with Gachapon, whether you want to get the twinning down or the Paladin Puemo, it requires. Otherwise, just finding breakers here, like just finding a Buzzsaw opens up so many of these servers. Getting a Noom down is still kind of rough. There's a 3-coster res right now, and maybe you see the Magnet. I think the big thing here is you just don't want Amakua have a way to spin up with the Leech, but yeah, the Noom is not going to be enough. Not an agenda in hand. I think we have to push out with what we might have already. Envelopment on the outside. A big old barrier. Install, advance. So that looks like an Atlas usually. So a really good start.
Ysengrin certainly wants it to be an Atlas, I think. Getting Atlas with a counter right now would just set you up to get another Atlas with a counter pretty soon, and that's huge. Gachapon does fire.
Not good targets here. The only legal target is an Amakua. You could get a second Amakua down. It is a way to play around Stavka half run if you have two of them. But we're going to be removing a Pinhole, an Amakua, and I forgot what the middle card there is, but we're shuffling back 2 Devil Charms and a Hippo.
Man. Yeah, just almost a complete whiff there.
Yep.
I mean, effectively a complete whiff. The Devil Charms going back definitely, as you pointed out earlier, that interacts with kind of the quote-unquote lock from this op list, so very good to conserve those.
Yeah, it does thin your deck. It's obviously not what you wanted. You could have thinned your deck and got something out, but okay. Fermenter ticking up there. Not a lot of credits. Obviously, they're all on top of the Liberated, so it's going to take some time to get there, but it looks like Jeff is definitely pushing out. And the upgrades here, I think if this goes through, we're going to see an Atlas with a counter and a Tucana. And this is where things can kind of spiral a bit. Tucana is so tempo positive. Actually, there you go, getting down the Amakua. Yeah, that for 1 credit makes sense. That is one way to get around half run, as much as you need both of them to be at least on 1 strength when it comes to the interaction with half run, and you would also need a Devil Charm.
Yeah, this obviously does limit you on MU. Hermes only gives you 1 MU, correct? So this is going to limit the number of programs you can play in the future. Obviously,
Stavka half run's going to hit 2 Amakua here.
Okay, well.
You don't even need to do anything. It just is a Stavka. You don't need a half run. You don't need to trash anything. Now, you can trash something if you want to get something here. So if Jeff wants a resin upgrade to get, I don't know what else you're getting on your deck, but you have flexibility here to pull out like a Rashida or a Spin Doctor if you want to get rid of the Tithe. But we're just going to trash 2 turtles. It was so young. Just came out.
That cannon had a lot of straws in it. Plastic straws, that is.
Dream net triggering. We're going to access the card here. If you get an agenda, you'll feel a bit better about it. And there's still a lot on the deck. Looks like that is maybe a Mavirus. That is a Mavirus. Purge, going to trash.
Mavirus.
2 Maviruses out.
Gee.
Even more punished for that access.
Hit that. Yeah.
Now, R&D is wide open.
Well,
true. Well,
as long as you have money.
Nice.
As long as you have money. I think those are 10 credits. I think those are the big ones. It's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah, with the glare, it's a bit hard to tell.
But you can always go in there. Not that we're going to see like Maker's Eye or Finality. It is technically an open server as destructive as it is. It's probably not the line here. It's definitely not the line here. But that is always, you need to play to your outs. So we'll see here again. It looks like the Tucana is going to connect. And so Jeff has some options, what he wants to grab. Archives, everything iced up. 2 Amakuas down. We're left with 1 Amakua. If we look at the list of programs, 1 Amakua, 2 Buzzsaws, a Cleaver, and a Noom. So we still have a functional Breaker Suite in there attached to Leech.
Yeah, but unfortunately at least I haven't seen any of that in hand. And with all the servers locked up, we don't really have an easy way to draw into it, since our engine relies on us actually running and accessing cards.
There's the Wake, going to take a meat damage. It looks like we want to threaten to go HQ here. We don't have a way in right now. But that's 1 meat damage. Let's see if we hit a Steel Skin. It just hits another Leech there, so we're set up at least for the future. Cybernetics. We're going to flip 2 credits.
Yeah, Leech tough to get counters on right now. Obviously, with the Mavirus in the bin, there's no easy server to run for it.
Jeff, classic, cooking that Atlas. We're going to extract there to get something better on R&D. Again, maybe we could have scored out with a Tucana. We're not sure what the upgrade here is, but we can go get a 3-coster and 6 credits. That's a big old Sandstone. Cleaver doesn't deal with it too well. You can, again, we still know there's Devil Charms in there, but that means that R&D is sealed out. I wonder if we're going to do advance, score out an Atlas and a Tucana. I think you need the Atlas counter. Maybe even advance it once more to go get a second counter.
Yeah, I really want to see the second counter here.
We have seen going for the greedy counters not pay off this weekend, but this seems like a board state where there's very little risk of Rongy actually being able to get into that remote. So yeah, I say cook it.
There's some fear here for the Hermes. Obviously a 2 of, and the accesses are a bit difficult, but Rongy going to get a card for a credit. He's been very good at his triggers too, for Mentor as well. So Hermes into some, I don't know how you get through that. Botchless Hermes, run R&D. Like there's some upsets here, but the lines are super, super narrow. I think he's holding another Liberated in hand. And it looks like a Devil Charm as well. Steel Skin, maybe that's what he was fishing for by installing the Cybernetic. So draw 3 for 1 credit.
He'd really need a Banhar at some point here, but unfortunately he decided not to play it. Oh, but we do see a Saw here.
HQ open.
So HQ open now.
Tithe is build your own banner anyway, so you can give it credit to the corp. Just take a net damage. You can go and charge the Waken Plant, right? Like that's a good enough run. You get DreamNet. I think there's good reason to do here. So 1 credit, give the corp 1, take a net damage. You're going to draw a card and a credit, get a Wake Charge, get an Axis, losing a Hippo.
Ooh, a Hippo. I think would
There's only
like
2
to
cards.
have kept that Hippo, but
yeah,
in a pinch, it's okay to lose.
One of these cards is a Rashida. The other, I couldn't tell you. Rashida, obviously the good hit here. You could always do advance, install Rashida. But Alice counters, there is the Rashida
It's
going
the
down for
Rashida.
1. Yeah.
That's gone.
So just 1 card left in Jeff's hand. So I do think we see in hand there is a Devil Charm. I think that might be a Hannah.
Yeah, I
worth going
believe
back
that's
to
Wheels.
I think he got his DreamNet trigger here. Jeff just waiting so that he can score that Alice. 1 click left. Again, there is still somewhere one more copy of Stavka, and if that fires, you still have a decoder somewhere, but like the board state keeps sliding backwards for the runner.
Yeah, true. There
Right.
are 2 copies of Buzzsaw, so it doesn't lock you out of those.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the only 2 of besides the Amakuas, which you got a full fleet of 3. Now, also 2 botchluses, so there are ways around. Not that you can botchless the Magna, you have no reason to, but botchless on an R&D is an angle of attack. So if Jeff can get this Atlas out, which we're pretty sure is an Atlas, let's see what he Trucanas. I think it's more likely he's going to ice up R&D a bit heavier. That is the one server that you could argue is a bit weak, but we're going back to see the last card. Credit for both players, 1 up, 1 down, 1 net damage. Get Wake Charges, and that's where you have to keep him out of R&D.
Got another hit me moment. What's it going to be?
There goes the Devil Charm, okay.
Devil Charm, okay.
Tucana, I think it's only 1 or 2 to trash. It's pretty cheap.
Yeah, it's
I
just
think
1
it's
to
1,
trash.
so it's gone. HQ empty.
Totally empty. So this mandatory draw, if it's an agenda, you probably don't go for 2 Alices. You score it out. But we're going to res Tucana. Let me tell you, a new card from the Tommen Initiative. It was spoiled pretty late on, and it's actually one of the more powerful Wayland cards in the whole set if you love scoring out on tempo. Whoa, it's a slash and burn.
Oh.
That's ugly. Glad to get that out of his hand. He played the hand that he was dealt 2 to 2. Yeah, you hate to see it for sure.
Had all of us fooled, thinking that that was definitely the Atlas with multiple counters, but you score the agendas you get. You do have to get to 7 somehow. So certainly not as commanding a position as up could be in, but at least tied up now with a pretty good board state and starting to lock down R&D. That helps a lot.
Yeah. So board control, again, very flexible. If you run that too late, you can go get him a virus. You can go get 3-cost ice. We're getting pretty thin on 3-cost ice. There's, I think, 1 Afshar, 1 Sandstone left somewhere. But just getting some money up again, trying to get into breakers. And card in the most server.
2 Sandstone, right?
Have we gone through 2 already? Yeah, you're right. So it's just the 3-costers are not too many of them.
Yeah. And we've even seen 2 of them of viruses, I think. So running short on 3 costs of any sort, not just ice.
Back to Jeff. Advance, credit. Looking more like, again, this deck doesn't run any 4-2s besides that ugly slash and burn that wasn't expended. It was scored out. But that Atlas with the counter, very, very strong. Otherwise, even if it's a 3-2 like an Azyef, giving yourself an ability to score out, Tucana snowballs really, really hard. Now, it makes R&D more dense for agendas because you're taking out non-agenda cards, but it does just get, like, drawing a card from your deck, installing it, and rezzing it, all for no clicks is incredibly powerful. So things can snowball if you don't score out. One of the best tempo-positive agenda pieces that's not an agenda.
Now, what is the interaction between Wake Implant and Border Control? It's a whenever you breach. Is there a paid ability window?
No.
After? Okay, so Border Control has to be popped before you commit the counters.
Exactly. Yeah, so by the time you're breaching, that's when you decide how many tokens to use off of it. There's no more paid ability windows. So the turning wheel sort of play, which is probably what you're thinking of, you don't have that Wild West standoff. You get full flexibility with Wake.
That's very nice from the perspective of this Hoshiko.
We've luckily moved away from the very awkward turning wheel border control standoff situation.
I hated those.
Yeah,
from both sides. They were the worst.
Well, we lost that, but we got Arsana, so you got to learn the timing structure again, anyways. But
Oh no.
we'll see what Rongy's doing here. Just poking again. There's one card in HQ. This gets you
Yeah.
DreamNet. It gets you
Get to see
Hoshiko.
it.
So you got to see it.
And
If it's
that
an
is the
agenda, it would
third counter on Wake, I believe.
go on the most over. Hitting a
Hitting a
steel
steel
skin.
skin, so this
even
is tempo
better.
positive.
Drawing it to moshing, a fermenter, something else. Oh, it's just 2, excuse me. We're going to see the one card in hand. DreamNet. Very good run there.
Yeah.
The one card
extremely high
is
value.
another Rashida.
And it's a Rashida. What a
Isn't that all
that's
3
an
gone?
extremely powerful run.
Maybe it
believe
might have been
so.
2.
Might have been 2, yeah.
I'm not positive. Did this op actually get to use any of them? I think all of them got trashed.
I don't think any
which is
fired.
well.
Advance, advance, advance.
Okay, is this the Atlas with the counter?
That
Got
is
it,
an
right?
Atlas with a counter.
Atlas with a
Jeff
counter.
There we
on
go.
4 points. Now, on 4 means he still has to score out probably a hostile and then fast advance out. So Tucana's going to fire here, thin the deck out even more. This is any ice, install and res a 3 cost cheaper. He's going to be some credits for this. He's only on 7. But again, once your ice is resed, what else do you need the money for? There's no biotic labor. There's 1 audacity. So we'll see what he gets on the table. Envelopment
It's like
for
envelopment is getting pulled.
can
to
be
the front.
expensive, but you need to keep runs out of HQ. You can trash cards too again. That
Yep,
magnet.
Okay.
Having
Magnet
a 3
done.
cost is relevant, but saving on the install is also quite nice.
Yeah, you also do have access to some other 3 costs on the table.
Well, we also were talking about you're running short of 3 costs, so this is with a Spin Doctor, you get to cycle that one back into the deck and potentially get that when you pop a border control.
Gachapon, we're going again. So far, just the Amakua, 2 Hermes,
Is this going to be
and a Noom.
second? Okay, so the Noom at least is a hit. The Noom at
And
least
the
you can
Amakua,
install
yeah.
here. Oh, true.
So
The Amakua, right? There's no other Amakua now, so both
with
are
2
potential hits.
viruses out and 1 Stufka in the bin, you might feel more comfortable. Again, the leech has been building up. The Amakua does do something here. Now, there's not a lot of sentries. As much as the Noom can get through a 7 strength Stufka, the bigger thing is, can you deal with Stufka into half run? And that's the thing. There's 3 costers resed here. If you res a Stufka, you trash a 3 coster, sorry, you're not using the Noom anymore. So there's a big chance the Amakua is the more flexible option. Now, there are no 4 costers res on the table, so it's not like Jeff can extract to go get the last Mavirus at instant speed. So maybe the Stufka does
looks
it.
like the turtle. It is the turtle.
Yeah.
Only 1
So
credit on that.
Hermes,
Going
Noom
to
going back,
shuffle.
and a Hippo. 1 Hermes going to be removed from
Yeah.
the game. So MU is full here, as much as the Botchos can go at any moment.
Yeah, and those 2 Hermes are the only way of increasing MU in this deck. So
Yeah. When you get all your programs trashed, are you going to run out of MU? Who knows? But yeah, definitely a consideration. So that deck is really thin. That's a 50 card deck. We've been just plowing through it. Not getting a lot of runs for a while. Drawing a Gachapon if you want to look even deeper, thin your deck out. But Jeff, you're feeling confident about R&D? Now, you can get into R&D this turn. I'm pretty sure. It's hard to tell how many tokens are on the leech, but I think there's a chance you can get an R&D this turn. And see 4 cards, is it? What's the max on Wake? 3 extra or 2 extra?
3
I believe
extra.
it's 3 extra.
Okay.
So we could dig real
There
deep
is
here,
at
yeah.
least 1 counter on Leech, I think is the important thing.
Yeah. We're running the remote server, Devil Charm down. Another way to contest to R&D if you want, but we'll see if he reses any of this stuff. If you don't trash this, you can build Amakua counters, but successful run, card and credit. And here there's a chance that Jeff, if he's holding a hostile in hand, he can just close the game out, score the hostile, and then Audacity to go onto game 2. But Rongy going to pull apart at least the Tempo Pause remote server and has a hunting grounds for the turtle. So only down to 4 credits. That ice is probably a bit expensive. Running archives, there's 2 Maviruses in there, so you will be purged back. So it's trying to figure out how to get value on centrals. Hippo into envelopment would be really nice if you can break all the subroutines. That opens up HQ in a big way. It's hard to Hippo border control, but in some ways it's still advantageous because you don't have to use the Hippo if the corp flinches first.
Yeah, very interesting here. It's always very awkward when your border control ends up on the outermost against Anarch.
Yeah. Hitting the Liberated here. Jeff would love to have a hostile in hand. He has 2 of them in the deck. We haven't seen any so far.
Okay,
Gonna go
taking
deeper.
back the Liberated hit.
And cracking. We're going into
Popping the
big money
Fermenter
here.
instead.
That Fermenter must have had a lot of credits. I don't know what pink means.
I think that's 8.
10? Oh.
Yeah,
Cool.
I think that's 8 total. Or is that 4? I think one of those looks larger than the other, so I think that's 8. It's either 4 or 8.
Yo, get the ruler. This is it's a bit hard to tell, but he has good money. Let's just say that.
I don't know really what it is, but it looks like hard candy from my grandma, to be honest.
Rongy figuring out here. I do think if he took that money, he has some reason to. Again, emptying up the MU might be important. Yeah. Does Jeff have a hostile here? Just gonna purge. Pull back. Again, the leeches. Envelopment does go down. The sandstone doesn't have to go down, but purge from hand means he doesn't have it, but he wants to make sure he's not pulled apart by Hippo. Now, that fermenter was cracked, so the Gachapon here can find a program, maybe looking for a cleaver. That would be expensive, but one of your best things. So probably a pretty well-timed purge, but it kind of shows he doesn't have obviously the last virus in hand, let alone the hostile. So maybe some breathing room here while Jeff waits to get into an Audacity and then tries to score at the last hostile.
Really thinking this over. Yeah, look, pointing at the Gachapon.
Yeah.
Does that mean using it, or does that mean deciding if I'm going to use it? I think it means deciding. Yep, using it.
Here we go.
Moshing, Puemo, Dirty Laundry, another Dirty Laundry. There's a second Buzzsaw and a Dreamnet, a really bad hit. Paladin will at least come down for free.
I guess we're installing the Paladin and getting rid of some of the other stuff.
Yeah, it was a Moshing and a Dreamnet out.
Yeah. Dreamnet out, obviously redundant. Moshing, a decent card to dig through, but if you have good cards in hand, it's probably just not something that you want to draw to the point where it's ready to be good.
So Paladin works with a 20. We haven't seen one so far. She will get a credit at the start of turn. Again, we do this all on the corpse turn, just so any start of turn trigger things like Botulus, Fermenter, Paladin will all kind of get value right now. But finding a cleaver, like you can even just cleaver Buzzsaw your way through R&D with if you want to save some money if you really need to, but we're going to go in. I think we're just going through Amakua. Removing the Devil Charm, that's a 0 strength envelopment. I think you need to remove all the subroutines, but we're letting the last one fire.
Yeah, letting the trash sub fire. So that can get out a border control?
Yes, or a Whoredom.
Get out a Whoredom, but
you want the border control for sure.
I think so.
Now this does thin out the deck.
Okay, looks like we're wrong. It is the Whoredom.
Oh, cool. So that is
actually be out of border controls at this point then.
Oh, okay.
Are we out?
I'm not sure. I haven't fully counted
that.
So we're going to
definitely was at least one fired.
Whoredom is 4 strength, so you need the leech counters, otherwise it gets a bit expensive. You go through for 4 credits with the Buzzsaw, so not a bad spot. Access there on HQ, so many triggers and 2 cards in hand. I'm not sure if we had a good read on Jeff's hand going into this.
Okay, getting another counter on.
That is an Atlas.
Oh, an Atlas, that's big.
That's
4 to 4.
Tied 4 to 4. Thank you for moving the agendas to where we can see them.
So that's 2 Atlas out. The other card is safe in HQ.
At some point, you have to think you're able to run R&D. Got to find that.
It's hard, but now I think he might do it because he might have wanted to bait out the border control. Just like so far, op has been used, so there's not a great incentive for Jeff to use the border control. That being said, you still have an issue with the Sandstone's pretty high strength.
Their cleaver in hand, maybe? Paladin does get a credit here, so it would be cheaper to install now.
Yeah, Paladin should have a credit. So Jeff just holding on again. Has to hope the top deck's pretty well. He was pretty fortunate in the last matchup, but just 2 of hostile and what can't be more than 20 cards in R&D left. Again, Op has a sort of, problem, feature, whatever you want to call it, but you kind of dig up the ground underneath you on theme, so you end up with a pretty thin deck.
Yeah, very much so. You do end up just very much increasing your agenda density incidentally.
Yeah.
If I'm counting correctly, this is 4 counters on the Wake Implant, so that is potentially multiple deep digs.
Yeah, obviously, we'll see how you deal.
The trick is getting there in the first place, though.
Your option here is Botulus on Sandstone, and then you have 1 run where you lose the leech counter with the Amakua to break the border control. You Buzzsaw through the other one, and you Botulus through the barrier. It looks like we're calling time. Well, not time, excuse me. We're calling a timeout.
Oh, timeout. Okay.
I think there's a chance they're going to just fight it out in the parking lot.
Can we get someone with like a phone cam out there in that case?
What exactly is happening? I think this might be a restroom break.
CTZ is taking
CTZ is
over.
just gonna play over.
Easy
Yeah,
in for the
okay.
celeb shot.
Okay, I'm assuming that's a restroom break. We'll wait for someone to tell us what exactly is happening, but you don't see both players just stand up and walk out unless they decided they both want to be Continental champions, and that's the only way.
You think
I
they're
don't know
gonna
if that
come back
works,
both
though.
carrying the trophy together?
Yeah, they're out there playing
I-
Agricola to decide whatever's gonna happen.
Yeah, in Magic the Gathering, there's the card that tells you to play an extra sub game of Magic to see if like you restart the game or something like that. And
Yeah,
this is
exactly.
like this is even better because you play a completely different game to decide who wins a game of Netrunner.
Yes, welcome to the Scheherazade of Netrunner.
So this is the thing: if the rounds aren't timed, right? Like you could go to the spa, you could do whatever you want right now. What are the rules?
I do wonder in the sports state what the ice on the archives is actually, because the runner has been fairly afraid of ever running there, even while Ysengrin is this low on money, just to force a res.
It's mostly because there's viruses in there, right? So it's not
Mhm.
hugely advantageous. But the DreamNet could trigger as much as back then they had virus board state they cared to protect.
Yeah.
Is it another envelopment? Maybe that would make sense. Just we've seen almost every other ice, so that's one of the few options that I think is like still legal.
Yeah, I don't know if you're gonna put your 5 cost on archives, but there was a point in the game where I think you could put just about anything there. In terms of like the cheap ice, we could actually like kind of whittle this down. Like it could be an Afshar.
Yeah, Afshar
Could be the
one
last
of the few that we
Stavka.
haven't seen. Actually,
we've
Afshar
seen-
would make sense.
We've seen almost all the ice in the deck so far, right? Like the deck is only running. Oh, actually, a lot of ice. It's
It has
running,
a lot of ice. So that's
like
17, I
18
believe.
ice. Yeah. But we've seen a lot of it. Again, a lot of the stuff gets trashed. It gets hippoed. It gets extracted. It gets border controlled. We saw an envelopment just go. So there's a lot of ways that the ice kind of evolves. I would say downwards, but a lot of times just getting the better ice for the board state is way more important.
Yeah, I'd like to know if we've ever had a Continental Championship game with this much ice in the trash.
Yeah, probably not.
I have to think the answer is no. I think potentially
There's a
the
phone
only,
coming in.
Yeah, we're snooping that board
the only
state.
way that you could potentially have this much ice in the trash is back in the days of Clan Vengeance and Zero, where you just like you trash HQ 3 times and you end up with this much ice in the trash. That's the only way that I could possibly think is even competitive.
It's been a while since you power shut down your whole deck, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, true.
Well,
yeah,
in
I
those
guess that
decks,
was
I'm not
legal
sure.
during Continental Champs at one point, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
no, it definitely wasn't. That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they take enough photos of this, they can recreate the board state back in Boston.
You
Oh,
think
looks
they're
like-
They
flying
actually
home
went
already?
to go get back on the plane.
They left together, they returned together. Okay, whose turn is it?
Have y'all ever played the game The Mind?
Yes.
No, what's that
Yeah,
about?
it's so for the audience, if you haven't played the game The Mind, there's basically you and a group of people are trying to play the cards in your hands in its ascending numeric order without talking. So the joke is like, oh, if you have the 100, you just hop on a flight back home.
Yeah.
Because no one like you don't want it to even cross anyone's mind that you should play before them.
Okay. This is the line. So we have to
Okay.
pop
Oh,
the border control
right.
here. This is why the development went down. So botchless on the sandstone so we can run through this remote server. We're running into the raindrops. So border control, you can let
Get a
one of them
leech counter.
fire. You get a user leech counter. So now the question is, do you use the border control? And you have to. R&D has so many agendas in it, and you still don't tax the awaken plant. Losing
Actually,
that's
this
a
is an
moshing.
HQ run for the start.
Oh, you're right. This is an HQ run. He just didn't want to lose the botchless. Maybe he'll go next run.
Is this
Yeah, I
just for
believe-
value?
Yeah.
This is just to see the one in hand, as
For
well
value,
as not
yeah.
use the botulus.
Hedge fund.
Hedge fund.
So I'm assuming we're going to see last click here run on R&D. Again, letting the subroutines fire means you redraw up with raindrops. That's a very high value raindrops. 2 cards from it, drawing a hedge and another buzzsaw. So I don't know if he's going to capitalize. Again, R&D is like, yeah, there you go. Now this is maybe
we
last
go.
click. So if you crack the border control, you crack the border control. Now R&D will be free to run basically next turn. So border control is going to fire. We're going to botchless through the sandstone. Or border control, sorry, you're going to break with the leech and Amakua, but you can let one of the subroutines fire if you
Well,
really
Amakua
want.
just has a counter now, so
Yes. And the run.
yeah. So
Jeff
you don't actually
has
need
to
use
do
the
this. And still, he is looking across the table at potentially a wake that's going to see 4 off the top of R&D. And there's a lot of agendas in R&D. Again, we've taken all the ice out, and yet there's still like 7 agendas in the deck.
Has to do it.
I believe we still have access.
No,
do we have no targets?
There was an Oaktown there. He can't push this. Really ugly draw.
Oh.
There's an Aziev. Does Aziev trashing an ice get you anything? Just this is now a very tough board state because this wake implant's very likely to fire next turn.
Was that an Aziev?
No, I'm wondering if you have an Aziev in hand and you're able to fast advance it out and you trash something, could that potentially open up a line?
He has 2 agendas on Audacity. Actually, drawing in agendas into HQ is probably better than obviously leaving them on top of R&D. So this needs to be a whiff, but there's a big chance 1 run for rongydoge just cost him 1 credit. He sees 4 cards. No virus threat on the table. He's going to go send it.
I guess the Ysengrin didn't have any more targets for border control, or did they already use Ob that turn?
He used it on the envelopment because he allowed him to fire it, and he went for the Hordem. That's the big thing. Like, a lot of times with envelopment is an upside, but you'll trigger it and then force a border control so that you lose op value.
Yeah. Thinking this through very carefully.
Now, Jeff drew into an Oaktown and an Audacity agenda. So here, he would have to pull for the Atlas, pull for the Hostile, score the Hostile next turn, survive for 1 more turn, and then Audacity out, because I don't think he can afford to Audacity and throw an Oaktown into the bin.
I have played much worse lines. Like that is a very valid line to actually win this game.
I don't know how else he can do it here. He needs to survive, and he just drew up. Again, I think no matter what, you're going to draw up there unless you have the win, but Dirty Laundry HQ.
Dirty Laundry?
There's 2 agendas in 5 cards, if I'm not mistaken. Now, still kind of expensive. We're using the leech to make it only 1 credit to go through the Hordem, so still taxing out 1 net damage. That'll be a Haina, a Wheels Palintra. Gonna get a credit. So there's 1 Atlas. That's so important. The Oaktown is fine. If you steal the Oaktown, it actually opens up Jeff so he can Audacity out safely, as much as R&D is very unlikely to hold up. But stealing the Oaktown here would actually be somewhat okay. Somewhat.
It would be not bad.
Oh, no, the above the law.
Oh, no.
That was the 2-pointer.
Oh, no.
So now he's left with only, I think, an Oaktown in hand. I don't know if there's another agenda, but rongydoge is on game point, and he can run R&D for 1 credit to see 4 cards.
Yeah, you've got to, right? That's at the very least you lock the top of R&D to make sure that there has to be another 2-pointer in hand, or rather another 3-2 in hand for Jeff.
There's no reason you don't do that. Now, Jeff can still pull with the Atlas token, and you still have a click to return HQ after it. So Dirty Laundry as well.
Another Dirty Laundry.
He's been charging the wake so hard. Botchless through. Goes down 1 strength. Not going to matter with the Botchless, but eventually Cleaver might show up. White space for 1, and we're going to see 4 cards here with the wake implant. Off the top. Not going to use Atlas. That's a half run.
Also
another Ice Stavka.
An operation, and looks like another operation.
R&D holds out?
R&D holds.
R&D. Is this really an optic? R&D
wow.
Now we're in a really awkward spot.
So many agendas in there.
If you have the Oaktown, you can't score it out on this board. But if you want to shuffle the deck to get the Atlas, to use the Atlas counter to get a Hostile, like, you're shuffling the deck. You can't do that when R&D is ran for 1 credit. Jeff needs to have...
And there are still multiple counters on this wake implant. I think there are 2 left. So it can still Maker's Eye effectively for 1 credit.
Yeah.
I believe what Jeff really needs here is, I'm not sure if they have 1 left, but if they have a Magnet left in deck, they would really want an Extract to get rid of the Hordem.
I think the Magnet's on Archives.
Oh, yeah, that might be it.
Yeah.
I think the only line out here, Jeff has to have a Hostile in hand. But the Axis can win. There is an Oaktown in here, 1 and 4. Can rongydoge find it? That's a border control.
Not this quick. That's a border control.
Last border control in the deck, or like that's not an Archives.
Border control.
We're going back.
Going back.
Again, this is only 1 credit run, taking some net damage. We can break with Amaku if you want to.
Thanks to Leech. Leech just making things very efficient with this breaker suite.
Recharging the wake again, 1 and 4 for Rongi to be the Continental champion. That's it, Oaktown. He finds it. 8 points.
Congratulations, Rongi.
Oh, Shiko, a criminal version.
Didn't drop a single game in the top cut.
No, undefeated. Just flying through Near Hub, Half Run, Stavka, Hedge Fund. It was a Vovo further down, so Jeff needs to draw into something better there, but that was the only agenda in HQ. 2 taking out this turn. Well played to both players. Op getting the distance. Jeff, 2 times, 2 years in a row, finalist in a Continentals. Really well played.
Incredible.
And rongydoge taking it there at the end after 2 days. Well played to both players. East Coast showing up well all the way over in Washington. Well done, Ian. Well done, Jeff. Well done to everyone playing today. What an absolute run.
We saw a day of incredible games of Netrunner.
Those were good games. Those were really good games. Yesterday, also very good games. Today, we were spoiled with some very, very close, exciting games. Op, understanding that both players are playing around it, they understand the full possibility of the board space. It's very tricky if you're not familiar, but both these players clearly know what they're doing. Well played. GG.
Yeah, just wonderful play on both sides, I have to say. Not only in this games, in so many games. A lot of runners were playing around really well around a lot of abilities. For example, we saw a lot of Epiphany games where runners were able to just avoid actually trashing stuff for so long to keep them off that ability.
Yeah. Oh, wild. Okay, maybe are gonna be able to get champ interviews. The audio in the space, we've heard Sam talking. It's not amazing, so bear with us if you can. We might be able to get some interviews, but well played to both players. Again, both snare bears, if I'm not mistaken, from the East Coast. we hear I don't have a quality mic, but I'll have a mic. It'll be a phone interview. That might be good enough. But both players showing up this event, traveling quite the distance. I'm not sure if I think Ysengrin was also at East Coast Nationals. Was rongydoge there a couple weeks ago too?
I was not at that event, so I'm not sure.
Okay. Well played. Again, Hoshiko and then Near Earth Hub playing that combo deck, Oppo Research, some assets, SIU coming back, one of the few trace cards in the meta they have to play around. We saw a bit of that on stream. This is the first time I think we saw this criminal-based Hoshiko, but just getting that Amakua down to breakers, 3 Mavirus, it doesn't matter if I lose 2 turtles in a single Stavka, or however bad it possibly could have been, but still, we have some good tricks there. And Arasana also making to the finals. Love to see it. The flexibility of the engine. While we didn't see it pop off on stream, there was 2 Arasana players in the top 8. Shout out also to Solomir, who definitely was doing something pretty cool we didn't get to see on stream. So super cool.
Yeah, this is and I think this is definitely an interesting take on Hoshiko. Like, this is obviously the second Hoshiko we've seen win a Continental, but this particular flavor of it, splashing the Hermes, splashing the Wake Implant, splashing the 3 Amakua, it feels like a very different flavor of Hoshiko. And I find that very cool. The fact that you have these distinct archetypes. Obviously, the Near Earth Hub, I love this Near Earth Hub. Anything that's anything playing into the snare in Near Earth Hub playstyle with the Behold, which we actually saw on stream, huge hit with forcing the Behold hit on the board.
Yeah.
Fantastic deck. Really fun to watch.
An absolute sinkhole of tempo if you connect with that with the Behold. It looks like we're going to have some interviews if you want to just stay tuned for a minute. They're going to step outside the main room where the audio might be a bit more reasonable, but we're going to be able to phone in, which is really fun. Maybe we'll be talking, hearing from both players. I just want to shout out, I don't know if we're going to hear from Jeff, but Jeff is streaming and making content, Ysengrin SC on YouTube. Again, 2 years in a row finalists at Continentals, so a very consistent player who's been spending a lot of effort, supporting the game on organized play side and making content to help people get better at the game. So go over there if you'd like, give him a subscribe, a like, watch the videos. And of course, rongydoge has been playing for a long time, and man, I need to collect all the data to be able to say what the accolades attached to his name are. But rongydoge has been playing very well competitive, good competitive runner for a long time to date.
Yeah, I think this is the highest profile win that he has, but certainly has quite a few other high profile finishes. So definitely very, very strong player, as you could see very evidently over the table today.
Yeah. And of course, huge shout out goes to all the organizers of this event. This was originally put together as just a grassroots event. Shout out to Null Signal Games. Again, that's the channel where we're talking from, who've sponsored the event to make this the American Continentals, so people can come and play an organized play in person, which is an absolute treat to see events like this. Again, we heard from PSK earlier today, Worlds, which is in a couple months, is entirely sold out. If you're coming down to Barcelona, mind you, you get an invite, you get a ticket as Continental or Intercontinental winners. And I think all 4 of the top 4 players here, we're hoping to see them at Intercontinentals as well. So they'll be here soon. Is that another agenda in hand? Oh, it's border control. Okay. And 1 off.
There was an Audacity in hand as well.
Yeah. Yeah, but he drew it
Yeah.
alongside the Oaktown, which is really difficult.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
Yeah.
such a close game.
Really cool. Okay, it says we will have a champ interview. Let's see if we can hear from him solving the audio. Okay, just give us a minute and we'll talk to rongydoge, who again, undefeated in the top cut there. We're gonna pull up the decks real quick.
In an extremely stacked top cut, we have to remind people this was so many world's top 16 competitors, so many Continentals top 8 competitors. This was another Continental winner from just a couple weeks ago. This was an extremely strong top cut. Actually, a world champion. Can't forget to mention a world champion as well. So
Yep. And
having to fight your way through that field has to make the win even better, I imagine.
Looking through his deck, Jeff throwing it on the table. I wonder you needed the what's it called? The hostile is so important.
Yeah.
So important for that deck. And again, running 3 of them is really difficult when you're 12 agendas in against Hermes. We didn't see Hermes this matchup, and all that ice got rezzed with a lot of the time with Tucana. So yeah, I think you're in an okay spot there.
Yeah, Tucana or just Ob in general. Obviously, throwing rezzed ice onto the field is one of the best ways around the ability to bounce unrezzed things.
I think in the meantime, while audio is getting figured out on site, I will already be heading out because it's getting really, really late over here. And
Yeah,
I do
right
need to
on.
get up quite early.
Onion, thanks so much for casting, for joining us today, and for casting yesterday. It's an absolute pleasure to share a microphone with you.
Agreed.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'll still be around in the scene in general. I actually start streaming again soon. We'll have to
super
figure
cool.
things out again. But yeah, thanks for having me. You all have fun with the champ interview. And
Thank you.
we'll probably see you around.
Yeah, have a good one.
You as well.
Now, these deck lists, I have no doubt, are going to end up with, hopefully a nice write-up about the story on NetRunnerDB soon. So if you're going to soon, is that NEH deck going to be the Scourge of JNet Casual? Yeah.
Very well.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be. So back your freedoms for a bit.
I think it's going to be the Scourge of JNet Casual in both directions because it doesn't seem easy to play. So I could see a lot of people who are maybe new to the archetype, maybe new to these slightly combo-y lines, not quite knowing what they're doing and running into a little bit of hot water.
Yeah, we'll see what Rongi says, whether he just slaps stuff on the table. It looks like we have Rongi joined into our chat room. We'll see if he's going to join the hot mic in just a second. So if you have any questions in chat, you want to throw them in, we have a chance maybe to ask them to Rongi, but really excited to hear what he says about his event, whether he expected things to go like this, whether he called the meta, how did he end up on this NEH deck, and does he think Hoshiko Shiro is going to just stay on top going into Worlds, mind you. Hoshiko has been kind of the best now for a really, really long time, if at least the last 2 Continentals have that to say. Rongi, how's it going?
Oh my god.
Congratulations. How are you feeling?
I can't believe it. It's unbelievable. I can't believe that happened. I can't believe the cards fell that way all weekend. That was unbelievable.
Yo, you traveled in. You've come in from a long distance to get here. Is this a thing that you and your testing group did? Were you thinking that you would end up being here, or was this a surprise?
I knew I was coming to Cascadia a while ago. CTZ told me he was coming, and then it was just like a complete priority. And it was incredible to see him. And then I didn't. And and Jeff had also decided to go, so. We roomed together, and I was just so excited to be here. Like, this is the cons that I can play in this year, and I mean, what a cons! That was unreal.
Yeah, this is amazing. We're obviously watching from the distance. All the casting has been remotely, but this looks like an incredible event. What is it like to you? Like, I don't know when's the last time you've been to an event of this size. I think we're starting to see it now more across. We had East Coast championships. You played back in the day with events like this were kind of common. What's it like being back?
It's great. It's great. Mox is so good. This venue is like it's S tier venue. There's food, there's drinks, the space is clean. It's so nice in the bathroom. Like, the bathroom is so nice. Like, you feel.
Is that where you guys went?
Oh,
because you guys left the table. What happened?
So Jeff was like, I I really need to use the bathroom. Do you mind? And I just burst out, oh my God, I have to piss so bad. So we both like mutual agreement, just jumped up and went to use the bathroom because it was necessary.
Oh, the buddy system works. Oh, that's really cute. Now, both of you are testing partners. You're in the same group, right?
Mm-hmm, that's right.
Okay, so did you know what the plan was? How familiar were you each with each other's decks? What does it feel like also to be in the finals against your testing partners? Like, that's bittersweet, obviously.
It just felt incredible. I mean, when it was down to me, Jeff, and CTZ, it was like there was no permutation that was bad. Everything was good. Like it just felt there was just like so much love, so much joy, and like the games almost felt secondary to just like how special it felt and how incredible it was to have us in the finals and just be playing. I've never seen Jeff play such good netrunner. I've never seen CTZ play such good netrunner. It was like just it blew my mind, the level of skill and just the level that everyone was playing at. And it just kind of felt it didn't, it wasn't really competitive. It was more just like almost collaborative, like we're playing at this level that was really just beautiful to watch in the games that I watched, and then just beautiful to participate in. I can't really describe it any other than that.
Look, from a distance, we were very obviously blessed with some very exciting games on camera and very clean play. Like there's no time in the final rounds, but you're clearly both of you thinking it out in the lines and playing a very, very clean narrow netrunner. That's obviously a huge treat. So well played. Just to talk a bit about your decks, like this NEH deck, this sort of like multi-part kill combo. We saw you yesterday accidentally flip open a Reaper function on the table. Apparently, Fire didn't see it. We've been told. What can you tell us about this deck? Apparently, scoring agendas is still not what we're doing in NBN, huh?
Well, you can score. You're supposed to score because you can. In the first cut game that I played against Charlie, I was like triple install and then advance a Bologna on the table because you want to get to threat 3 and you want to just apply as much pressure as possible. You don't want to score out because who does that? Mm-hmm. But this was a deck that I built the shell of it, but like with Lady Lib and Ares, and then like as I was building it, realized like that Reaper existed and SIU existed because I'm all over the place. But like one of my favorite decks of all time is Boardman. I love Boardman. I loved playing Boardman. This was back in like the 2019 regionals meta, I think. And
I remember playing against you on that deck, and some of the lines that you took reminded me so much of that.
Yeah, it's Boardman was a Gagarin deck back in 2019 that played Zealous Judge and SIU, and the deck was, if you ever have, I think it was 7 credits more than the runner, you just win, because you pop SIU, res Judge, click it twice, and then HPT for 6, and like you've got Econ Warfares, you've got hard hitting news, you just wreck your opponent with it, I love assets, and that was one of the most fun decks that I've ever played, and so realizing that NBN got enough good assets to actually play assets again with balanced coverage and federal fundraising and Behold, and make it possible to actually play a deck like this was, I put that together. I tested it on JNet Casual for 7 or 8 games, and then I was talking to Snare Bears, to the group about it, and I was just like, I'm going to lock this. I'm playing it at Cascadia. This was like a few days before APAC. And so then the entire period between, that Thursday and right before the tournament was just Snare Bears beating the deck over and over again, like consistently, just over and over beating the deck. Yeah, the deck is bad. The deck doesn't work. Like if you know the lines and you know what you like what you need to trash. I mean, it obviously still has outs, but if you're teched against it, which people were, like it has almost no outs. And B, if you know the lines really well, you can just take it apart and you just grind out the game. But assets are hard. Assets are my favorite part of playing assets is that it's so much more pressure on the runner and so much more thinking for the runner, and the corp you can kind of just drool on yourself and just spam out remotes. And so not having to think too hard and then making the runner think really hard is the best part of Netrunner, and that's the way the deck can win.
Hey, you say that, but the majority of those turns where you trying to get your start of turn triggers in an order where there's 7 federal fundraisings or however it goes, it's always really funny to watch. Do you want to be a bit more specific for those who are going to run into this in JNet casual and be really upset with the state of things, how would you recommend to people to be able to dismantle this on a very broad recommendation?
Trash Reapers, keep money up. Reaper's the number one trash I use. Basically the deck forks the runner with they can't keep money up and install cards and check remotes. So something slips by. But if you're playing NFL, like the deck doesn't work because you just dodge the tag. There's a single Malia in there specifically for NFL. If you're playing No One Home, you can't Malia that, and so No One Home is basically like you have to double the amount of money that the corp needs in order to combo off. Like if you're playing Freedom, just trash the end of the line out of hand, and there's literally no outs. Like if you have any sort of disruption for operations, there's literally no outs. You trash the end of the line, you can trash the mindscaping. That's it. Also, in the development of this deck, because it started as a different, I think like 32 assets in it. It wound up at 29 or something. But Rob Gronkoff and Jonas, Big Unit, were like instrumental in tuning the deck and deciding what goes in it, and like making it better. Like adding your digital life was a huge boon for the deck because it needs to make the money, and if you can't stick regos, it can't make money. And just adding the mindscaping so that you have the extra out. So if they trash the Reapers, they can't trash the mindscaping from hand, and you can still combo off. All that made the deck so much better, and made it function the way that we saw on stream.
The wage workers into tomorrow's headline is so cool. I never even saw that line coming. Obviously very narrow, but like absolutely fantastic flexibility. That's awesome.
Yeah, I love that. That one's really great. If you can stick a naked headline and then just kill off of it, it feels good.
Yeah, so that'd be really exciting. Just to talk really quickly about Hoshiko, right? Like we've had a big rotation, a loss of cards. We had some new cards sneak in. You're on 2 Hermes, you're on a Hannah, so not too much of the new stuff. But what can you tell the viewers watching in terms of like Hermes as a console choice, and also is Hoshiko still the best thing you can be doing?
So Hoshiko's definitely not the best thing you can be doing. Hermes is busted. That card is great and just enables so many play patterns that you couldn't do before. But runner side, coming into Cascadia, I felt completely lost. Like just no idea what to do. I'm a 419 stan, but 419 felt very bad because I'm not playing CTZ's variation, which crushed. But I had no idea at all what to do runner side. And I think runner right now is very, very hard. Corps are doing a lot of different things, and you can't really tech against all of them. And it lines up. Breakers are so much more difficult, and the break points are so much more difficult. And knowing when to install is a skill that hasn't been tested probably in at least 2 years. Because again, you can just drool on yourself and play bin breakers and just install them when you need them, and that's no longer the case. So I felt unbelievably lost runner side. I was losing all my runner games when I was finding moments to test and practice. And so this list is actually it's just Jen Tuno's list from APAC. It's the same exact list. I cut the labor rights and added 3 dirty laundries, and that's that. I mean, I think I added a second Devil Charm too. But it's the exact same list. It's the only one that felt remotely good to play out of all the lists I tried. But if you're looking for a runner and you know how to shape, just play Arasana. Arasana's busted.
Yeah, that was the one unfortunate thing. I think we were so excited to see Arasana on stream, and we saw that one matchup where Jeff faced you earlier in the cut, and we just have not seen today Arasana do its thing. And Arasana went nearly undefeated on Jeff's side yesterday. Obviously, Solomir playing Arasana as well. It's the one thing I wanted on stream to happen, but unfortunately not just yet. So stay tuned for next weekend as well. There's another Continentals coming, but it seems so cool.
Yeah, Arasana is completely busted. It's an awful matchup for Jeff with his configuration. The configuration that I saw with 3 Aeneas, it wrecks the NEH. You conduit and you make $30 off of it. It just because there's no Mavris. Yeah, there's no Mavris in the NEH. There's no counterplay. You just get wrecked. So if you have the brain for it and the chops for it, and you just want to put it into practice, just practice Arasana. The deck is unreal.
I think your Corp deck might be the only deck in the entire top cut that's not playing with Virus. So yeah, that's maybe a hard thing to notice, but you're totally right. That is a wild line. Super cool. Well, Ian, thanks so much. Hopefully you enjoy the rest of your time there on the West Coast. I don't know if you're coming back right away, but congratulations to put on an absolute clinic, and to all you and your testing team that put all this stuff together, and taking the effort also to travel. If you can do that, it's amazing. Do you want to shout out anything before we sign off here?
I mean, shout out everybody in Snare Bears, and then double shout out Eric and Sam running the event. This was one of the best events I've ever been to, if not the best, bar none. It ran smooth. It felt good. The rounds went smooth. It was incredible. I mean, Jeff coming out from Boston, it was so good to travel with him and stay with him. CTZ, I mean, everybody here. I love everybody here. I would just, if you can and you're like thinking about it, don't hesitate. Just travel and play Netrunner. It's the best time in the world. It's incredible.
That's such a absolutely fantastic endorsement. Really excited to hear that. Sorry, Pence.
I got 2 questions, but they're both very quick. One of them comes from Analyze Chris. Did anyone in Swiss notice the playmat and put it together before you killed them?
Fire. I don't think it was the playmat, but the 9th round of Swiss sniffed out what I was doing. I think without accessing a Reaper and without maybe he accessed an SIU. I don't know, but I was so slim to win that game.
You missed the 2 steel skins. Yeah, that was on stream.
Yeah,
that was absurd. I remember that. That was so good.
That's only 30% to win when I combo there. So that and if I miss that combo, my window's gone and I'm basically dead. So I that's another thing. I felt like I was completely just dancing through raindrops all weekend. Where the cards were just falling right every time. And that's something that happens rarely, and it's really special when it happens.
Yeah, has to happen sometimes. The other question, and again, this is quick. I think you're known in the Netrunner community for your memes, among other things, but I'm not asking you to spoil any of these specific memes on NRDB, but just on a scale of 1 to 10, how strong is the meme game going to be for these decks?
It's infinite. There is no limit. The limit does not exist.
Perfect.
Well, Ian, thanks so much for joining us, taking the time. Congratulations to you. Send our congrats to Jeff, too, and everyone in the Top Cut. In fact, to everyone who just made it out, and all the organizers are doing an absolutely fantastic job today. Thanks again.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks for putting in the time to stream. This is the most special thing in the world. Thank you all.
Cheers, of course. Awesome. So, hey, as you see here on the screen, we're going to wait. The startup cut is starting again. There's been a startup tournament today, so a lot of players who are not playing the top cut have that. Right now, we just have, I think it's Gunslinging, all random Nova versus Ampere. We have Radiant versus That's No Mun. Now, I believe for us, that might be it in terms of our commentary. Pants, are you signing off now?
That's it for me. I'm done for the night. This was a fantastic event. It's always a pleasure commentating with you, Andre.
Cheers, you too, man.
How many events have we done together now? It's great.
It's that number's going only up and up. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been great.
Agreed. Yeah.
Well, thanks so much for joining us. On my side too, the stream is going to stay up. Whether we're going to have commentary, I'm not actually sure at this point, but the startup cut will be online. So if you want to continue to watch that, we'll be all here again on the VOD. On behalf of myself, I am running. We have what's it called? Canadian Nationals just in a couple of weekends, the 26th and 27th here in Montreal. So if anyone's listening who wants to come out, I would love to have you. It's the first major event ever in Quebec. We got a Nationals on the East Coast, so you can find out more information on Always Be Running. Otherwise, the Dominant Initiative has been out now for about 2 weeks. You can buy the set. It is online, print and play, order it directly. All those sort of options are on the website on nullsignal.games. And again, a huge shout out to all the organizers, the folks putting together the stream, all the judges, all the OP, and of course, all the players and everyone watching the stream. Thanks so much for taking the time out your weekend to make this part of it. And with that, enjoy some startup. Ciao.
Have a good one.